Section 3. The verb A study of the materials amassed by Charters and Lardner, if it be reinforced by observation of what is heard on the streets every day, will show that the chief grammatical peculiarities of spoken American lie among the verbs and pronouns. The nouns in common use, in the overwhelming main, are quite sound in form. Very often, of course, they do not belong to the vocabulary of English, but they at least belong to the vocabulary of American. The proletariat, setting aside transient slang, calls things by their proper names and pronounces those names more or less correctly. The adjectives, too, are treated rather politely, and the adverbs, though commonly transformed into adjectives, are not further mutilated. But the verbs and pronouns undergo changes which set off the common speech very sharply from both correct English and correct American. Their grammatical relationships are thoroughly overhauled, and sometimes they are radically modified in form. This process is natural and inevitable, for it is among the verbs and pronouns, as we have seen, that the only remaining grammatical inflections in English, at least of any force or consequence, are to be found. And so they must bear the chief pressure of the influences that have been warring upon all inflections since the earliest days. The primitive Indo-European language, it is probable, had 8 cases of the noun. The oldest known Teutonic dialect reduced them to 6. In Anglo-Saxon, they fell to 4, with a weak and moribund instrumental hanging in the air. In Middle English, the dative and accusative began to decay. In modern English, they have disappeared altogether, save as ghosts to haunt grammarians. But we still have 2 plainly defined conjugations of the verb, and we still inflect it for number, and, in part, at least, for person. And we yet retain an objective case of the pronoun, and inflect it for person, number, and gender. Some of the more familiar conjugations of verbs in the American common speech, as recorded by Charters or Lardner or derived from my own collectanea, are here set down. Present/preterite/ perfect participle. And was been, or been attacked it. Be, was been, or been beat beaten beat, become became begin begun began bend bent bet bind bound bite bitten bit bleed bled blow blowed, or blew blowed, or blew break broken broke bring brought, or brung. Or brang brung broke passive broke build built burn burnt burst busted by bought, or bought and bought, or boughten. Can coulda catch caught choose chose climb clum cling to hold fast, clung cling, to ring clang come came creep crep, or crope. Crep crow crew cut dare deal dole dealt dig dug dive dive do done, or didn't drag drags drawed, or drew dreamed drink. Drank or drunk, drank drive drove drowned eat at, or eat ate fall fell, or fallen fell feed fed feel felt fetch fetched fight fought find found found fling flang flung flow flew flowed fly flew forget forgotten forsake forsaken forsook freeze frozen, or frizz frozen get got, or got. Gotten give glide glowed go went grow growed hang hung have had, or hadden. Heard, or hearn. Heat het heave hove hide hidden hid h'isted hit hold held, or helt. Hollered hurt keep kept kneel knelt no node new laid, or lane, laid lead led lean lent leap lep learn len loaned lie, to falsify, lied lie, to recline laid, or lane, laid light lit lose lost make made may might mean meant meet met moan mode paid plead pled proved, or proven put quit raised read wrenched rid ride ridden rode riled ring rung rang rise riz, or rose riz run ran say says said see seen saw sell sold send sent set sat shake shaken, or shook shaved shed shine, to polish. Shine shoed shoot shot show shown showed sing sung sang sink sunk sank sit skin scun sleep slept. Slep slide slid sling slang slung slit slitted smell smelt sneak snuck speeded spell spelt spilt spilt spin span spit spoilt spring sprang steal stole sting stang stink stank strike struck swear swore sweep swept swell swollen swim swam swing swung taken took teach taught tear tore torn tell toll think thought thrive throve throwed through tread wake woken where war weep wet win won, or one, or wan, wind, wound, wound, wish, wished, 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 ring, rung, rang, write, written, wrote. A glance at these conjugations is sufficient to show several general tendencies, some of them going back, in their essence, to the earliest days of the English language. The most obvious is that leading to the transfer of verbs from the so-called strong conjugation to the weaker change already in operation before the Norman conquest, and very marked during the Middle English period. Chaucer used growed for grew in the prologue to the Wife of Bath's Tale, and rised for /rose/ and smited for smote are in John Purvey's edition of the Bible, circa 1385. Many of these transformations were afterward abandoned, but a large number survived. For example, climbed for /clomb/ as the preterite of to climb, and melted for molt as the preterite of to melt others showed themselves during the early part of the modern English period. Comed as the perfect participle of / to come / and /digged/ as the preterite of to dig are both in Shakespeare, and the latter is also in Milton and in the authorized version of the Bible. This tendency went furthest, of course, in the vulgar speech, and it has been embalmed in the English dialects. /I seen/ and I knowed, for example, are common to many of them. But during the 17th century it seems to have been arrested, and even to have given way to a contrary tendency, that is, towards strong conjugations. The English of Ireland, which preserves many 17th century forms, shows this plainly. /ped/ for paid, /guther/ for /gathered/ and /ruz/ for raised are still in use there, and Joyce says flatly that the Irish, retaining the Old English custom /I. The custom of the period of Cromwell's invasion, circa 1650, have a leaning toward the strong inflection. Certain verb forms of the American colonial period, now reduced to the estate of localisms, are also probably survivors of the 17th century. The three great causes of change in language, says Sayce, may be briefly described as 1. Imitation or analogy, 2. A wish to be clear and emphatic, and 3. Laziness. Indeed, if we choose to go deep enough, we might reduce all three causes to the general one of laziness, since it is easier to imitate than to say something new. This tendency to take well-worn paths, paradoxically enough, is responsible both for the transfer of verbs from the strong to the weak declension, and for the transfer of certain others from the weak to the strong. A verb in everyday use tends almost inevitably to pull less familiar verbs with it, whether it be strong or weak. Thus fed as the preterite of to feed, and led as the preterite of to lead paved the way for pled as the preterite of to plead, and rode as plainly performed the same office for /glode/, and rung for brung, and drove for dove and hove, and stole for dole, and /1/ for /scun/. Moreover, a familiar verb, itself acquiring a faulty inflection, may fasten a similar inflection upon another verb of like sound. Thus het, as the preterite of to heat, no doubt owes its existence to the example of /at/, the vulgar preterite of to eat so for the irregular verbs. The same combination of laziness and imitativeness works toward the regularization of certain verbs that are historically irregular. In addition, of course, there is the fact that regularization is itself intrinsically simplification, that it makes the language easier. One sees the antagonistic pull of the two influences in the case of verbs ending in ow. The analogy of /new/ suggests snew as the preterite of to snow, and it is sometimes encountered in the American Vulgate. But the analogy of snowed also suggests snowed, and the superior regularity of the form is enough to overcome the greater influence of new as a more familiar word than snowed. Thus snew grows rare and is in decay, but /node/ shows vigor, and so do growed and throwed. The substitution of /heard/ for heard also presents a case of logic and convenience supporting analogy. The form is suggested by steered, feared, and /cheered/, but its main advantage lies in the fact that it gets rid of a vowel change, always an impediment to easy speech. Here, as in the contrary direction, one barbarism breeds another. Thus taken, as the preterite of to take, has undoubtedly helped to make preterites of two other perfects, shaken and forsaken. But in the presence of two exactly contrary tendencies, the one in accordance with the general movement of the language, since the Norman conquest, and the other opposed to it, it is unsafe, of course, to attempt any very positive generalizations. All one may exhibit with safety is a general habit of treating the verb conveniently. Now and then, disregarding grammatical tendencies, it is possible to discern what appear to be logical causes for verb phenomena. That lit is preferred to lighted and hung to slash hanged slash is probably the result of an aversion to fine distinctions, and perhaps, more fundamentally, to the passive. Again, the use of slash found slash as the preterite of to fine is obviously due to an ignorant confusion of fine and find, due to the wearing off of d in slash find slash, and that of lit as the preterite of to alight to a confusion of alight and light yet again. The use of tread as its own preterite in place of trod is probably the consequence of a vague feeling that a verb ending with d is already of preterite form. Shed exhibits the same process. Both are given a logical standing by such preterites as bled, fed, fled, led, read slash dead slash, and spread. But here, once more, it is hazardous to lay down laws, for shredded, headed, dreaded, threaded, and breaded at once come to mind. In other cases, it is still more difficult to account for preterites in common use. Drug is wholly illogical, and so are slash clum slash and slash frizz slash. Neither, fortunately, has yet supplanted the more intelligible form of its verb, and so it is not necessary to speculate about them. As for crew, it is archaic English surviving in American, and it was formed, perhaps, by analogy with new, which has succumbed in American to node. Some of the verbs of the Vulgate show the end products of language movements that go back to the Anglo-Saxon period, and even beyond. There is, for example, the disappearance of the final T in such words as slash crep slash, slash slep slash, slash lep slash, slash swep slash, and wep. Most of these in Anglo-Saxon were strong verbs. The preterite of to sleep slash sleep end slash, for example, was slash slep slash, and that of to weep was weop. But in the course of time, both to sleep and to weep slash acquired weak preterite endings, the first becoming slash sleeped slash and the second slash wept slash. This weak conjugation was itself degenerated. Originally, the inflectional suffix had been slashed a slash or eta, and in some cases ode, and the vowels were always pronounced. The wearing down process that set in the 12th century disposed of the final e, but in certain words the other vowel survived for a good while, and we still observe it in such archaisms as slash belevade slash. Finally, however, it became silent in other preterites, and loved, for example, began to be pronounced, and often written as a word of one syllable, slash loved slash. This final D sound now fell upon difficulties of its own. After certain consonants it was hard to pronounce clearly, and so the sonant was changed into the easier surd, and such words as pushed and clipped became, in ordinary conversation, slash pushed slash and clipped. In other verbs the T sound had come in long before, with the degenerated weak ending, and when the final E was dropped their stem vowels tended to change. Thus arose such forms as slept. In vulgar American another step is taken, and the suffix is dropped altogether. Thus, by a circuitous route, verbs originally strong, and for many centuries hovering between the two conjugations, have eventually become strong again. The case of slash helt slash is probably an example of change by false analogy. During the 13th century, according to Sweet, D was changed to T in the weak preterites of verbs in slash rd slash ld slash, and slash nd slash. Before that time, the preterite of slash send had been slash send slash. Now it became senti. It survives in our modern sent, and the same process is also revealed in built, girt, lent, slash rent slash, and bent. The popular speech, disregarding the fact that to hold slash is a strong verb, arrives at slash helt slash by imitation. In the case of slash toll slash, which I almost always hear in place of told, there is a leaping of steps. The D is got rid of without any transitional use of T, so also, perhaps, in swole, which is fast displacing swelled. Slash attacted slash and drowned seem to be examples of an effort to dispose of harsh combinations by a contrary process. Both are very old in English. Boughton and slash dreamt slash present greater difficulties. Lounsbury says that Boughton probably originated in the northern dialect of English, which, inclined to retain the full form of the past participle, and even to add its termination to words to which it did not properly belong. I record slash dreamt slash without attempting to account for it. I have repeatedly heard a distinct P sound in the word. The general tendency toward regularization is well exhibited by the new verbs that come into the language constantly. Practically all of them show the weak conjugation, for example, to phone, to bluff, slash to rubber neck, to ante, to bunt, to wireless, to insurge slash, and to loop the loop even when a compound has as its last member a verb ordinarily strong. It remains weak itself. Thus the preterite of slash to joyride is not joy, rode, nor even joy-ridden, but joy-rided and thus bust from burst is regular and its preterite is busted, though burst is irregular and its preterite is the verb itself unchanged. The same tendency toward regularity is shown by the verbs of the nil class. They are strong in English, but tend to become weak in colloquial American. Thus the preterite of slash to kneel, despite the example of to sleep and its analogues, is not slash knell slash, nor even knelt but kneeled. I have even heard slash field slash as the preterite of to feel, as in I feeled my way, though here felt still persists. To spread also tends to become weak, as in he spreaded a piece of bread. And to peep remains so, despite the example of to leap. The confusion between the inflections of to lie and those of to lay extends to the higher reaches of spoken American, and so does that between lend and slash loan slash. The proper inflections of to lend are often given to slash to loan slash, and so leaned becomes lent, as in I lent on the counter. In the same way to set has almost completely superseded slash to sit, and the preterite of the former set is used in place of slash sat slash. But the perfect participle, which is also the disused preterite of to sit, has survived, as in I have sat there. Slash to speed slash and to shoe have become regular, not only because of the general tendency toward the weak conjugation, but also for logical reasons. The prevalence of speed contests of various sorts, always to the intense interest of the proletariat, has brought such words as speeder, speeding, speed mania, speed maniac, and speed limit into daily use, and speeded harmonizes with them better than the stronger sped. As for shoed, it merely reveals the virtual disappearance of the verb in its passive form. An American would never say that his wife was well shod, he would say that she wore good shoes. Slash to shoe suggests to him only the shoeing of animals, and so, by way of shoeing and horseshoer, he comes to shoed. His misuse of to learn for to teach is common to most of the English dialects. More peculiar to his speech is the use of slash to leave slash for to let. Charters records it in Washington left them have it, and there are many examples of it in Lardner. Spit, in American, has become invariable. The old preterite spat has completely disappeared. But slit, which is now invariable in English, though it was strong in Old English and had both strong and weak preterites in Middle English, has become regular in American, as in she slitted her skirt. In studying the American verb, of course, it is necessary to remember always that it is in a state of transition, and that in many cases the manner of using it is not yet fixed. The history of language, says Lounsbury, when looked at from the purely grammatical point of view, is little else than the history of corruptions. What we have before us is a series of corruptions in active process, and while some of them have gone very far, others are just beginning. Thus it is not uncommon to find corrupt forms side by side with orthodox forms, or even two corrupt forms battling with each other. Lardner, in the case of to throw, hears if he had throwed. My own observation is that slash through slash is more often used in that situation. Again, he uses the rottingest I ever seen gave. My own belief is that give is far more commonly used. The conjugation of to give, however, is yet very uncertain, and so Lardner may report accurately. I have heard I slash given slash and I would have gave. But I give seems to be prevailing, and I would have give with it, thus reducing to give slash to one invariable form, like those of to cut, to hit, to put, slash to cost, to hurt, and to spit. My table of verbs shows various other uncertainties and confusions. The preterite of to hear slash is heard. The perfect may be either slash heard slash or slash hearn slash. That of slash to do slash may be either done or did, with the latter apparently prevailing. That of to draw is drew if the verb indicates to attract, or to abstract and drawed if it indicates to draw with a pencil. Similarly, the preterite of to blow may be either slash blowed slash or blew, and that of to drink oscillates between drank and slash drunk slash, and that of to fall is still usually fell, though slash fallen slash has appeared, and that of to shake may be either slash shaken slash or shuck. The conjugation of to win is yet far from fixed. The correct English preterite, won, is still in use, but against it are arrayed won and wind. Wan seems to show some kinship, by ignorant analogy, with ran and began. It is often used as the perfect participle, as in I have won $4. The misuse of the perfect participle for the preterite, now almost the invariable rule in vulgar American, is common to many other dialects of English, and seems to be a symptom of a general decay of the perfect tenses. That decay has been going on for a long time, and in American, the most vigorous and advanced of all the dialects of the language, it is particularly well marked. Even in the most pretentious written American it shows itself. The English in their writing still use the future perfect, albeit somewhat laboriously and self-consciously, but in America it has virtually disappeared. One often reads whole books without encountering a single example of it. Even the present perfect and the past perfect seem to be instinctively avoided. The Englishman says, I have dined, but the American says, I am through dinner. The Englishman says, I had slept, but the American often says, I was done sleeping. Thus the perfect tenses are forsaken for the simple present and the past. In the Vulgate, a further step is taken, and I have been / there becomes I / been / there. Even in such phrases as he hasn't been here, equals / am not / is commonly substituted for have not, thus giving the present perfect a flavor of the simple present. The step from I have taken / to I taken was therefore neither difficult nor unnatural, and once it had been made, the resulting locution was supported by the greater apparent regularity of its verb. Moreover, this perfect participle, thus put in place of the preterite, was further reinforced by the fact that it was the adjectival form of the verb, and hence collaterally familiar. Finally, it was also the authentic preterite in the passive voice, and although this influence, in view of the decay of the passive, may not have been of much consequence, nevertheless it is not to be dismissed as of no consequence at all. The contrary substitution of the preterite for the perfect participle, as in I have went, and he has did, apparently has a double influence behind it. In the first place, there is the effect of the confused and blundering effort, by an ignorant and unanalytical speaker, to give the perfect some grammatical differentiation when he finds himself getting into it an excursion not infrequently made necessary by logical exigencies, despite his inclination to keep out. The nearest indicator at hand is the disused preterite, and so it is put to use. Sometimes a sense of its uncouthness seems to linger, and there is a tendency to give it an n suffix, thus bringing it into greater harmony with its tense. I find that boughten, just discussed, is used much oftener in the perfect than in the simple past tense. For the latter, bought usually suffices. The quick ear of Lardner detects various other coinages of the same sort, among them / tooken /, as in little Al might have tooken sick. / hadn't / is also met with, as in I would have hadn't. But the majority of preterites remain unchanged. Lardner's baseball player never writes I have written or I have / wrote /, but always I have wrote. And in the same way he always writes, I have did, ate, went / drank / rode, ran, saw, sang, woke, and stole. Sometimes the simple form of the verb persists through all tenses. This is usually the case, for example, with to give I have noted, I give, both as present and as preterite, and I have give, and even I had give. But even here, I have gave offers rivalry to I have / give /, and usage is not settled. So too, with to come, I have / come /, and I have came seem to be almost equally favored, with the former supported by pedagogical admonition and the latter by the spirit of the language. Whatever the true cause of the substitution of the preterite for the perfect participle, it seems to be a tendency inherent in English, and during the age of Elizabeth it showed itself even in the most formal speech. An examination of any play of Shakespeare's will show many such forms as I have wrote, I am mistook, and he has rode. In several cases, this transfer of the preterite has survived. I have / stood /, for example, is now perfectly correct English, but before 1550 the form was I have standen. To hold and to sit belong to the same class. Their original perfect participles were not held and / sat /, but holden and / sit and /. These survived the movement toward the formalization of the language which began with the 18th century, but scores of other such misplaced preterites were driven out. One of the last to go was wrote, which persisted until near the end of the century. Paradoxically enough, the very purists who performed the purging showed a preference for got, though not for slash forgot slash, and it survives in correct English today in the preterite present form, as in I have got, whereas in American, both vulgar and polite, the elder and more regular gotten is often used. In the polite speech, gotten indicates a distinction between a completed action and a continuing action between obtaining and possessing. I have gotten what I came for is correct, and so is I have got the measles. In the vulgar speech, much the same distinction exists, but the perfect becomes a sort of simple tense by the elision of have. Thus the two sentences change to I/gotten/ what I come for, and I got the measles, the latter being understood, not as past, but as present. In I have got the measles, got is historically a sort of auxiliary of have, and in colloquial American, as we have seen in the examples just given, the auxiliary has obliterated the verb. Slash to have slash, as an auxiliary, probably because of its intimate relationship with the perfect tenses, is under heavy pressure, and promises to disappear from the situations in which it is still used. I have heard was used in place of it, as in, before the elk slash was slash come here. Sometimes it is confused ignorantly with a distinct slash of slash, as in she would have drove and I would have gave. More often it is shaded to a sort of particle attached to the verb as an inflection, as in he would a told you and who could a took it. But this is not all. Having degenerated to such forms, it is now employed as a sort of auxiliary to itself in the subjunctive, as in if you had have went, if it had have been hard, and if I had slash of slash had. I have encountered some rather astonishing examples of this doubling of the auxiliary. One appears in I wouldn't had a went. Here, however, the a may belong partly to had and partly to slash went slash. Such forms as a, going are very common in American. But in the other cases, and in such forms as I had a wanted, it clearly belongs to had sometimes for syntactical reasons. The degenerated form of have is put before had instead of after it, as in I could slash of slash had her if I had have wanted to. Meanwhile, to have, ceasing to be an auxiliary, becomes a general verb indicating compulsion. Here it promises to displace must. The American seldom says I must go. He almost invariably says I have to go, or I slash have got to go, in which last case, as we have seen, got is the auxiliary. The most common inflections of the verb for mode and voice are shown in the following paradigm of to bite. Active voice. Indicative mode. Present I bite slash past perfect I had have bit slash present perfect slash I have bit slash future slash I will bite slash past slash I bitten slash future perfect. Wanting. Subjunctive mode. Present if I bite slash past perfect, if I had have bit slash past slash if I bitten. Potential mode. Present I can bite slash past slash I could bite slash present perfect slash wanting slash past perfect I could have bit. Imperative or optative mode. Future I shall or will bite. Infinitive mode. Wanting. Passive voice. Indicative mode. Present I am bit slash past perfect I had been bit slash present perfect slash I been bit slash future slash I will be bit slash past slash I was bit slash future perfect. Wanting. Subjunctive mode. Present if I am bit slash past perfect, if I had have been bit slash past slash if I was bit. Potential mode. Present I can be bit past I could be bit slash present perfect slash wanting slash past perfect I could have been bit. Imperative mode. Wanting. Infinitive mode. Wanting. A study of this paradigm reveals several plain tendencies. One has just been discussed, the addition of a degenerated form of have to the preterite of the auxiliary and its use in place of the auxiliary itself. Another is the use of will instead of shall in the first person future. Shall is confined to a sort of optative, indicating much more than mere intention, and even here it is yielding to slash will slash. Yet another is the consistent use of the transferred preterite in the passive. Here the rule in correct English is followed faithfully, though the perfect participle employed is not the English participle. I am broke is a good example. Finally, there is the substitution of was for were and of am for be in the past and present of the subjunctive. In this last case, American is in accord with the general movement of English, though somewhat more advanced. Slash be slash, in the Shakespearean form of where be thy brothers, was expelled from the present indicative 200 years ago and survives today only in dialect. And as it thus yielded to are in the indicative, it now seems destined to yield to am and is in the subjunctive. It remains, of course, in the future indicative. I will slash be slash. In American, its conjugation coalesces with that of am in the following manner. Present I am slash past perfect I had have been slash present perfect slash I been, or been slash future slash I will be slash past slash I was slash future perfect, wanting. And in the subjunction, present if I am slash past perfect, if I had have been slash past slash if I was. All signs of the subjunctive, indeed, seem to be disappearing from vulgar American. One never hears if I were you, but always if I slash was slash you. In the third person, the S is not dropped from the verb. One hears not if she go, but if she goes. If he be the man is never heard. It is always if he is. This war upon the forms of the subjunctive, of course, extends to the most formal English. In Old English, says Bradley, the subjunctive played as important a part as in modern German and was used in much the same way. Its inflection differed in several respects from that of the indicative, but the only formal trace of the old subjunctive still remaining, except the use of be and were, is the omission of the final s in the third person singular. And even this is rapidly dropping out of use. Perhaps in another generation, the subjunctive forms will have ceased to exist except in the single instance of slash or slash, which serves a useful function, although we manage to dispense with a corresponding form in other verbs. Here, as elsewhere, unlettered American usage simply proceeds in advance of the general movement. Be and the omitted s are already dispensed with, and even were has been discarded. In the same way, the distinction between will and shall, preserved in correct English but already breaking down in the most correct American, has been lost entirely in the American common speech. Slash will slash has displaced shall completely, save in the imperative. This preference extends to the inflections of both. Slash shan't slash is very seldom heard, almost always won't is used instead. As for should, it is displaced by ought to, degenerated to slash oughter slash or slash oughta slash, and in its negative form by hadn't oughta slash, as in he slash hadn't oughter slash said that, reported by Charters. Lardner gives various redundant combinations of should and ought, as in I don't feel as if I should ought to leave, and they should not ought to have had. I have encountered the same form, but I don't think it is as common as the simple slash oughta slash forms. In the main, should is avoided, sometimes at considerable pains. Often its place is taken by the more positive. Thus, I don't mind is used instead of I slash shouldn't slash mind. Don't has also completely displaced doesn't, which is very seldom heard. He and they are practically universal. In the same way ain't has displaced is not, am not, isn't and aren't, and even have not and haven't. One recalls a famous speech in a naval melodrama of 20 years ago. We slash ain't slash got no manners, but we can fight like hell. Such forms as he slash ain't slash here, I ain't the man, them ain't what I want, and I slash ain't slash heard of it are common. This extensive use of ain't, of course, is merely a single symptom of a general disregard of number, obvious throughout the verbs, and also among the pronouns, as we shall see. Charters gives many examples, among them, how is Uncle Wallace and Aunt Clara? You slash was slash. There is 6 and the incomparable it ain't right to say, he ain't here today. In Lardner there are many more, for instance, them giants is not such rotten hitters, is they? The people has all wanted to shake hands with Matthewson and I, and some of the men has brung their wife along. Slash says slash equals slash says slash, used as the preteritive to say, shows the same confusion. One observes it again in such forms as then I goes up to him. Here the decay of number helps in what threatens to become a decay of tense. Examples of it are not hard to find. The average racetrack follower of the humbler sort seldom says I won $2, or even I won $2, but almost always I win $2. And in the same way he says I see him come in, not I saw him or seen him. Charters Materials offers other specimens. Among them, we slash help slash distributed the fruit. She recognize, hug, and kiss him, and her father ask her if she intended doing what he asked. Perhaps the occasional use of eat as the preteritive to eat, as in I slash eat slash breakfast as soon as I got up, is an example of the same flattening out of distinctions. Lardner has many specimens, among them, if Weaver and them had not have begun kicking, and they would have slash knock slash down the fence. I notice that used and used to be is almost always reduced to simple use, as in it used to be the rule. One seldom, if ever, hears a clear D at the end. Here, of course, the elision of the D is due primarily to assimilation with the T of to a second example of one form of decay aiding another form, but the tenses apparently tend to crumble without help. I frequently hear whole narratives in a sort of debased present. I says slash to him, then he ups and says, I land him one on the ear. He goes down and out, and so on. Still under the spell of our disintegrating inflections, we are prone to regard the tense inflections of the verb as absolutely essential, but there are plenty of languages that get on without them, and even in our own language, children and foreigners often reduce them to a few simple forms. Some time ago, an Italian contractor said to me, I have go there often. Here, one of our few surviving inflections was displaced by an analytical devise, and yet the man's meaning was quite clear, and it would be absurd to say that his sentence violated the inner spirit of English. That inner spirit, in fact, has inclined steadily toward, I have go for 1,000 years. Section 4. The pronoun, the following paradigm, shows the inflections of the personal pronoun in the American common speech. First person. Common gender. Singular / plural / nominative / I we possessive conjoint. Meyer / possessive absolute mine earn / objective / me us. Second person. Common gender. Singular / nominative / you use possessive conjoint, your / possessive, absolute yorn / objective / you use. Third person. Masculine gender. Nominative he they possessive conjoint, his their / possessive, absolute hisn thern / objective / him them. Feminine gender. Nominative she they possessive, conjoint her, their / possessive, absolute hern thern / objective / her them. Neuter gender. Nominative it they possessive, conjoint its thern / possessive, absolute its their / objective / it them. These inflections, as we shall see, are often disregarded in use, but nevertheless it is profitable to glance at them as they stand. The only variations that they show from standard English are the substitution of n for s as the distinguishing mark of the absolute form of the possessive, and the attempt to differentiate between the logical and the merely polite plurals in the second person by adding the usual sign of the plural to the former. The use of /n/ in place of s is not an American innovation. It is found in many of the dialects of English, and is, in fact, historically quite as sound as the use of s in John Wycliffe's translation of the Bible circa /1380. The first sentence of the Sermon on the Mount, Mark v. 3, is made. Blessed be the poor in spirit, for the kingdom in heavens is her'n. And in his version of Luke Roman 24 is this, and some of /or ren / went into the grave. Here /her'n / or /heron / represents, of course, not the modern hers, but theirs in Anglo-Saxon the word was /heora /, and down to Chaucer's day a modified form of it, /here / was still used in the possessive plural in place of the modern /their /, though they had already displaced high in the nominative. But in John Purvey's revision of the Wycliffe Bible, made a few years later, /hern / actually occurs in Roman 2 Kings Roman 8:6 thus, restore thou to hear a lethings that ben /hern /. In Anglo-Saxon, there had been no distinction between the conjoint and absolute forms of the possessive pronouns. The simple genitive sufficed for both uses. But with the decay of that language, the surviving remnants of its grammar began to be put to service somewhat recklessly, and so there arose a genitive inflection of this genitiva true double inflection. In the northern dialects of English, that inflection was made by simply adding s, the sign of the possessive. In the southern dialects, the old end declension was applied, and so there arose such forms as minim and /eorum equals /mine and yours, from min and /eower equals /my and your. Meanwhile, the original simple genitive, now become /your also survived, and so the literature of the 14th century shows the three forms flourishing side by side. /your yours and /yorin /. All of them are in Chaucer. Thus, yorn /hern /hisn /earn and /thern /, whatever their present offense to grammarians, are of a genealogy quite as respectable as that of yours, hers, his, ours, and slash theirs slash. Both forms represent a doubling of inflections and hence grammatical debasement. On the side of the yours form is the standard usage of the past 500 years, but on the side of the yourn form there is no little force of analogy and logic, as appears on turning to slash mine slash and thine. In Anglo-Saxon, as we have seen, my was min. In the same way that was thin during the decadence of the language, the final n was dropped in both cases before nouns, that is, in the conjoint form, but it was retained in the absolute form. This usage survives to our own day. One says my book, but the book is slash mine slash. Thy faith, but I am thine. Also, one says slash no slash matter, but I have none. Without question, this retention of the slash and slash in these pronouns had something to do with the appearance of the slash and slash declension in the treatment of your, her, his, and our, and after there had displaced here in the third person plural in slash their slash. And equally without question, it supports the vulgar American usage today. What that usage shows is simply the strong popular tendency to make language as simple and as regular as possible to abolish subtleties and exceptions. The difference between his book and the book is exactly that between my and mine, slash thy slash and thine, in the examples just given. Perhaps it would have been better, says Bradley, if the literary language had accepted slash his and slash, but from some cause it did not do so. As for the addition of s to you in the nominative and objective of the second person plural, it exhibits no more than an effort to give clarity to the logical difference between the true plural and the mere polite plural. In several other dialects of English, the same desire has given rise to cognate forms, and there are even secondary devices in American. In the South, for example, the true plural is commonly indicated by you all, which, despite a northern belief to the contrary, is never used in the singular by any save the most ignorant. You all, like yous, simply means you, jointly, as opposed to the you that means thou. Again, there is the form observed in you can all of you go to hell, another plain effort to differentiate between singular and plural. The substitution of slash you slash for thou goes back to the end of the 13th century. It appeared in late Latin and in the other continental languages as well as in English, and at about the same time. In these languages, the true singular survives alongside the transplanted plural, but English has dropped it entirely, save in its poetical and liturgical forms and in a few dialects. It passed out of ordinary polite speech before Elizabeth's day. By that time, indeed, its use had acquired an air of the offensive, such as it has today, save between intimates or to children, in Germany. Thus, at the trial of Sir Walter Raleigh in 1603, Sir Edward Coke, then Attorney General, displayed his animosity to Raleigh by addressing him as thou, and finally burst into the contemptuous, I thou thee, thou traitor. And in Twelfth Night, Sir Toby Belch urges Sir Andrew Aguecheek to provoke the disguised Viola to combat by thouing her. In our own time, with thou passed out entirely, even as a pronoun of contempt, the confusion between slash you slash in the plural and you in the singular presents plain difficulties to a man of limited linguistic resources. He gets around them by setting up a distinction that is well supported by logic and analogy. I seen yous is clearly separated from I seen you, and in the conjoint position, use guys is separated from slash you slash liar. So much for the personal pronouns. As we shall see, they are used in such a manner that the distinction between the nominative and the objective forms, though still existing grammatically, has begun to break down. But first it may be well to glance at the demonstrative and relative pronouns. Of the former there are but two in English, this and that, with their plural forms, these and slash those slash. To them, American adds a third them, which is also the personal pronoun of the third person objective case. In addition, it has adopted certain adverbial pronouns, this here, these here, that there, those there, and them there, and set up inflections of the original demonstratives by analogy with mine, slash his and slash yourn slash, to wit, slash this and slash thess and slash that and slash and thosen. I present some examples of everyday use. Them are the kind I like, slash them slash men all work here. Who is this here Smith I hear about? Slash these here slash are mine, slash that their slash medicine ain't no good, those their wops has all took to the woods. I wished I had one of them their fords, slash this'n slash is better'n that'n. I like slash thes'n slash better'n thosen. The origin of the demonstratives of the this'n group is plain. They are degenerate forms of this one, that one, etc., just as slash none slash is a degenerate composition form of slash no, t, one slash. In every case of their use that I have observed, the simple demonstratives might have been set free, and one actually substituted for the terminal n, but it must be equally obvious that they have been reinforced very greatly by the absolutes of the slash hyphen slash group. For in their relation to the original demonstratives, they play the part of just such absolutes and are never used conjointly. Thus, one says in American, I take slash this and slash, or slash this and slash is mine. But one never says, I take slash this and slash hat, or slash this and slash dog is mine. In this conjoint situation plane, this is always used, and the same rule applies to these, slash those slash and that them, being a newcomer among the demonstratives, has not yet acquired an inflection in the absolute. I have never heard slash them slash, and it will probably never come in, for it is forbiddingly clumsy. One says in American, both them are mine and slash them slash collars are mine. This here, these here, that there, those there, and slash them. There are plainly combinations of pronouns and adverbs, and their function is to support the distinction between proximity, as embodied in this and these, and remoteness, as embodied in that, slash those slash and them. This here coat is mine simply means this coat here or this present coat is mine. But the adverb promises to coalesce with the pronoun so completely as to obliterate all sense of its distinct existence, even as a false noun or adjective. As commonly pronounced, this here becomes a single word, somewhat like slash this year slash, and these here becomes slash these year slash, and slash that there slash and them there become that, air and slash them air slash. Those there, if I observed accurately, is still pronounced more distinctly, but it too may succumb to composition in time. The adverb will then sink to the estate of a mere inflectional particle, as one has done in the absolutes of the Thyssen group. Them, as a personal pronoun in the absolute, of course, is commonly pronounced slash m slash, as in I seen m, and sometimes its vowel is almost lost, but this is also the case in all save the most exact spoken English. Sweet and Lounsbury, following the German grammarians, argue that this slash m slash is not really a debased form of them, but the offspring of hem, which survived as the regular plural of the third person in the objective case down to the beginning of the 15th century. But in American them is clearly pronounced as a demonstrative. I have never heard m men or m are the kind I like, but always slash them slash men, and them are the kind I like. The relative pronouns, so far as I have been able to make out, are declined as follows. Nominative who which what that slash possessive conjoint, whose slash possessive absolute whosen slash objective slash, who which what that. Two things will be noted in this paradigm. First, there is the disappearance of whom as the objective form of who, and secondly, there is the appearance of an inflected form of whose in the absolute, by analogy with mine, slash hyphen slash and Thyssen. Whom, as we have seen, is fast disappearing from standard spoken American. In the vulgar language, it is already virtually extinct. Not only is slash who slash used in such constructions as who did you find there, where even standard spoken English would tolerate it, but also in such constructions as the man who I saw, them who I trust in, and to who. Krapp explains this use of who on the ground that there is a general feeling, due to the normal word order in English, that the word which precedes the verb is the subject word, or at least the subject form. But this explanation is probably fanciful. Among the plain people no such general feeling for case exists. Their only general feeling is a prejudice against case inflections in any form whatsoever. They use who in place of whom simply because they can discern no logical difference between the significance of the one and the significance of the other. Slash whosen slash is obviously the offspring of the other absolutes in n in the conjoint relation plane whose is always used, as in whose hat is that? And the man whose dog bit me. But in the absolute slash whosen slash is often substituted, as in if it ain't slash hyphen slash, then slash whosen slash is it? The imitation is obvious. There is an analogous form of which to wit, slash which and slash, resting heavily on which one thus, slash which and slash do you like? And I didn't say slash which and slash are plainly variations of which one do you like? And I didn't say slash which one slash. That, as we have seen, has a like form, slash that and slash, but never, of course, in the relative situation. I like slash that and slash is familiar, but the one slash that and slash I like is never heard. If that, as a relative, could be used absolutely, I have no doubt that it would change to slash that and slash, as it does as a demonstrative. So with what as things stand, it is sometimes substituted for that, as in them's the kind slash what slash I like. Joined to, but it can also take the place of slash that slash in other situations, as in I don't know but what. The substitution of who for whom in the objective case, just noticed, is typical of a general movement toward breaking down all case distinctions among the pronouns, where they make their last stand in English and its dialects. This movement, of course, is not peculiar to vulgar American, nor is it of recent beginning. So long ago as the 15th century, the old clear distinction between ye, nominative, and you, objective, disappeared, and today the latter is used in both cases. Sweet says that the phonetic similarity between ye and slash, the objective form of the true second singular, was responsible for this confusion. At the start, ye actually went over to the objective case, and the usage thus established shows itself in such survivors of the period as harky, hark ye, and slash look ye in modern spoken English. Indeed, you in the objective often has a sound far more like that of ye than like that of you as, for example, in how do I do. And in American, its vowel takes the neutral form of the e in the definite article, and the word becomes a sort of shortened ya, but whenever emphasis is laid upon it, you becomes quite distinct, even in American. In I mean you, for example, there is never any chance of mistaking it for ye. In Shakespeare's time, the other personal pronouns of the objective case threatened to follow you into the nominative, and there was a compensatory movement of the nominative pronouns toward the objective. Lounsbury has collected many examples. Marlowe used is it him you seek? Tease her I esteem, and nor thee nor them shall want. Fletcher used tease her I admire. Shakespeare himself used that's me. Contrariwise, Webster used what difference is between the Duke and I. And Green used nor earth nor heaven shall part my love and I. Krapp has unearthed many similar examples from the Restoration dramatists. Etheredge used tease them. It may be slash him slash. Let you and I, and nor is it me. Matthew Prior, in a famous couplet, achieved this. For thou art a girl as much brighter than slash her slash, as he was a poet sublimer than me. The free exchange continued, in fact, until the 18th century was well advanced. There are examples of it in Addison. Moreover, it survived, at least in part, even the attack that was then made upon it by the professors of the newborn science of English grammar, and to this day, it is me is still in more or less good colloquial use. Sweet thinks that it is supported in such use, though not, of course, grammatically, by the analogy of the correct, it is he and it is she. Lounsbury, following Dean Alford, says it came into English in imitation of the French slash c'est moi, and defends it as at least as good as it is I, the contrary form, between you and I, has no defenders and is apparently going out. But in the shape of between my wife and I, it is seldom challenged, at least in spoken English. All these liberties with the personal pronouns, however, fade to insignificance when put beside the thoroughgoing confusion of the case forms in vulgar American. Us fellers is so far established in the language that we fellers, from the mouth of a car conductor, would seem almost an affectation. So, too, is me and her are friends. So, again, are I seen you and her and I set down together, him and his wife, and I knowed it was her. Here are some other characteristic examples of the use of the objective forms in the nominative from Charters and Lardner. Me and her was both late. His brother is taller than slash him slash. That little boy was slash me slash. Slash us slash girls went home, they were John and slash him slash. Slash her slash and little Al is to stay here. She says she thinks us and the Allens, if Weaver and them had not have begun kicking. But not me, slash him slash and I are friends, slash me slash and them are friends. Less numerous, but still varied and plentiful, are the substitutions of nominative forms for objective forms. She gave it to mother and slash I slash. She took all of we children. I want you to meet he and I at 29th Street. He gave he and I both some. It is going to cost me $6 a week for a room for she and the baby. Anything she has is okay for slash I slash and Flory. Here are some grotesque confusions, indeed. Perhaps the best way to get at the principles underlying them is to examine first not the cases of their occurrence, but the cases of their non-occurrence. let us begin with the transfer of the objective form to the nominative in the subject relation. Me and her was both late is obviously sound American. One hears it, or something like it, on the streets every day. But one never hears me was late, or her was late, or us was late, or him was late, or them was late. Again, one hears us girls was there, but never us was there. Yet again, one hears her and John was married, but never her was married. The distinction here set up should be immediately plain. It exactly parallels that between her and slash her and slash, our and slash er and slash, there and slash there and slash. The tendency, as Sweet says, is to merge the distinction of nominative and objective in that of conjoint and absolute. The nominative, in the subject relation, takes the usual nominative form only when it is in immediate contact with its verb. If it be separated from its verb by a conjunction or any other part of speech, even including another pronoun, it takes the objective form. Thus, slash me slash went home would strike even the most ignorant shop girl as bad grammar. But she would use me and my friend went, or me and slash him slash, or he and her, or me and them without the slightest hesitation. What is more, if the separation be effected by a conjunction and another pronoun, the other pronoun also changes to the objective form, even though its contact with the verb may be immediate. Thus one hears me and her was there, not me and slash she slash, her and him kissed, not her and he still more. This second pronoun commonly undergoes the same inflection even when the first member of the group is not another pronoun, but a noun. Thus one hears John and her were married, not John and slash she slash. To this rule there is but one exception, and that is in the case of the first-person pronoun, especially in the singular. Slash him slash and me are friends is heard often, but him and I are friends is also heard. I seems to suggest the subject very powerfully. It is actually the subject of perhaps a majority of the sentences uttered by an ignorant man. At all events, it resists the rule at least partially, and may even do so when actually separated from the verb by another pronoun, itself in the objective form, as for example, in slash I slash and him were there. In the predicate relation, the pronouns respond to a more complex regulation. When they follow any form of the simple verb of being, they take the objective form, as in it's me, it ain't him, and I am him, probably because the transitiveness of this verb exerts a greater pull than its function as a mere copula, and perhaps, too, because the passive naturally tends to put the speaker in the place of the object. I seen he, or he kissed she, or he struck I, would seem as ridiculous to an ignorant American as to the Archbishop of Canterbury, and his instinct for simplicity and regularity naturally tends to make him reduce all similar expressions, or what seem to him to be similar expressions, to coincidence with the more seemly, I seen him. After all, the verb of being is fundamentally transitive, and in some ways the most transitive of all verbs. And so it is not illogical to bring its powers over the pronoun into accord with the powers exerted by the others. I incline to think that it is some such subconscious logic, and not the analogy of it is slash he slash, as Sweet argues, that has brought it is me to conversational respectability, even among rather careful speakers of English. But against this use of the objective form in the nominative position, after the verb of being there also occurs in American a use of the nominative form in the objective position, as in, she gave it to mother and I, and she took all of we children. What lies at the bottom of it seems to be a feeling somewhat resembling that which causes the use of the objective form before the verb, but exactly contrary in its effects. That is to say, the nominative form is used when the pronoun is separated from its governing verb, whether by a noun phrase, or another pronoun, as in, she gave it to mother and I. She took all of we children, and he paid her and I, respectively. But here usage is far from fixed, and one observes variations in both directions, that is, toward using the correct objective when the pronoun is detached from the verb, and toward using the nominative even when it directly follows the verb. She gave it to mother and me. She took all of us children, and he paid her and slash me slash would probably sound quite as correct to a knight of Pythias as the forms just given. And at the other end, Charters and Lardner report such forms as I want you to meet he and I, and it is going to cost me $6 a week for a room for she and the baby. I have noticed, however, that, in the overwhelming main, the use of the nominative is confined to the pronoun of the first person, and particularly to its singular. Here again, we have an example of the powerful way in which I asserts itself. And superimposed upon that influence is a cause mentioned by Sweet in discussing between you and /I/. It is a sort of byproduct of the pedagogical war upon it is me. As such expressions, he says, are still denounced by the grammars, many people try to avoid them in speech as well as in writing. The result of this reaction is that the me in such constructions as between John and me and he saw John and me sounds vulgar and ungrammatical, and is consequently corrected into /I/. Here the pedagogues, seeking to impose an inelastic and illogical grammar upon a living speech, succeed only in corrupting it still more. Following then, and as the American uses the objective form of the pronoun, as in, he is taller than me, and such as her, he also uses it following like, but not when, as often happens, he uses the word in place of as or as if. Thus he says, do it like /him/, but do it like he does, and she looks like she was sick. What appears here is an instinctive feeling that these words, followed by a pronoun only, are not adverbs but prepositions, and that they should have the same power to put the pronoun into an oblique case that other prepositions have. Just as the taller of /we/ would sound absurd to all of us, so taller than he, to the unschooled American, sounds absurd. This feeling has a good deal of respectable support. As her was used by Swift, then me by Burke, and then whom by Milton. The brothers Fowler show that in some cases, then him is grammatically correct and logically necessary. For example, compare I love you more than him and I love you more than he. The first means I love you more than I love him. The second, I love you more than he loves you. In the first, him does not refer to I, which is nominative, but to /you/, which is objective, and so it is properly objective also. But the American, of course, uses him even when the preceding noun is in the nominative, save only when another verb follows the pronoun. Thus, he says, I love you better than him, but I love you better than /he/ does. In the matter of the reflexive pronouns, the American Vulgate exhibits forms which plainly show that it is the spirit of the language to regard self, not as an adjective, which it is historically, but as a noun. This confusion goes back to Anglo-Saxon days. It originated at a time when both the adjectives and the nouns were losing their old inflections. Such forms as /Petrosilf/ equals /Peter's self, /Christsilf/ equals /Christ's self, and /Eichsilf/ equals /I/ self then came into use, and along with them came combinations of self and the genitive, still surviving in his self and their selves or their self. Down to the 16th century, these forms remained in perfectly good usage. Each for his self, for example, was written by Sir Philip Sidney, and is to be found in the dramatists of the time, though modern editors always change it to himself. How the dative pronoun got itself fastened upon self in the third person masculine and neuter is one of the mysteries of language. But there it is, and so, against all logic, history, and grammatical regularity, himself, /themselves/ and itself, not itself, are in favor today. But the American, as usual, inclines against these illogical exceptions to the rule set by myself. I constantly hear his self and their selves, as in, he done it himself, and they don't know theirselves. Sometimes /theirself/ is substituted for theirselves, as in, they all seen it theirself. Also, the emphatic own is often inserted between the pronoun and the noun, as in, let every man save his own self. The American pronoun does not necessarily agree with its noun and number. I find I can tell each one what they make, each fellow put their foot on the line, nobody can do what they like, and she was one of these kind of people in charters, and I am not the kind of man that is always thinking about their record. If he was to hit a man in the head, they would think their nose tickled, in Lardner. At the bottom of this error there is a real difficulty, the lack of a pronoun of the true common gender in English, corresponding to the French /, sois/ and son his, after a noun or pronoun connoting both sexes, often sounds inept, and his or her is intolerably clumsy. Thus the inaccurate plural is often substituted. The brothers Fowler have discovered anybody else who have only /themselves/ in view in Richardson, and everybody is discontented with their lot in Disraeli. And Ruskin once wrote, if a customer wishes you to injure their foot. In spoken American, even the most careful, they and there often appear. I turn to the /congressional record / at random and in 2 minutes find, if anyone will look at the bank statements they will see. In the lower reaches of the language, the plural seems to get into every sentence of any complexity, even when the preceding noun or pronoun is plainly singular. Section 5. The adverb. All the adverbial endings in English, save /, have gradually fallen into decay. It is the only one that is ever used to form new adverbs. At earlier stages of the language, various other endings were used, and some of them survive in a few old words, though they are no longer employed in making new words. The Anglo-Saxon endings were e and lice. The latter was, at first, merely in /e/ ending to adjectives in /lik/, but after a time it attained to independence and was attached to adjectives not ending in /lik/. In early Middle English, this lice changes to like, and later on to /ly/ and /ly/. Meanwhile, the e ending, following the /e/ endings of the nouns, adjectives, and verbs, ceased to be pronounced, and so it gradually fell away. Thus, a good many adverbs came to be indistinguishable from their ancestral adjectives. For example, hard in to pull hard, loud in to speak loud, and /deep/ in to bury deep equals Anglo-Saxon /diapi/. Worse, not a few adverbs actually became adjectives. For example, wide, which was originally the Anglo-Saxon adjective /wid/ equals /wide/ with the adverbial e ending, and late, which was originally the Anglo-Saxon adjective /leet/ equals /slow/ with the same ending. The result of this movement toward identity in form was a confusion between the two classes of words, and from the time of Chaucer down to the 18th century, one finds innumerable instances of the use of the simple adjective as an adverb. He will answer /true/ is in Sir Thomas More, and soft unto himself he said in Chaucer. The singers sang loud in the Revised Version of the Bible, Nehemiah Roman 12:42, and indifferent well in Shakespeare. Even after the purists of the 18th century began their corrective work, this confusion continued. Thus, one finds, the people are /miserable/ poor in Hume, how unworthy you treated mankind in /The Spectator/ and wonderful silly in Joseph Butler. To this day, the grammarians battle with the barbarism, still without complete success. Every new volume of rules and regulations for those who would speak by the book is full of warnings against it. Among the great masses of the plain people, it goes without saying, it flourishes unimpeded. The cautions of the schoolmarm, in a matter so subtle and so plainly lacking in logic or necessity, are forgotten as quickly as her prohibition of the double negative, and thereafter the adjective and the adverb tend more and more to coalesce in a part of speech which serves the purposes of both, and is simple and intelligible and satisfying. Charters gives a number of characteristic examples of its use. Wounded very bad, I sure was stiff, drank out of a cup /easy/, he looked up quick. Many more are in Lardner, a chance to see me work regular, I am glad I was lucky enough to marry /happy/, I beat them easy, and so on, and others fall upon the ear every day. He done it proper, he done himself proud, she was dressed neat, she was awful ugly, the horse ran it near finished him, it sells quick. I like it fine, he ate hoggish, she acted mean, they keep company steady. The bob-tailed adverb, indeed, enters into a large number of the commonest coins of vulgar speech. Near silk, I dare say, is properly /nearly silk/. The grammarians protest that run slow should be run slowly. But near, silk, and run slow remain and so do to be in bad, to play it up strong and their brothers. What we have here is simply an incapacity to distinguish any ponderable difference between adverb and adjective, and beneath it, perhaps, is the incapacity, already noticed in dealing with it is me, to distinguish between the common verb of being and any other verb. If it is bad is correct, then why should it leaks bad be incorrect? It is just this disdain of purely grammatical reasons that is at the bottom of most of the phenomena visible in vulgar American, and the same impulse is observable in all other languages during periods of inflectional decay. During the highly inflected stage of a language, the parts of speech are sharply distinct, but when inflections fall off they tend to disappear. The adverb, being at best the stepchild of grammar, as the old Latin grammarians used to say, omnis pars orationis migrat in adverbium /, is one of the chief victims of this anarchy. John Horne Tooke, despairing of bringing it to any order, even in the most careful English, called it, in his Epia Tercenta, the common sink and repository of all heterogeneous and unknown corruptions. Where an obvious logical or lexical distinction has grown up between an adverb and its primary adjective, the unschooled American is very careful to give it its terminal ///. For example, he seldom confuses /hard/ and hardly, scarce and scarcely, real and really. These words convey different ideas. Hard means unyielding, /hardly/ means barely. Scarce means present only in small numbers, /scarcely/ is substantially synonymous with hardly. Real means genuine, /really/ is an assurance of veracity. So again with late and /lately/. Thus an American says I don't know scarcely, not I don't know scarce. He died lately, not he died late. But in nearly all such cases syntax is the preservative, not grammar. These adverbs seem to keep their tails largely because they are commonly put before and not after verbs, as in, for example, I/hardly/ or scarcely know, and I really mean it. Many other adverbs that take that position habitually are saved as well. For example, generally, usually, surely, certainly. But when they follow verbs, they often succumb, as in I'll do it sure and I seen him recent. And when they modify adjectives, they sometimes succumb, too, as in it was sure hot. Practically all the adverbs made of adjectives in Y lose the terminal // and thus become identical with their adjectives. I have never heard mightily used. It is always mighty, as in he hit him mighty hard. So with filthy /dirty / nasty, lowly, naughty and their cognates. One hears he acted dirty, he spoke nasty, the child behaved naughty, and so on. Here even standard English has had to make concessions to euphony. Cleanlily is seldom used, cleanly nearly always takes its place, and the use of illy is confined to pedants. Vulgar American, like all the higher forms of American and all save the most precise form of written English, has abandoned the old inflections of here, there and where, to wit, hither and /hence /, thither and thence, whither and whence. These fossil remains of dead cases are fast disappearing from the language. In the case of hither equals / to here, even the preposition has been abandoned. One says, not I came to here, but simply I came here. In the case of hence, however, from here is still used, and so with from there and from where finally, it goes without saying that the common American tendency to add s to such adverbs as towards is carried to full length in the vulgar language. One constantly hears, not only somewheres and forwards, but even /no ways / and anyways. Here we have but one more example of the movement toward uniformity and simplicity. Anyways is obviously fully supported by sideways and always. Section 6. The noun and adjective, the only inflections of the noun remaining in English, are those for number and for the genitive, and so it is in these two regions that the few variations to be noted in vulgar American occur. The rule that, in forming the plurals of compound nouns or noun phrases, the s shall be attached to the principal noun is commonly disregarded, and it goes at the end. Thus, I have 2 sons-in-law is never heard. One always hears, I have 2 son-in-laws / So with the genitive. I once overheard this. That umbrella is the young lady I go with's. Often a false singular is formed from a singular ending in s, the latter being mistaken for a plural. Chinny /Portuguese and Japanese are familiar. I have also noted /trappy tactic and summon from trapeze, tactics and /summons /. Paradoxically, the word incidents is commonly misused for incident, as in, he told an incidence. Here incidents, or /incident / seems to be regarded as a synonym, not for happening, but for story I have never heard, he told of an incidence. The / of / is always omitted. The general disregard of number often shows itself when the noun is used as object. I have already quoted Lardner's, some of the men has brung their wife along. In a popular magazine I lately encountered, those book ethnologists, can't see what is before their nose. Many similar examples might be brought forward. The adjectives are inflected only for comparison, and the American commonly uses them correctly, with now and then a double comparative or superlative to ease his soul. More better is the commonest of these. It has a good deal of support in logic. A sick man is reported today to be better tomorrow, he is further improved. Is he to be reported better again, or best? The standard language gets around the difficulty by using still better. The American Vulgate boldly employs more better in the case of worse. /worser/ is used, as Charters shows. He also reports slash baddest slash, more queerer slash and beautifulest. Slash littler slash, which he notes, is still outlawed from standard English, but it has, with littlest, a respectable place in American. The late Richard Harding Davis wrote a play called The Slash Littlest Slash Girl. The American freely compares adjectives that are incapable of the inflection logically. Charters report slash most principal slash, and I myself have heard slash unicker slash and even more unicker slash, as in I have never saw nothing more unicker slash. I have also heard slash more ultra, more worse, slash idealer slash, liver that is, slash more alive slash, and slash wellest slash, as in, he was the slash wellest slash man you ever seen. In general, the and s terminations are used instead of the more and most prefixes, as in beautiful slash beautifuler slash beautifulest. The fact that the comparative relates to two and the superlative to more than two is almost always forgotten. I have never heard the better of the two, but always the best of the two. Charters also reports the hardest of the two, and my brother and I measured, and he was the tallest. I have frequently heard, it ain't so worse, but here a humorous effect seems to have been intended. Adjectives are made much less rapidly in American than either substantives or verbs. The only suffix that seems to be in general use for that purpose is y, as in tony, classy, daffy, nutty slash dinky slash, leery, etc. The use of the adjectival prefix super is confined to the more sophisticated classes. The plain people seem to be unaware of it. This relative paucity of adjectives appears to be common to the more primitive varieties of speech. E.J. Hills, in his elaborate study of the vocabulary of a child of 2, found that it contained but 23 descriptive adjectives, of which 6 were the names of colors, as against 59 verbs and 173 common nouns. Moreover, most of the 23-6 were adjectives of all work, such as nasty, funny, and nice. Colloquial American uses the same rubber stamps of speech. Funny connotes the whole range of the unusual. Hard indicates every shade of difficulty. Nice is everything satisfactory. Bully is a superlative of almost limitless scope. The decay of one to a vague end sound, as in slash this and slash, is matched by a decay of than after comparatives. Slash earlier than is seldom if ever heard. Composition reduces the two words to slash earlier and slash. So with slash better and slash faster and slash hotter and slash deader and slash, etc. Once I overheard the following dialogue. I like a belt more looser and slash what this one is. Well then, why don't you unloosen it? You got it unloosened. Section 7. The double negative syntactically, perhaps the chief characteristic of vulgar American is its sturdy fidelity to the double negative. So freely is it used, indeed, that the simple negative appears to be almost abandoned. Such phrases as I see nobody or I know nothing about it are heard so seldom that they appear to be affectations when encountered. The well-nigh universal forms are I don't see nobody and I don't know nothing about it. Charters lists some very typical examples. Among them, he ain't never coming back slash no slash more. You don't care for nobody but yourself. Couldn't be slash no slash more happier, and I can't see nothing. In Lardner there are innumerable examples. They was not no team. I have not never thought of that. I can't write no more. No chance to get slash no slash money from nowhere. We can't have nothing to do, and so on. Some of his specimens show a considerable complexity. For example, Matthewson was not only going as far as the coast, meaning, as the context shows, that he was going as far as the coast and no further. Only gets into many other examples, e.g., he hadn't only the one pass, and I don't work nights no more, slash only slash except Sunday nights. This latter I got from a car conductor. Many other curious specimens are in my collectania, among them. One swaller don't make no summer. I never seen nothing I would have rather saw. And once a child gets burnt once it won't never stick its hand in no fire no more, and so on. The last embodies a triple negative. In the more faster you go, the sooner you get there is an elaborate muddling of negatives that is very characteristic. Like most other examples of bad grammar, encountered in American, the compound negative is of great antiquity and was once quite respectable. The student of Anglo-Saxon encounters it constantly. In that language, the negative of the verb was formed by prefixing a particle slash ni slash. Thus, slash singen slash equals slash to sing became slash ni singen slash equals slash not to sing. In case the verb began with a vowel, the slash ni slash dropped its slash e slash and was combined with the verb, as in slash ni for slash, never, from slash ni for slash equals slash not ever. In case the verb began with an h or a slash w slash followed by a vowel, the h or w of the verb and the e of slash ni slash were both dropped, as in slash neef slash equals has not, from slash ni heath slash equals slash not has, and slash nold slash equals slash would not, from slash ni wold slash. Finally, in case the vowel following a w was an I, it changed to y, as in slash nist slash equals knew not, from slash ni wist slash. But inasmuch as Anglo-Saxon was a fully inflected language, the inflections for the negative did not stop with the verbs. The indefinite article, the indefinite pronoun, and even some of the nouns were also inflected, and survivors of those forms appear to this day in such words as none and slash nothing slash. Moreover, when an actual inflection was impossible, it was the practice to insert this slash ni slash before a word. In the sense of our slash no slash or not still more, it came to be the practice to reinforce slash ni slash before a vowel. With na equals slash not slash or slash not slash equals slash nothing slash, which later degenerated to slash nat slash and not as a result, there were fearful and wonderful combinations of negatives, some of them fully matching the best efforts of Lardner's baseball player. Sweet gives several curious examples. Nan ni dorst nan thing is seen, translated literally, becomes no one dares not ask nothing. Theet whose none ni feel becomes, the house did not fall not. As for the Middle English, he never nad nothing. It has too modern and familiar a ring to need translating at all. Chaucer, at the beginning of the period of transition to modern English, used the double negative with the utmost freedom. In The Knight's Tale is this. He slash never slash, yet no violeni slash ni slash said in all his life, unto no manor white. By the time of Shakespeare, this license was already much restricted, but a good many double negatives are nevertheless to be found in his plays, and he was particularly shaky in the use of nor in Richard Roman III. One finds, I never was nor never will be, in Measure for Measure, harp not on that nor do not banish treason, and in Romeo and Juliet, thou expectedst not, nor I looked not for. This misuse of nor is still very frequent. In other directions, too, the older forms show a tendency to survive all the assaults of grammarians. Know it, heard every day and by no means from the ignorant only, is a sort of double negative. The insertion of, but before that, as in I doubt but that, and there is no question but that, makes a double negative that is probably full-blown. Nevertheless, as we have seen, it is heard on the floor of Congress every day, and the Fowlers show that it is also common in England. Even worse forms get into the congressional record not long ago. For example, I encountered, without hardly an exception, in a public paper of the utmost importance. There are, indeed, situations in which the double negative leaps to the lips or from the pen almost irresistibly. Even such careful writers as Huxley, Robert Louis Stevenson, and Leslie Stephen have occasionally dallied with it. It is perfectly allowable in the Romance languages, and as we have seen, is almost the rule in the American Vulgate. Now and then some anarchistic student of the language boldly defends and even advocates it. The double negative, said a writer in the London Review a long time ago, has been abandoned to the great injury of strength of expression. Surely, I won't take nothing is stronger than either I will take nothing or I won't take anything. Language begins, says Sayce, with sentences, not with single words. In a speech in process of rapid development, unrestrained by critical analysis, the tendency to sacrifice the integrity of words to the needs of the complete sentence is especially marked. One finds it clearly in American. Already we have examined various assimilation and composition forms, slash that and slash, use, to, slash would a slash, them, air, and so on. Many others are observable. Is a good example. It comes from off of and shows a preposition decaying to the form of a mere inflectional particle. One constantly hears, I bought it John. Slash sorta slash, slash kinda slash, and their like follow in the footsteps of slash woulda slash. Slash usent slash follows the analogy of don't and slash wouldn't slash. Slash would be slash and should be slash are widely used. Lardner commonly hears them as would of and should of. The neutral slash a slash particle also appears in other situations, especially before way, as in slash that a way slash and way it is found again in a tall, a liaison form of it all. Section 8. Pronunciation, before anything approaching a thorough and profitable study of the sounds of the American common speech is possible, there must be a careful assembling of the materials. And this, unfortunately, still awaits a philologist of sufficient enterprise and equipment. Dr. William A. Reed, of the State University of Louisiana, has made some excellent examinations of vowel and consonant sounds in the South. Dr. Louise Pound has done capital work of the same sort in the Middle West, and there have been other regional studies of merit. But most of these become misleading by reason of their lack of scope. Forms practically universal in the nation are discussed as dialectical variations. This is the central defect in the work of the American Dialect Society, otherwise very industrious and meritorious. It is essaying to study localisms before having first platted the characteristics of the general speech. The dictionaries of Americanisms deal with pronunciation only casually and often very inaccurately. The remaining literature is meager and unsatisfactory. Until the matter is gone into at length, it will be impossible to discuss any phase of it with exactness. No single investigator can examine the speech of the whole country. For that business, a pooling of forces is necessary. But meanwhile, it may be of interest to set forth a few provisional ideas. At the start, two streams of influence upon American pronunciation may be noted, the one an inheritance from the English of the colonists and the other arising spontaneously within the country and apparently much colored by immigration. The first influence, it goes without saying, is gradually dying out. Consider, for example, the pronunciation of the diphthong oi in Middle English. It was as in slash boy slash, but during the early modern English period, it was assimilated with that of the I in wine, and this usage prevailed at the time of the settlement of America. The colonists thus brought it with them, and at the same time it lodged in Ireland, where it still prevails. But in England, during the pedantic 18th century, this slash I slash sound was displaced by the original oi sound, not by historical research, but by mere deduction from the spelling. And the new pronunciation soon extended to the polite speech of America. In the common speech, however, the I sound persisted, and down to the time of the Civil War it was constantly heard in such words as boil, hoist, slash oil slash, join, poison and royal, which thus became bile, hist, slash isle slash gine slash pison slash and rile. Since then the schoolmarm has combated it with such vigor that it has begun to disappear, and such forms as slash pison slash gine slash, bile and slash isle slash are now very seldom heard, save as dialectic variations. But in certain other words, perhaps supported by Irish influence, the I sound still persists. Chief among them are hoist and royal. An unlearned American, wishing to say that he was enraged, never says that he was roiled, but always that he was riled. Desiring to examine the hoof of his horse, he never orders the animal to hoist, but always to hist in the form of booze hister. The latter is almost in good usage. I have seen booze hister, thus spelled and obviously to be thus pronounced, in an editorial article in the American issue, organ of the Anti-Saloon League of America. Various similar misplaced vowels were brought from England by the colonists and have persisted in America, while dying out of good England usage. There is, for example, short I in place of long E, as in critter for creature. Critter is common to almost all the dialects of English, but American has embedded the vowel in a word that is met with nowhere else, and has thus become characteristic. To wit, crick for creek, nor does any other dialect make such extensive use of slick for sleek. Again, there is the substitution of the flat A for the broad A in sauce. England has gone back to the broad A, but in America the flat A persists, and many Americans who use sassy every day would scarcely recognize slash saucy slash if they heard it. Yet again, there is quoit. Originally, the English pronounced it quate, but now they pronounce the diphthong as indoily. In the United States, the quate pronunciation remains. Finally, there is deaf. Its proper pronunciation, in the England that the colonists left, was slash deef slash, but it now rhymes with slash jeff slash. That new pronunciation has been adopted by polite American, despite the protests of Noah Webster, but in the common speech the word is still always deef. However, a good many of the vowels of the early days have succumbed to pedagogy. The American proletarian may still use slash skier slash for scare, but in most of the other words of that class, he now uses the vowel approved by correct English usage. Thus he seldom permits himself such old forms as slash dreen slash for drain, slash keer slash for care, slash skier slash for scarce, or even cheer for chair. The Irish influence supported them for a while, but now they are fast going out. So too are slash kiver slash for cover, crap for crop, and slash kist slash for chest. But kittle for kettle still shows a certain vitality, slash wrench slash is still used in place of rinse, and squinch in place of slash squint slash, and a flat A continues to displace various E sounds in such words as rare for rear E. G, as a horse, and slash wrestle slash for wrestle contrariwise, E displaces A in catch and slash radish slash, which are commonly pronounced catch and reddish. This slash E slash sound was once accepted in standard English. When it got into spoken American, it was perfectly sound. One still hears it from the most pedantic lips in any. There are also certain other ancients that show equally unbroken vitality among us. For example, stomp for slash stamp slash, snoot for snout, guardian for guardian, and slash champion slash for champion. But all these vowels, whether approved or disapproved, have been under the pressure, for the past century, of a movement toward a general vowel neutralization, and in the long run it promises to dispose of many of them. The same movement also affects Standard English, as appears by Robert Bridges' tract on the present state of English pronunciation. But I believe that it is stronger in America and will go farther, at least with the common speech, if only because of our unparalleled immigration. Standard English has 19 separate vowel sounds. No other living tongue of Europe, save Portuguese, has so many. Most of the others have a good many less. Modern Greek has but 5. The immigrant, facing all these vowels, finds some of them quite impossible. The Russian Jew, as we have seen, cannot manage as a result. He tends to employ a neutralized vowel in all the situations which present difficulties, and this neutralized vowel, supported by the slipshod speech habits of the native proletariat, makes steady progress. It appears in many of the forms that we have been examining in the final A of slash would a slash, vaguely before the slash and slash in, and slash often slash, in place of the original D in use. 2, and in the common pronunciation of such words as been, come, and slash have slash, particularly when they are sacrificed to sentence exigencies, as in I slash been slash thinking, slash seem air, and he would slash v slash saw you. Here we are upon a wearing down process that shows many other symptoms. One finds not only vowels disorganized but also consonants. Some are displaced by other consonants, measurably more facile, others are dropped altogether. D becomes T as in Holt, or is dropped as in toll, slash handkerchief slash, brand new, and slash find slash for find. In slash ask slash for ask, T replaces K. When the same word is used in place of asked, as often happens, E. G in I slash asked slash him his name, it shoulders out ked. It is itself lopped off in slash bankrupt slash, slash quantity slash crep slash slep slash wep slash kep slash gristmill slash, and slash less slash equals slash let us, and is replaced by D in slash kindergarten slash and partner. L disappears, as in slash already slash and slash gentleman slash. S becomes slash tsh slash, as in pincers the same slash tsh slash replaces C, as in pitcher for picture, and T, as in amateur. G disappears from the ends of words, and sometimes, too, in the middle, as in slash strent slash and slash recone slash. R, though it is better preserved in American than in English, is also under pressure, as appears by bust, stuck on for struck on, cuss for slash curse slash yesterday slash sarsaparilla slash patridge slash catridge slash they is slash for there is, and slash saddy slash for Saturday. An excrescent slash T slash survives in a number of words, e. G slash onct slash twicked slash clost slash wished slash for wish, and slash chanked slash. It is an heirloom from the English of 2 centuries ago. So is the final H in slash hate slash. An excrescent slash B slash, as in chimbly and slash family slash, seems to be native. Whole syllables are dropped out of words, paralleling the English butchery of extraordinary. For example, in slash boundary slash history slash libri slash and y. Ordinary, like extraordinary, is commonly enunciated clearly, but it has bred a degenerated form, slash onry slash or slash onery slash, differentiated in meaning. Consonants are misplaced by metathesis. as in slash perspiration slash, hundred, slash brethren slash children slash introduce slash apron slash, Calvary slash government slash modern slash and slash wastard slash for worsted. Ow is changed to as in slash feller slash swaller slash, yeller slash beller slash umbrellar slash and holler slash ice slash is changed to in slash jonder slash. Words are given new syllables, as in slash ellum slash mischievous slash and municipal. In the complete sentence, assimilation makes this disorganization much more obvious. Mearns, in a brief article, gives many examples of the extent to which it is carried. He hears wa z say, for what does he say? Where z, for where is he? Asked in for ask her in, itm ode for hit them out, sry for that is right, and semir for come here. He believes that T is gradually succumbing to D and cites as better, for that's better, when jed din. For when did you get in? And sit up, for sit up. One hears countless other such decayed forms on the street every day. Slash have to is almost invariably made have to, with the neutral vowel where I have put the second a-lets already noticed is slash la s slash. The neutral vowel replaces the slash u slash of good and y. What did you say reduces itself to was I. Maybe is slash maybe slash perhaps slash is slash pirap slash, so long is slash s long slash, excuse me is excuse me. The common salutation, how are you, is so dismembered that it finally emerges as a word almost indistinguishable from hi. Here there is room for inquiry, and that inquiry deserves the best effort of American phonologists, for the language is undergoing rapid changes under their very eyes, or, perhaps more accurately, under their very ears, and a study of those changes should yield a great deal of interesting matter. How did the word stint, on American lips, first convert itself into stent and then into stunt? By what process was slash bok slash changed into buck? Both stunt and buck are among the commonest words in the everyday American vocabulary, and yet no one, so far, has investigated them scientifically. A byway that is yet to be so much as entered is that of naturalized loanwords in the common speech. A very characteristic word of that sort is sachet. Its relationship to the French chassé slash seems to be plain, and yet it has acquired meanings in American that differ very widely from the meaning of chassé slash. How widely it is dispersed may be seen by the fact that it is reported in popular use as a verb signifying to prance or to walk consciously in southeastern Missouri, Nebraska, northwestern Arkansas, eastern Alabama, and western Indiana, and with slightly different meaning on Cape Cod. The travels of cafe in America would repay investigation, particularly its variations in pronunciation. I believe that it is fast becoming kaif. Plaza, boulevard, vaudeville, menu, and rathskeller have entered into the common speech of the land and are pronounced as American words. Such words, when they come in verbally, by actual contact with immigrants, commonly retain some measure of their correct native pronunciation. Spiel, kosher, Ganoff and matzo are examples. Their vowels remain un-American. But words that come in visually, say through street signs and the newspapers, are immediately overhauled and have thoroughly Americanized vowels and consonants thereafter. School teachers have been trying to establish various pseudo-French pronunciations of vase for 50 years past, but it still rhymes with face in the Vulgate. Vaudeville is vaud, ville, boulevard has a hard D at the end. Plaza has two flat A's. The first syllable of menu rhymes with B. The first of rathskeller with cats. Fiancé is fiancé y nay rhymes with C. Décolleté is décolleté Hofbrau is Hofbrau . The German W has lost its V sound and becomes an American W I have. In my day heard protege for protege habitu for habite connoisseur for connoisseur scherzo for scherzo premier for premiere etude for etude and prelude for prelude. Divorcee is divorcee and has all the rakishness of the adjectives in why the first syllable of mayonnaise rhymes with hay creme de menthe is cream de mint Schweizer is Schweitzer . Slash Rochefort slash is Roquefort. I have heard slash debut slash with the last syllable rhyming with slash nut slash. I have heard slash minute slash for minuet. I have heard slash t-chef d'oeuvre slash for chef d'oeuvre slash. And who doesn't remember? As I walked along the boys' Boulogne slash with an independent air. And say au revoir slash, but not goodbye. Charles James Fox, it is said, called the red wine of France slash Bordeaux slash to the end of his days. He had an American heart. His great speeches for the revolting colonies were more than mere oratory. Footnotes. Sweet, perhaps the abbot of the order, makes almost indecent haste to sin. See the second paragraph on the very first page of Volume I of his New English Grammar. Yale Review, April 1918, p. 548. Yale Review Op. Cit. / p. 560. The difficulties created by grammarians are to be ignored by W.H. Wilcox, Atlantic Educational Journal, Nov. 1912, p. 8. The title of this article is quoted from Ministerial Instructions of 1909 to the teachers of French. Op. Cit. / p. 7. Mr. Wilcox is an instructor in the Maryland State Normal School. See especially chapters Roman 9 and X of words, and their uses in chapters Roman 17, Roman 18 and Roman 19 of Everyday English. Also the preface to the latter, Pisi / et sec. / the study of other languages has been made difficult by the same attempt to force the characters of Greek and Latin grammar upon them. One finds a protest against the process, for example, in E. H. Palmer's Grammar of Hindustani, Persian and Arabic, London, 1906. In all ages, indeed, grammarians appear to have been fatuous. The learned will remember Aristophanes' ridicule of them in the Clouds, 666-90. The case is well summarized in Simpler English Grammar by Patterson Wardlaw, Bull, of the University of S. Carolina, No. 38 pt. Roman 3, July 1914. Cincinnati, 1868, Reverend ed., 1878. New York, 1903, Reverend ed., 1915. Even Sweet, though he bases his New English Grammar upon the spoken language and thus sets the purists at defiance, quickly succumbs to the labeling mania. Thus his classification of tenses includes such fabulous monsters as these: continuous, recurrent, neutral, definite, indefinite, secondary, incomplete, inchoate, short, and long. By W. F. Webster and Alice Woodworth Cooley, Boston, 1903, Reverend eds., 1905 and 1909. The authors are Minneapolis teachers. Op. Cit. / p. 8. Bulletin No. 2, Washington, 1917. The Middle American, American Magazine, March, 1907. /cf/ White, Everyday English, p. 367 / et sec / /cf/ Sweet, New English Grammar, Volume I, p. 5. Dr. Charter's report appears as Volume Roman 16, No. 2, University of Missouri Bulletin, Education Series No. 9, Jan. 1915. He was aided in his inquiry by Edith Miller, teacher of English in one of the St. Louis high schools. You Know Me Al, New York, 1916. Saturday Evening Post, July 11, 1914. Bin is the correct American pronunciation. Bean, as we have seen, is the English, but I have often found ben rhyming with /pen/ in such phrases as I been there. CP 209. Seldom used. Get is used in the place of it, as in I am getting old and he got sick. Burned with a distinct D sound is almost unknown in American. CP 201. Not used. Cotched is heard only in the South and mainly among the Negroes. Catch, of course, is always pronounced catch. But I drew 3 jacks in poker. /Fotch/ is also heard, but it is not general. Fit and /fit and /, unless my observation errs, are heard only in dialect. Fit is archaic English. /cf/ Thornton, Volume I, p. 322. /glode/ once enjoyed a certain respectability in America. It occurs in the Knickerbocker magazine for April, 1856. Hanged is never heard. Het is incomplete without the addition of up. He was /head up/ is always heard, not he was het. Always so pronounced, CP 236. CPP 57 and 202. Always used in place of rinse. Always used in place of royal. Sot is heard as a localism only. See set, which is used almost invariably in place of sit. Thunk is never used seriously. It always shows humorous intent. CPP 201 and 211. /CF/ Lounsbury, History of the English Language, pp. 309-10. English as we speak it in Ireland, p. 77. The Science of Language, Volume I, p. 166. The last stand of the distinct /ed/ was made in Addison's day. He was in favor of retaining it, and in the Spectator for Ogg. 1711, he protested against obliterating the syllable in the termination of our preterperfect tense, as in these words /drowned /walked /arrived for drowned, walked, arrived, which has very much disfigured the tongue and turned a tenth part of our smoothest words into so many clusters of consonants. A New English Grammar, pt. IP 380. History of the English Language, p. 398. And still more often as an adjective, as in it was a /boughten/dress. You know me Al, p. 180, see also p. 122. /CF/ Lounsbury, History of the English Language, pp. 393 /et sec/. Remark of a policeman talking to another. What he actually said was, before the Elks was air, come and here were one word, approximately seemere. The context showed that he meant to use the past perfect tense. These examples are from Lardner's story, A New Busher Breaks In You Know Me Al, pp. 122 et sec/. You Know Me Al, op. cit. / p. 124. The Making of English, p. 53. /CF/ Dialect Notes, Volume Roman 3, pt. I. p. 59, /ibid, Volume Roman 3, pt. Roman 4, p. 283. Henry Bradley, In the Making of English, pp. 54-5. In the parts of England which were largely inhabited by Danes, the native pronouns I, e, /heo/ his /heom/ and /heora/ were supplanted by the Scandinavian pronouns which are represented by the modern she, /they/ them and their. This substitution, at first dialectical, gradually spread to the whole language. /CF/ Sweet, A New English Grammar, pt. IP 344 par. 1096. Before a noun beginning with a vowel thine and mine are commonly substituted for thy and my, as in thine eyes and mine infirmity. But this is solely for the sake of euphony. There is no compensatory use of my and thy in the absolute. The Making of English, p. 58. /CF/ The Dialect of Southeastern Missouri, by D.S. Crum, Dialect Notes, Volume Roman 2, pt. Roman 4, 1903, p. 337. It occurs, too, of course, in other dialects of English, though by no means in all. The Irish influence probably had something to do with its prosperity in vulgar American. At all events, the Irish use it in the American manner. Joyce, In English as We Speak It in Ireland, pp. 34-5, argues that this usage was suggested by Gaelic. In Gaelic, the accusative pronouns e, I and /ied/ equals /him/ her and /them/ are often used in place of the nominatives /say/ see and /syed/ equals /he/ she and they, as in is /ied/ sin na buchalid equals /them/ are the boys. This is good grammar in Gaelic, and the Irish, when they began to learn English, translated the locution literally. The familiar Irish, John is dead and /him/ always so hearty, shows the same influence. pp. 144-50. Modern English, p. 300. A New English Grammar, pt. I. p. 339. History of the English Language, pp. 274-5. Modern English, p. 288-9. /CF/ p. 145n. A New English Grammar, pt. I. p. 341. It may be worth noting here that the misuse of me for my, as in I lit me pipe, is quite unknown in American, either standard or vulgar. Even me own is seldom heard. This boggling of the cases is very common in spoken English. A New English Grammar, pt. I. p. 341. The King's English, p. 63. Hun, Edward E. Brown, of Wisconsin in the House of Representatives, July 18, 1918, p. 9965. /cf/ Vogue Affixes in Present-Day Word Coinage, by Louise Pound / Dialect Notes, Volume V, pt. I. 1918. The Speech of a Child 2 Years of Age, Dialect Notes, Volume Roman 4, pt. Roman 2, 1914. A New English Grammar, pt. IPP, 437-8. The King's English, p. 322, see especially the quotation from Frederick Greenwood, the distinguished English journalist. Report of Edward J. Brundage, Attorney General of Illinois, on the East St. Louis Massacre, Congressional Record, Jan. 7, 1918, p. 661. The King's English Op. Cit. Oct. 1, 1864. At all, by the way, is often displaced by any or none, as in, he don't love her any, and it didn't hurt me none. See the Bibliography for the publication of Doctors Reed and Pound. The only book that I can find definitely devoted to American sounds is A Handbook of American Speech by Calvin L. Lewis, Chicago, 1916. It has many demerits. For example, the author gives a /z/ sound to the S in venison, p. 52. This is surely not American. Maryland edition, July 18, 1914, p. 1. /cf/ Lounsbury. The Standard of Pronunciation in English, p. 172/et sec/. Stomp is used only in the sense of to stamp with the foot. One always stamps a letter. An analog of stomp, accepted in correct English, is strop, e.g. razor strop from strap. Our native speech, /McClure's Magazine, Oct. 1916. 7. Differences in spelling. Section 1. Typical forms. Some of the salient differences between American and English spelling are shown in the following list of common words. American/English/. Anemia, aneurysm, annex, noun. Annex, arbor, armor, asphalt, ataxia, ataxy. Ax, balk, verb, balk, baritone, bark. Ship, bark, behavior, behoove, bunkum, burden, ships. Burthen, cachexia, caliber, candor, center, check, bank. Check, checkered, cider, clamor, clanger, clotcher, closure, color, connection. Counselor. Counselor, cozy, curb, cyclopedia, defense, demeanor, diarrhea, draft. Ships. Draft, dreadnought, dryly, ecology, ecumenical, edema, encyclopedia, endeavor, eon, epaulet, esophagus, faggot, favor, favorite, fervor, flavor, font. Printers. Fount, foregather, forgo, form. Printers. Form, fuse, gantlet. Run the gauntlet, glamour, goodbye, gram, gray, harbor, honor, hostler, humor. Enclose, endorse, inflection, inquiry, jail, jewelry, Jimmy. Burglars. Jemmy, labor, laborer, leader, maneuver, medieval, meter, misdemeanor, mold, mollusk, molt, mustache, neighbor, neighborhood, net, edge. Net, odor, offense, pajamas, parlor, peas, plu. Of peas, picket, military. Piquet, plow, pretense, program, pudgy, pygmy, rancor, rigor, rumor, savory, scimitar, septicemia, show, verb. Show, siphon, siren, skeptic, slug. Verb. Slog, slosh, splendor, staunch, story. Of a house. Story, sucker, taffy, tire. Noun, tire, toilet, traveler, tumor, valor, vapor, veranda. Veranda, vial, file, vigor, vise. A tool. Vice, wagon, woolen. Section 2. General tendencies. This list is by no means exhaustive. According to a recent writer upon the subject, there are 812 words in which the prevailing American spelling differs from the English. But enough examples are given to reveal a number of definite tendencies. American, in general, moves towards simplified forms of spelling more rapidly than English and has got much further along the road. Redundant and unnecessary letters have been dropped from whole groups of words, the U from the group of nouns in our, with the sole exception of savior, and from such words as mold and bulk, the E from annex, slash asphalt slash, axe, form, peas, story, etc. The duplicate consonant from wagon, slash net slash, faggot slash woolen slash, jeweler, counselor, etc., and the silent foreign suffixes from toilette, epaulette, program, slash veranda slash, etc. In addition, simple vowels have been substituted for degenerated diphthongs in such words as anemia, slash esophagus slash diarrhea slash and medieval, most of them from the Greek. Further attempts in the same direction are to be seen in the substitution of simple consonants for compound consonants, as in slash plow slash, bark, check, vial, and draft. In the substitution of slash I slash for Y to bring words into harmony with analogues, as in tire, slash cider slash and baritone, slash CF, slash wire, writer, merriment, and in the general tendency to get rid of the somewhat uneuphonious Y. As in ataxia and pajamas, clarity and simplicity are also served by substituting slash CT slash for X in such words as connection and slash inflection slash, and S for C in words of the defense group. The superiority of jail to jail is made manifest by the common mispronunciation of the latter, making it rhyme with coal, the substitution of I for E in such words as endorse. Slash enclose slash and slash Jimmy slash is of less pat utility, but even here there is probably a slight gain in euphony. Of more obscure origin is what seems to be a tendency to avoid the O sound, so that the English slog becomes slash slug slash, podgy becomes pudgy, not becomes not, slash slosh slash becomes slush, toffee becomes taffy, and so on. Other changes carry their own justification. Hostler is obviously better American than slash ostler slash, though it may be worse English. Show is more logical than show. Cozy is more nearly phonetic than cozy. Curb has analogues in curtain, curdle, curfew, curl, current, slash curry slash, curve, curtsy, curse, currency, cursory slash curtail slash, cur, curt, and many other common words. Curb has very few, and of them only kerchief and kernel are in general use. Moreover, the English themselves use curb as a verb and in all noun senses save that shown in curbstone. But a number of anomalies remain. The American substitution of A for slash, E slash, and gray is not easily explained, nor is the substitution of slash K slash for C in skeptic and mollusk, nor the retention of E in slash for go slash, nor the unphonetic substitution of S for Z in fuse, nor the persistence of the first Y in pygmy. Here we have plain vagaries, surviving in spite of attack by orthographers. Webster, in one of his earlier books, denounced the K in slash skeptic slash as a mere pedantry, but later on he adopted it. In the same way slash pygmy slash, gray and mollusk have been attacked, but they still remain sound American. The English themselves have many more such illogical forms to account for. In the midst of the our words, they cling to a small number in, or, among them, stupor. Moreover, they drop the U in many derivatives, for example, in arboreal, slash armory slash, clamorously, clangorous, odoriferous, humorist slash laborious slash, and rigorism. If it were dropped in all derivatives, the rule would be easy to remember. But it is retained in some of them, for example, colorable, favorite, misdemeanor, colored, and slash laborer slash. The derivatives of honor exhibit the confusion clearly. Slash honorary slash, honorarium and honorific drop the U, but slash honorable slash retains it. Furthermore, the English make a distinction between two senses of rigor when used in its pathological sense, not only in the Latin form of rigor mortis slash, but as an English word, it drops the U. In all other senses, it retains the U. The one American anomaly in this field is savior. In its theological sense, it retains the U, but in that sense only. A sailor who saves his ship is its savior, not its savior. Section 3. The influence of Webster slash at the time of the first settlement of America, the rules of English orthography were beautifully vague, and so we find the early documents full of spellings that would give an English lexicographer much pain today. Now and then a curious foreshadowing of later American usage is encountered. On July 4, 1631, for example, John Winthrop wrote in his journal that the governor built a bark at Mystic, which was launched this day. But during the 18th century, and especially after the publication of Johnson's dictionary, there was a general movement in England toward a more inflexible orthography, and many hard and fast rules, still surviving, were then laid down. It was Johnson himself who established the position of the U in the R words. Bailey, Ditch, and the other lexicographers before him were divided and uncertain. Johnson declared for the U, and though his reasons were very shaky and he often neglected his own precept, his authority was sufficient to set up a usage which still defies attack in England. Even in America, this usage was not often brought into question until the last quarter of the 18th century. True enough, /honor/ appears in the Declaration of Independence, but it seems to have got there rather by accident than by design. In Jefferson's original draft, it is spelled honor. So early as 1768, Benjamin Franklin had published his scheme for a new alphabet and a reformed mode of spelling, with remarks and examples concerning the same, and an inquiry into its uses, and induced a Philadelphia typefounder to cut type for it. But this scheme was too extravagant to be adopted anywhere, or to have any appreciable influence upon spelling. It was Noah Webster who finally achieved the divorce between English example and American practice. He struck the first blow in his Grammatical Institute of the English Language, published at Hartford in 1783. Attached to this work was an appendix bearing the formidable title of an essay on the necessity, advantages, and practicability of reforming the mode of spelling, and of rendering the orthography of words correspondent to the pronunciation. And during the same year, at Boston, he set forth his ideas a second time in the first edition of his American Spelling Book. The influence of this spelling book was immediate and profound. It took the place in the schools of Dilworth's Abisalpha, the favorite of the generation preceding, and maintained its authority for fully a century. Until Lyman Cobb entered the lists with his new spelling book, in 1842, its innumerable editions scarcely had any rivalry, and even then it held its own. I have a New York edition, dated 1848, which contains an advertisement stating that the annual sale at that time was more than 1 million copies, and that more than 30 million copies had been sold since 1783. In the late 40s, the publishers, George F. Coolidge and Bro, devoted the whole capacity of the fastest steam press in the United States to the printing of it. This press turned out 525 copies an hour, or 5,250 a day. It was constructed expressly for printing Webster's elementary spelling book at an expense of $5,000. Down to 1889, 62 million copies of the book had been sold. The appearance of Webster's first dictionary, in 1806, greatly strengthened his influence. The best dictionary available to Americans before this was Johnson's in its various incarnations, but against Johnson stood a good deal of animosity to its compiler, whose implacable hatred of all things American was well known to the citizens of the new republic. John Walker's dictionary, issued in London in 1791, was also in use, but not extensively. A homemade school dictionary, issued at New Haven in 1798 or 1799 by one Samuel Johnson, Jr., apparently no relative of the great Salmond, a larger work published a year later by Johnson and the Reverend John Eliot, pastor in East Guilford, Conn, seemed to have made no impression, despite the fact that the latter was commended by Simeon Baldwin, Chauncey Goodrich, and other magnificos of the time and place, and even by Webster himself. The field was thus open to the laborious and truculent Noah. He was already the acknowledged magister of lexicography in America, and there was an active public demand for a dictionary that should be wholly American. The appearance of his first duodecimo, according to Williams, thereby took on something of the character of a national event. It was received, not critically, but patriotically, and its imperfections were swallowed as eagerly as its merits. Later on, Webster had to meet formidable critics, at home as well as abroad, but for nearly a quarter of a century, he reigned almost unchallenged. Edition after edition of his dictionary was published, each new one showing additions and improvements. Finally, in 1828, he printed his great American Dictionary of the English Language, in 2 large octavo volumes. It held the field for half a century, not only against Worcester and the other American lexicographers who followed him, but also against the best dictionaries produced in England. Until very lately, indeed, America remained ahead of England in practical dictionary making. Webster had declared boldly for simpler spellings in his early spelling books. In his dictionary of 1806, he made an assault at all arms upon some of the dearest prejudices of English lexicographers, grounding his wholesale reforms upon a saying by Franklin that those people spell best who do not know how to spell /I. Who spell phonetically and logically. He made an almost complete sweep of whole classes of silent letters, the U in the R words, the final /E/ in determine and requisite, the silent A in thread, /feather/ in steady, the silent B in thumb, the S in island, the /O/ in leopard, and the redundant consonants in traveler, wagon /jeweler etc. English. Traveler, wagon, jeweler. More, he lopped the final K from /frolic /physics/ and their analogues. Yet more, he transposed the E and the R in all words ending in /re/, such as theater, luster, center, and caliber. Yet more, he changed the C in all words of the defense class to S. Yet more, he changed /ph/ to F in words of the phantom class, O to /u/ in words of the group class, out to O in crowd /porpoise/ to /porpoise/ acre to /acre/ so to /so/ wo to /wo/ soot to /sut/ jail to jail, and plow to /plow/. Finally, he antedated the simplified spellers by inventing a long list of boldly phonetic spellings, ranging from /tongue/ for tongue to /women/ for women, and from /heinous/ for heinous to keg for keg. A good many of these new spellings, of course, were not actually Webster's inventions. For example, the change from R to or in words of the honor class was a mere echo of an earlier English usage, or, more accurately, of an earlier English uncertainty. In the first 3 folios of Shakespeare, 1623, 1632, and 1663, honor and /honor/ were used indiscriminately and in almost equal proportions. English spelling was still fluid, and the R form was not consistently adopted until the 4th folio of 1685. Moreover, John Wesley, the founder of Methodism, is authority for the statement that the R form was a fashionable impropriety in England in 1791. But the great authority of Johnson stood against it, and Webster was surely not one to imitate fashionable improprieties. He deleted the /u/ for purely etymological reasons, going back to the Latin honor, /favor/ and odor without taking account of the intermediate French /honneur/ /favor/ and /odeur/. And where no etymological reasons presented themselves, he made his changes by analogy and for the sake of uniformity, or for euphony or simplicity, or because it pleased him, one guesses, to stir up the academic animals. Webster, in fact, delighted in controversy, and was anything but free from the national yearning to make a sensation. A great many of his innovations, of course, failed to take root, and in the course of time he abandoned some of them himself. In his early essay on the necessity, advantage, and practicability of reforming the mode of spelling, he advocated reforms which were already discarded by the time he published the first edition of his dictionary. Among them were the dropping of the silent letter in such words as head, give /built/ and realm, making them /head/ /jive/ /built/ and /realm/. The substitution of doubled vowels for decayed diphthongs in such words as /mean/, zeal and near, making them /mean/ /zeal/ and /near/. And the substitution of /sh/ for /ch/ in such French loanwords as /machine/ and chevalier, making them /mashing/ and /chevalier/. He also declared for style in place of style, and for many other such changes, and then quietly abandoned them. The successive editions of his dictionary show still further concessions. /crowd/ /feather/ /group/ /guillotine/ /illin/ /insted/ leopard /so/ /sut/ /steady/ /threat/ /thread/ /thumb/ and /women/ appear only in the 1806 edition. In 1828, he went back to crowd, feather, group, island, instead, leopard, /so/ soot, steady, thread, threat, thumb, and women, and changed /guillotine/ to /guillotine/. In addition, he restored the final /e/ in determine, discipline, requisite, imagine, etc. in 1838, revising his dictionary. He abandoned a good many spellings that had appeared in either the 1806 or the 1828 edition. notably slash maize slash for slash maize slash sovereign slash for sovereign, and slash guillotine slash for guillotine. But he stuck manfully to a number that were quite as revolutionary, for example, slash acre slash for acre, cag for keg slash grotesque slash for grotesque, slash heinous slash for heinous, slash porpoise slash for slash porpoise slash, and slash tongue slash for tongue end. They did not begin to disappear until the edition of 1854, issued by other hands and 11 years after his death. Three of his favorites, slash chemist slash for chemist, slash nedger slash for slash negro slash, and slash zebra slash for zebra, are incidentally interesting as showing changes in American pronunciation. He abandoned slash zebra slash in 1828, but remained faithful to slash chemist slash and slash nedger slash to the last. But though he was thus forced to give occasional ground, and in more than one case held out in vain, Webster lived to see the majority of his reforms adopted by his countrymen. He left the ending in slash or slash triumphant over the ending in our. He shook the security of the ending in ray. He rid American spelling of a great many doubled consonants. He established the S in words of the defense group, and he gave currency to many characteristic American spellings, notably jail, wagon, plow, mold, and axe. These spellings still survive and are practically universal in the United States today. Their use constitutes one of the most obvious differences between written English and written American. Moreover, they have founded a general tendency, the effects of which reach far beyond the field actually traversed by Webster himself. New words, and particularly loanwords, are simplified, and hence naturalized in American much more quickly than in English. Slash employee slash has long since become employee in our newspapers, and slash asphalt slash has lost its final slash e slash, and maneuver has become maneuver, and pajamas has become pajamas. Even the terminology of science is simplified and Americanized. In medicine, for example, the highest American usage countenances many forms which would seem barbarisms to an English medical man if he encountered them in the Lancet. In derivatives of the Greek slash hema slash, it is the almost invariable American custom to spell the root syllable hem, but the more conservative English make it slash heme slash e.g., in hemorrhage and hemiplegia. In an exhaustive list of diseases issued by the United States Public Health Service, the slash heme slash form does not appear once. In the same way, American usage prefers esophagus, diarrhea, and gonorrhea to the English esophagus, diarrhea, and gonorrhea. In the style book of the Journal of the American Medical Association, I find many other spellings that would shock an English medical author. Among them slash curate slash for curette, slash cocaine slash for cocaine, gauge for gauge, slash intern slash for slash internee slash lacrimal slash for lacrimal, and a whole group of words ending in instead of in ray. Webster's reforms, it goes without saying, have not passed unchallenged by the guardians of tradition. A glance at the literature of the first years of the 19th century shows that most of the serious authors of the time ignored his new spellings, though they were quickly adopted by the newspapers. Bancroft's Life of Washington contains our endings in all such words as honor, slash ardor slash and favor. Washington Irving also threw his influence against the or ending, and so did Bryant and most of the other literary bigwigs of that day. After the appearance of an American Dictionary of the English Language, in 1828, a formal battle was joined, with Lyman Cobb and Joseph E. Worcester as the chief opponents of the reformer. Cobb and Worcester, in the end, accepted the slash or slash ending and so surrendered on the main issue, but various other champions arose to carry on the war. Edward S. Good, in a once famous essay, denounced the whole Websterian orthography with the utmost fury, and Bryant, reprinting this philippic in the Evening Post, said that on account of Webster, the English language has been undergoing a process of corruption for the last quarter of a century, and offered to contribute to a fund to have Good's denunciation read twice a year in every schoolhouse in the United States, until every trace of Websterian spelling disappears from the land. But Bryant was forced to admit that, even in 1856, the chief novelties of the Connecticut schoolmaster, who taught millions to read but not one to sin, were adopted and propagated by the largest publishing house, through the columns of the most widely circulated monthly magazine, and through one of the ablest and most widely circulated newspapers in the United States, which is to say, the Tribune under Greeley. The last academic attack was delivered by Bishop Cox in 1886, and he contented himself with the resigned statement that Webster has corrupted our spelling sadly. Lounsbury, with his active interest in spelling reform, ranged himself on the side of Webster, and effectively disposed of the controversy by showing that the great majority of his spellings were supported by precedents quite as respectable as those behind the fashionable English spellings. In Lounsbury's opinion, a good deal of the opposition to them was no more than a symptom of antipathy to all things American among certain Englishmen, and of subservience to all things English among certain Americans. Webster's inconsistency gave his opponents a formidable weapon for use against him until it began to be noticed that the orthodox English spelling was quite as inconsistent. He sought to change acre to /acre/, but left lucre unchanged. He removed the final F from /bailiff/, mastiff, plaintiff, and pontiff, but left it in distaff. He changed C to S in words of the offense class, but left the C in fence. He changed the /ck/ and /frolic/ /physic/ etc. into a simple C, but restored it in such derivatives as frolicsome. He deleted the silent U in mold, but left it in court. These slips were made the most of by Cobb in a pamphlet printed in 1831. He also detected Webster in the frequent faux pas of using spellings in his definitions and explanations that conflicted with the spellings he advocated. Various other purists joined in the attack, and it was renewed with great fury after the appearance of Worcester's dictionary in 1846. Worcester, who had begun his lexicographical labors by editing Johnson's dictionary, was a good deal more conservative than Webster, and so the partisans of conformity rallied around him, and for a while the controversy took on all the rancor of a personal quarrel. Even the editions of Webster printed after his death, though they gave way on many points, were violently arraigned. Good, in 1867, belabored the editions of 1854 and 1866, and complained that, for the past 25 years, the Websterian replies have uniformly been bitter in tone, and very free in the imputation of personal motives or interested or improper motives on the part of opposing critics. At this time, Webster himself had been dead for 22 years. Shiel de Vere, during the same year, denounced the publishers of the Webster dictionaries for applying immense capital and a large stock of energy and perseverance to the propagation of his new and arbitrarily imposed orthography. Section 4. Exchanges as in vocabulary and in idiom, there are constant exchanges between English and American in the department of orthography. Here the influence of English usage is almost uniformly toward conservatism, and that of American usage is as steadily in the other direction. The logical superiority of American spelling is well exhibited by its persistent advance in the face of the utmost hostility. The English objection to our simplifications, as Brander Matthews points out, is not wholly or even chiefly etymological. Its roots lie, to borrow James Russell Lowell's phrase, in an aesthetic hatred burning with as fierce a flame as ever did theological hatred. There is something inordinately offensive to English purists in the very thought of taking lessons from this side of the water, particularly in the mother tongue. The opposition, transcending the academic, takes on the character of the patriotic. Any American, continues Matthews, who chances to note the force and the fervor and the frequency of the objurgations against American spelling in the columns of the Saturday Review, for example, and of the Athenaeum, may find himself wondering as to the date of the papal bull which declared the infallibility of contemporary British orthography, and as to the place where the council of the Church was held at which it was made an article of faith. This was written more than a quarter of a century ago. Since then there has been a lessening of violence, but the opposition still continues. No self-respecting English author would yield up the R ending for an instant, or write check for check, or transpose the last letters in the /re/ words. Nevertheless, American spelling makes constant gains across the water, and they more than offset the occasional fashions for English spellings on this side. Shiel de Vere, in 1867, consoled himself for Webster's arbitrarily imposed orthography by predicting that it could be only temporary, that, in the long run, North America depends exclusively on the mother country for its models of literature. But the event has blasted this prophecy and confidence, for the English, despite their furious reluctance, have succumbed to Webster more than once. The New English Dictionary, a monumental work, shows many silent concessions and quite as many open yieldings. For example, in the case of axe, which is admitted to be better than /axe/ on every ground. Moreover, English usage tends to march ahead of it, outstripping the liberalism of its editor, Sir James A.H. Merck. In 1914, for example, Sir James was still protesting against dropping the first E from judgment, a characteristic Americanism. But during the same year, the Fowlers, in their concise Oxford Dictionary, put judgment ahead of judgment. And 2 years earlier, the Authors and Printers Dictionary, edited by Horace Hart, had dropped judgment altogether. Hart is controller of the Oxford University Press, and the Authors and Printers Dictionary is an authority accepted by nearly all of the great English book publishers and newspapers. Its last edition shows a great many American spellings. For example, it recommends the use of jail and /jailer/ in place of the English jail and jailer, says that /axe/ is better than axe, drops the final E from /asphalt/ in form, changes the Y to I in cider, cipher and /siren/ and advocates the same change entire, drops the redundant T from /net/, changes burthen to burden, spells wagon with one G, prefers /fuse/ to /fuse/, and takes the E out of story rules for compositors and readers at the University Press, Oxford. Also edited by Hart, with the advice of Sir James Murray and Dr. Henry Bradley, is another very influential English authority. It gives its imprimatur to bark, a ship, cipher, siren, jail, story, /tire/ and wagon, and even advocates kilogram and omelette. Finally, there is Cassell's English Dictionary. It clings to the /our/ and ray endings and to annex, wagon and check, but it prefers jail to jail, net to /net/, asphalt to /asphalt/ and story to story, and comes out flatly for judgment, /fuse/ and siren. Current English spelling, like our own, shows a number of uncertainties and inconsistencies, and some of them are undoubtedly the result of American influences that have not yet become fully effective. The lack of harmony in our words, leading to such discrepancies as honorary and honorable, I have already mentioned. The British Board of Trade, in attempting to fix the spelling of various scientific terms, has often come to grief. Thus it detaches the final me from gram in such compounds as /kilogram/ and milligram, but insists upon gram when the word stands alone. In American usage, gram is now common and scarcely challenged. All the English authorities that I have consulted prefer meter and /caliber/ to the American meter and caliber. They also support the I in such words as etiology, aesthetics, medieval and /anemia/ and the /o/ and esophagus, /maneuver/ and diarrhea. They also cling to such forms as mollusk, curb, /pajamas/ and /ostler/, and to the use of X instead of /ct/ in /connection/ and inflection. The Authors and Printers Dictionary admits the American curb, but says that the English curb is more common. It gives bark, plow, and fount, but grants that /bark/, plow, and font are good in America. As between /inquiry/ and /inquiry/, it prefers the American inquiry to the English /inquiry/, but it rejects the American /enclose/ and endorse in favor of the English enclose and endorse. Here American spelling has driven in a salient, but has yet to take the whole position. A number of spellings, nearly all American, are trembling on the brink of acceptance in both countries. Among them is rhyme for /rhyme/. This spelling was correct in England until about 1530, but its recent revival was of American origin. It is accepted by the Oxford Dictionary and by the editors of the Cambridge History of English Literature, but it seldom appears in an English journal. The same may be said of gruesome. It has got a footing in both countries, but the weight of English opinion is still against it. /develop/ instead of /develop/ has gone further in both countries. So has engulf for /engulf/. So has /gypsy/ for gypsy. American imitation of English orthography has two impulses behind it. First, there is the colonial spirit, the desire to pass as English in brief, mere affectation. Secondly, there is the wish among printers, chiefly of books and periodicals, to reach a compromise spelling acceptable in both countries, thus avoiding expensive revisions in case of republication in England. The first influence need not detain us. It is chiefly visible among folk of fashionable pretensions and is not widespread. At Bar Harbor in Maine, some of the summer residents are at great pains to put harbor instead of /harbor/ on their stationery, but the local postmaster still continues to stamp all mail Bar Harbor, the legal name of the place. In the same way, American haberdashers sometimes advertise pajamas instead of pajamas, just as they advertise braces instead of /, suspenders, / and vests instead of undershirts. But this benign folly does not go very far. Beyond occasionally clinging to the ray ending in words of the theater group, all American newspapers and magazines employ the native orthography, and it would be quite as startling to encounter honor or jewelry in one of them as it would be to encounter jail or wagon. Even the most fashionable jewelers in Fifth Avenue still deal in jewelry, not in jewelry. The second influence is of more effect and importance. In the days before the copyright treaty between England and the United States, one of the standing arguments against it among the English was based upon the fear that it would flood England with books set up in America, and so work a corruption of English spelling. This fear, as we have seen, had a certain plausibility. There is not the slightest doubt that American books and American magazines have done valiant missionary service for American orthography. But English conservatism still holds out stoutly enough to force American printers to certain compromises. When a book is designed for circulation in both countries, it is common for the publisher to instruct the printer to employ English spelling. This English spelling, at the Riverside Press, embraces all the R endings and the following further forms: checkered connection, dreamt faggot forgather forgo gray inflection jewelry, leapt premises in logic wagon. It will be noted that jail, tire, story, curb, /asphalt / annex / ostler / mollusk and pajamas are not listed, nor are the words ending in ray these and there like constitute the English contribution to the compromise. Two other great American book presses, that of the Macmillan Company and that of the J.S. Cushing Company, add jail and story to the list, and also behove /briar / dryly / inquire gaiety /gypsy / install judgment lacquey mustache not pygmy /postilion reflection shyly slyly staunch and veranda / Here they go too far, for, as we have seen, the English themselves have begun to abandon briar. Inquire and judgment moreover, lacquey is going out over there, and gypsy is not English but American. The Riverside Press, even in books intended only for America, prefers certain English forms, among them anemia, axe, medieval, mold, plow program and quartet /. But in compensation it stands by such typical Americanisms as caliber, calc, center, cozy defense foregather gray, hemorrhage, luster, maneuver, mustache theater and woolen. The government printing office at Washington follows Webster's New International Dictionary, which supports most of the innovations of Webster himself. This dictionary is the authority in perhaps a majority of American printing offices, with the Standard and the Century supporting it. The latter two also follow Webster, notably in his endings and in his substitution of S for C in words of the defense class. The Worcester Dictionary is the sole exponent of English spelling in general circulation in the United States. It remains faithful to most of the ray endings, and to maneuver, gram, plow skeptic woolen, axe, and many other English forms. But even Worcester favors such characteristic American spellings as behoove, briar caliber, checkered, dryly, jail, and wagon. Section 5. Simplified spelling. The current movement toward a general reform of English-American spelling is of American origin, and its chief supporters are Americans today. Its actual father was Webster, for it was the long controversy over his simplified spellings that brought the dons of the American Philological Association to a serious investigation of the subject. In 1875, they appointed a committee to inquire into the possibility of reform, and in 1876, this committee reported favorably. During the same year, there was an international convention for the amendment of English orthography at Philadelphia, with several delegates from England present, and out of it grew the Spelling Reform Association. In 1878, a committee of American philologists began preparing a list of proposed new spellings, and 2 years later the Philological Society of England joined in the work. In 1883, a joint manifesto was issued, recommending various general simplifications. In 1886, the American Philological Association issued independently a list of recommendations affecting about 3,500 words and falling under 10 headings. Practically all of the changes proposed had been put forward 80 years before by Webster, and some of them had entered into unquestioned American usage in the meantime, e.g., the deletion of the U from the R words, the substitution of // for ray at the end of words, the reduction of /traveler/ to traveler, and the substitution of Z for /s/ wherever phonetically demanded, as in /advertise/ and cozy. The trouble with the others was that they were either too uncouth to be adopted without a struggle or likely to cause errors in pronunciation. To the first class belonged /tongue/ for tongue, /rough/ for rough, /battle/ for battle, and /above/ for above, and to the second such forms as /cash/ for catch and /trouble/ for /trouble/. The result was that the whole reform received a setback. The public dismissed the industrious professors as a pack of dreamers. 12 years later, the National Education Association revived the movement with a proposal that a beginning be made with a very short list of reformed spellings, and nominated the following by way of experiment: /though/ /although/ through /throughout/ thorough /thoroughly/ /thoroughfare/ program /prologue catalog /pedagogue/ and /decalogue/. This scheme of gradual changes was sound in principle, and in a short time at least 2 of the recommended spellings, program and catalog, were in general use. Then, in 1906, came the organization of the Simplified Spelling Board, with an endowment of $15,000 a year from Andrew Carnegie and a formidable membership of pundits. The board at once issued a list of 300 revised spellings, new and old, and in August 1906, President Roosevelt ordered their adoption by the government printing office. But this unwise effort to hasten matters, combined with the buffoonery characteristically thrown about the matter by Roosevelt, served only to raise up enemies. And since then, though it has prudently gone back to more discreet endeavors and now lays main stress upon the original 12 words of the National Education Association, the board has not made a great deal of progress. From time to time, it issues impressive lists of newspapers and periodicals that are using some, at least, of its revised spellings, and of colleges that have made them optional. But an inspection of these lists shows that very few publications of any importance have been converted, and that most of the great universities still hesitate. It has, however, greatly reinforced the authority behind many of Webster's spellings, and it has done much to reform scientific orthography. Such forms as gram, /cocking/, /chlorid/, anemia, and /aniline/ are the products of its influence. Despite the large admixture of failure in this success, there is good reason to believe that at least 2 of the spellings on the National Education Association list, though and through, are making not a little quiet progress. I read a great many manuscripts by American authors, and find in them an increasing use of both forms, with the occasional addition of /although/, thorough, and /thoroughly/. The spirit of American spelling is on their side. They promised to come in as honor, bark/check/, wagon and story came in many years ago, as tire /esophagus/ and theater came in later on, as program /catalog/encyclopedia came in only yesterday, and as airplane for /aeroplane/ is coming in today. A constant tendency toward logic and simplicity is visible. If the spelling of English and American does not grow farther and farther apart, it is only because American drags English along. There is incessant experimentalization. New forms appear, are tested, and then either gain general acceptance or disappear. One such, now struggling for recognition, is all right, a compound of all and right, made by analogy with already and almost. I find it in American manuscripts every day, and it not infrequently gets into print. So far no dictionary supports it, but it has already migrated to England. Meanwhile, one often encounters in American advertising matter such experimental forms as burlesque, /photo/, /phonograph/, candy slash car slash wholesome slash comfort slash and queue room, not to mention sulfur slash segar slash, has been more or less in use for half a century, and at one time it threatened to displace cigar. At least one American professor of English predicts that such forms will eventually prevail. Even slash phosphate slash and slash photograph slash, he says, are bound to be the spellings of the future. Section 6. Minor differences. Various minor differences remain to be noticed. One is a divergence in orthography due to differences in pronunciation. Specialty, aluminum and alarm offer examples. In English they are speciality, aluminum and alarum, though slash alarm slash is also an alternative form. Specialty, in America, is always accented on the first syllable, speciality, in England, on the third. The result is two distinct words, though their meaning is identical. How aluminum, in America, lost its fourth syllable, I have been unable to determine. But all American authorities now make it aluminum, and all English authorities stick to aluminum. Another difference in usage is revealed in the spelling and pluralization of foreign words. Such words, when they appear in an English publication, even a newspaper, almost invariably bear the correct accents, but in the United States, it is almost as invariably the rule to omit these accents, save in publications of considerable pretensions. This is notably the case with slash cafe slash crêpe slash debut slash debutante slash portiere slash leve slash éclat slash ferret slash regime slash roll slash soiree slash protégé slash elite slash merle slash tête-à-tête slash, and it is rare to encounter any of them with its proper accents in an American newspaper. It is rare to encounter them unaccented in an English newspaper. This slaughter of the accents, it must be obvious, greatly aids the rapid naturalization of a newcomer. It loses much of its foreignness at once and is thus easier to absorb. Slash depot slash would have been a long time working its way into American had it remained slash depot slash, but immediately it became plain depot it got in. The process is constantly going on. I often encounter slash naivete slash without its accents, and even slash décibel slash Hofbrau slash center end. Canon was changed to canyon years ago, and the cases of slash expose slash divorcee slash schmierke slash employee slash and slash matinee slash are familiar. At least one American dignitary of learning, Brander Matthews, has openly defended and even advocated this clipping of accents. In speaking of slash naif slash and slash naivete slash, which he welcomes because we have no exact equivalent for either word, he says, but they will need to shed their accents and to adapt themselves somehow to the traditions of our orthography. He goes on, after we have decided that the foreign word we find knocking at the doors of English is likely to be useful, we must fit it for naturalization by insisting that it shall shed its accents, if it has any, that it shall change its spelling, if this is necessary, that it shall modify its pronunciation, if this is not easy for us to compass, and that it shall conform to all our speech habits, especially in the formation of the plural. In this formation of the plural, as elsewhere, English regards the precedents and American makes new ones. All the English authorities that I have had access to advocate retaining the foreign plurals of most of the foreign words in daily use, e.g., sanatoria, slash appendices slash virtuosi slash formulae slash and libretti. But American usage favors plurals of native cut, and the Journal of the American Medical Association goes so far as to approve curriculums and septums. Banditti, in place of bandits, would seem an affectation in America, and so would soprani for sopranos and slash soli slash for solos. The last two are common in England. Both English and American labor under the lack of native plurals for the two everyday titles, Mr. and Mrs. In the written speech, and in the more exact forms of the spoken speech, the French plurals, slash messieurs slash and mesdames, are used, but in the ordinary spoken speech, at least in America, they are avoided by circumlocution. When slash messieurs slash has to be spoken, it is almost invariably pronounced slash messers slash, and in the same way mesdames becomes slash mes, dames, with the first syllable rhyming with says and the second, which bears the accent, with games in place of mesdames a more natural form, slash madam slash, seems to be gaining ground in America. Thus, I lately found dames du sacré, cœur/, translated as Madames of the Sacred Heart, in a Catholic paper of wide circulation, and the form is apparently used by American members of the community. In capitalization, the English are a good deal more conservative than we are. They invariably capitalize such terms as government, /prime minister/ and society when used as proper nouns. They capitalize /press/ pulpit, bar, etc. almost as often. In America, a movement against this use of capitals appeared during the latter part of the 18th century. In Jefferson's first draft of the Declaration of Independence, nature and creator, and even God are in lowercase. During the 20s and 30s of the succeeding century, probably as a result of French influence, the disdain of capitals went so far that the days of the week were often spelled with small initial letters, and even Mr. became Mr. Curiously enough, the most striking exhibition of this tendency of late years is offered by an English work of the highest scholarship, the Cambridge History of English Literature. It uses the lowercase for all titles, even /baron/ and colonel before proper names, and also avoids capitals in such words as Presbyterian, Catholic, and Christian, and in the second parts of such terms as Westminster Abbey and Atlantic Ocean. Finally, there are certain differences in punctuation. The English, as everyone knows, put a comma after the street number of a house, making it, for example, 34, St. James Street. They usually insert a comma instead of a period after the hour when giving the time in figures, e.g., and omit the 0 when indicating less than 10 minutes, e.g., 87 instead of 807. They do not use the period as the mark of the decimal, but employ a dot at the level of the upper dot of a colon, as in /3 1416/. They cling to the hyphen in such words as today and tonight. It begins to disappear in America. They use them before hotel and historical. Kipling has even used it before hydraulic. American usage prefers a, but these small differences need not be pursued further. Footnotes. Fowler and Fowler, in the King's English, p. 23, say that, when it was proposed to borrow from France what we now know as the closure, it seemed certain for some time that with the thing we should borrow the name, /clotcher/. A press campaign resulted in closure. But in the congressional record / it is still /clotcher/, though with the loss of the circumflex accent, and this form is generally retained by American newspapers. Richard P. Reed, The American Language, New York Sun, March 7, 1918. To show has completely disappeared from American, but it still survives in English usage. /cf. / The Showing Up of Blankoposnet by George Bernard Shaw. The word, of course, is pronounced show, not shoe. Shrew, a cognate word, still retains the early pronunciation of /shrow/ in English, but is now phonetic in American. /cf. / Lounsbury, English Spelling and Spelling Reform, p. 209/etsec. Johnson even advocated /translator/ /emperor/ /orator/ and horror. But like most other lexicographers, he was often inconsistent, and the conflict between /interior/ and exterior and /interior/ and posterior in his dictionary laid him open to much mocking criticism. In a letter to Miss Stephenson, Sept. 20, 1768, he exhibited the use of his new alphabet. The letter is to be found in most editions of his writings. R.C. Williams, Our Dictionaries, New York, 1890, p. 30. Nomenclature of Diseases and Condition, prepared by direction of the Surgeon General. Washington, 1916. American Medical Association Style Book, Chicago, 1915. Democratic Review, March, 1856. Vitti English Spelling and Spelling Reform, p. 229. A Critical Review of the Orthography of Dr. Webster's Series of Books, New York, 1831. Good English, p. 137/etsec/. Studies in English, pp. 64-5. Americanisms and Briticisms, New York, 1892, p. 37. Authors and Printers Dictionary, an attempt to codify the best typographical practices of the present day by F. Howard Collins, 4th ed., revised by Horace Hart, London, 1912. Horace Hart, Rules for Compositors and Readers at the University Press, Oxford, 23rd ed. London, 1914. I am informed by Mr. Humphrey Davy of the London Times that, with one or two minor exceptions, the Times observes the rules laid down in this book. Cassell's English Dictionary, ed., by John Williams, 37,000. London, 1908. This work is based upon the larger Encyclopedic Dictionary, also edited by Williams. Caliber is now the official spelling of the United States Army, /CF, /description and rules for the management of the U.S. rifle, /caliber /.30 model of 1903. Washington, 1915. But caliber is still official in England as appears by the Field Service Pocketbook used in the European War, London, 1914, p. Roman 8. Even worse inconsistencies are often encountered. Thus /inquiry/ appears on p. 3 of the Dardanelles Commission's first report, London, 1917, but inquiring is on p. 1. Mere stupid copying may perhaps be added. An example of it appears on a map printed with a pamphlet entitled Conquest and Culture, compiled by two college professors and issued by the Creel Press Bureau, Washington, 1918. On this map, borrowed from an English periodical called New Europe without correction, annex is spelled annex. In the same way, English spellings often appear in paragraphs reprinted from the English newspapers. As compensation in the case of /annex/ I find annex on pages 11 and 23 of a report on the treatment by the enemy of British prisoners of war behind the firing lines in France and Belgium. Miscellaneous No. 7, 1918. When used as a verb, the English always spell the word annex. Annex is only the noun form. V.D. Matthews, Americanisms and Briticisms, pp. 33-34. Handbook of Style in Use at the Riverside Press, Cambridge, Mass. Boston, 1913. Notes for the Guidance of Authors, New York, 1918. Preparation of Manuscript, Proofreading and Office Style at J.S. Cushing Companies, Norwood, Mass. N.D. Style Book, a compilation of rules governing executive, congressional, and departmental printing, including the /Congressional Record /ed. of Feb. 1917. Washington, 1917. A copy of this style book is in the proofroom of nearly every American daily newspaper, and its rules are generally observed. Accounts of earlier proposals of reform in English spelling are to be found in Sayce's Introduction to the Science of Language, Volume I, p. 330/et sec, and White's Everyday English, p. 152/et sec. The best general treatment of the subject is in Lounsbury's English Spelling and Spelling Reform, New York, 1909. Its second list was published on January 28, 1908, its third on January 25, 1909, and its fourth on March 24, 1913, and since then there have been several others. But most of its literature is devoted to the 12 words and to certain reformed spellings of Webster, already in general use. The Literary Digest is perhaps the most important. Its usage is shown by the Funk and Wagnalls Company Style Card, New York, 1914. Tyre was still in use in America in the 70s. It will be found on p. 150 of Mark Twain's Roughing It, Hartford, 1872. V.D. The Congressional Record for March 26, 1918, p. 4374. It is curious to note that the French themselves are having difficulties with this and the cognate words. The final E has been dropped from /biplin/ /monoplin/ and /hydroplin/, but they seem to be unable to dispense with it in. For example, in Teepee Neighbors by Grace Coolidge, Boston 1917, p. 220, Duty and Other Irish Comedies by Sumas O'Brien, New York 1916, p. 52, Salt by Charles G. Norris, New York 1918, p. 135, and The Ideal Guest by Wyndham Lewis, Little Review, May 1918, p. 3. O'Brien is an Irishman and Lewis an Englishman, but the printer in each case was American. I find /alright/ as one word but with two in diplomatic correspondence with belligerent governments, etc. European War No. 4, Washington, 1918, p. 214. V.D. How to Lengthen Our Ears by Viscount Harberton, London, 1917, p. 28. Krapp, Modern English, p. 181. Why Not Speak Your Own Language? In Delineator Nov, 1917, p. 12. I once noted an extreme form of this naturalization in a leading Southern newspaper, the Baltimore Sun. In an announcement of the death of an American artist, it reported that he had studied at the Beaux-Arts in Paris. In New York, I have also encountered chauffeur. Now and then, of course, a contrary tendency asserts itself. For example, the plural of medium, in the sense of advertising medium, is sometimes made media by advertising men. Vidi the editor and publisher / May 11, 1918. Irish World, June 26, 1918. Vidi the Declaration of Independence, by Herbert Friedenwald, New York, 1904, p. 262/@sec/. Now and then the English flirt with the American usage. Hart says, for example, that originally the cover of the large Oxford Dictionary had ahistorical, but an historical now appears there. 8. Proper names in America. Section 1. Surnames. A glance at any American city directory is sufficient to show that, despite the continued political and cultural preponderance of the original English strain, the American people have quite ceased to be authentically English in race or even authentically British. The blood in their arteries is inordinately various and inextricably mixed, but yet not mixed enough to run a clear stream. A touch of foreignness still lingers about millions of them, even in the country of their birth. They show their alien origin in their speech, in their domestic customs, in their habits of mind, and in their very names. Just as the Scotch and the Welsh have invaded England, elbowing out the actual English to make room for themselves, so the Irish, the Germans, the Italians, the Scandinavians, and the Jews of Eastern Europe, and in some areas, the French, the Slavs, and the hybrid Spaniards have elbowed out the descendants of the first colonists. It is not exaggerating, indeed, to say that wherever the old stock comes into direct and unrestrained conflict with one of these new stocks, it tends to succumb, or, at all events, to give up the battle. The Irish, in the big cities of the East, attained to a truly impressive political power long before the first native-born generation of them had grown up. The Germans, following the limestone belt of the Allegheny foothills, preempted the best lands east of the mountains before the new republic was born. And so, in our own time, we have seen the Swedes and Norwegians shouldering the native from the wheatlands of the Northwest, and the Italians driving the decadent New Englanders from their farms, and the Jews gobbling New York, and the Slavs getting a firm foothold in the mining regions, and the French Canadians penetrating New Hampshire and Vermont, and the Japanese and Portuguese menacing Hawaii, and the awakened Negroes gradually ousting the whites from the farms of the South. The birth rate among all these foreign stocks is enormously greater than among the older stock, and though the death rate is also high, the net increase remains relatively formidable. Even without the aid of immigration, it is probable that they would continue to rise in numbers faster than the original English and so-called Scotch-Irish. Turn to the letter Z in the New York Telephone Directory, and you will find a truly astonishing array of foreign names, some of them in process of Anglicization, but many of them still arrestingly outlandish. The only Anglo-Saxon surname beginning with Z is /Zacharias/, and even that was originally borrowed from the Greek. To this, the Norman invasion seems to have added only Zauchi. But in Manhattan and the Bronx, even among the necessarily limited class of telephone subscribers, there are nearly 1,500 persons whose names begin with the letter, and among them, one finds fully 150 different surnames. The German /Zimmermann/ with either one and or two is naturally the most numerous single name, and following close upon it are its derivatives, /Zimmer/ and /Zimmern/. With them are many more German names. /Zahn/ /Zechendorf/ /Zeffert/ /Zeitler/ /Zeller/ /Zellner/ /Zeltmacher/ /Zepp/ /Ziegfeld/ /Zabel/ /Zucker/ /Zuckerman/ /Ziegler/ /Dillman/ /Dinser/ and so on. They are all represented heavily, but they indicate neither the earliest nor the most formidable accretion, for underlying them are many Dutch names, e.g. /Zeeman/ and /Zooman/, and over them are a large number of Slavic, Italian, and Jewish names. Among the first I note /Zabludowski/ /Zabriskie/ /Dekzinski/ /Zapinkau/ /Zaretsky/ /Zetnovitz/ slash Zenzalski slash and slash Zywaszewski slash. Among the second slash Zaccardi slash Zaccarini slash Zaccaro slash Deperano slash Zanelli slash Dickerly slash and slash Zucca slash. Among the third slash Zucker slash Zipkin slash and Ziskind. There are two various Spanish names, slash Zelia slash Zingaro slash etc. in Greek, slash Zapian slash Zervakos slash and slash Zuvalekis slash, and Armenian slash Zalum slash Zarin slash and slash Zetmagian slash, and Hungarian slash Zadik slash Zagar slash and slash Zichi slash, and Swedish slash Zetterholm slash and slash Zetterlund slash, and a number that defy placing. Slash Zerike slash Zivan slash Zwip slash Dula slash Zur slash and Zeev. Any other American telephone directory will show the same extraordinary multiplication of exotic patronymics. I choose, at random, that of Pittsburgh and confine myself to the saloon keepers and clergymen. Among the former I find a great many German names, slash Art slash Bartels slash Blum slash Gärtner slash Dittmer slash Hahn slash Fail slash Schumann slash Schlegel slash von Hedemann slash Weiss slash and so on. And Slavic names, slash Blaskuik slash Bukowski slash Puwilowski slash Krzakalski slash Chaladzek slash and slash Stratkuik slash. And Greek and Italian names, slash Markopoulos slash Martinelli slash Foglia slash Gigliotti slash and slash Karabinos slash, and names beyond my determination, slash Tyburski slash Volongiatica slash Herisko slash and Hadduk. Very few Anglo-Saxon names are on the list. The continental foreigner seems to be driving out the native, and even the Irishman, from the saloon business. Among the clerics, naturally enough, there are more men of English surname, but even here I find such strange names as slash Ororov slash Eshinsky slash Burjani slash Duick slash Silo slash Major slash PRZVBL slash Pinayak slash Bazilvich slash Smells slash and Virunek. But Pittsburgh and New York, it may be argued, are scarcely American. Unrestricted immigration has swamped them. The newcomers crowd into the cities. Well, examine the roster of the National House of Representatives, which surely represents the whole country. On it I find slash Baccarat slash Dupre slash Esch slash Estepinal slash Vogt slash Heinz slash Kahn slash Key slash Crater slash LaGuardia slash Kraus slash Lazaro slash Leibach slash Ramju slash Siegel slash and slash Zihelman slash, not to mention the insular delegates, slash Kalanianol slash De Vera slash De Villa slash and slash Yonko slash. And enough Irishmen to organize a parliament at Dublin. In the New York City directory, the fourth most common name is now slash Murphy slash, an Irish name, and the fifth most common is slash Mayer slash, which is German and chiefly Jewish. The slash Mayers slash are the Smiths of Austria and of most of Germany. They outnumber all other clans. After them come the slash Schultzes slash and slash Crosses slash, just as the Joneses and slash Williamses slash follow the Smiths in Great Britain. Slash Schultze slash and slash Kraus slash do not seem to be very common names in New York, but slash Schmidt slash, Muller slash Schneider slash and slash Klein slash appear among the 50 commonest. Slash Cohen slash and Levy rank 8th and 9th and are both ahead of Jones, which is 2nd in England, and Williams, which is 3rd. Taylor, a highly typical British name, ranking 4th in England and Wales, is 23rd in New York. Ahead of it, besides slash Murphy slash Mayer slash Cohen slash and Levy, are slash Schmidt slash Ryan slash O'Brien slash Kelly and slash Sullivan slash Robinson slash, which is 12th in England, is 39th in New York. Even slash Schneider slash and slash Muller slash are ahead of it. In Chicago slash Olson slash Schmidt slash Mayer slash Hansen slash and slash Larson slash are ahead of Taylor, and slash Hoffman slash and Becker are ahead of Ward. In Boston slash Sullivan slash and Murphy are ahead of any English name save Smith. In Philadelphia slash Myers slash is just below slash Robinson slash. Nor, as I have said, is this large proliferation of foreign surnames confined to the large cities. There are whole regions in the Southwest in which slash Lopez slash and slash Gonzalez slash are far commoner names than Smith, /Brown/ or Jones, and whole regions in the Middle West wherein /Olson/ is commoner than either Taylor or Williams, and places both north and south where /Duval/ is at least as common as Brown. Moreover, the true proportions of this admixture of foreign blood are partly concealed by a wholesale anglicization of surnames, sometimes deliberate, and sometimes the fruit of mere confusion. That Smith, /Brown/ and Miller remain in first, second, and third places among the surnames of New York is surely no sound evidence of Anglo-Saxon survival. The German and Scandinavian /Schmidt/ has undoubtedly contributed many a Smith, and /Braun/ many a Brown, and Muller many a Miller in the same way Johnson, which holds first place among Chicago surnames, and Anderson, which holds third, are plainly reinforced from Scandinavian sources, and the former may also owe something to the Russian Ivanov. Miller is a relatively rare name in England. It is not among the 50 most common. But it stands 30th in Boston, 4th in New York and Baltimore, and 2nd in Philadelphia. In the last named city, the influence of /Muller/, probably borrowed from the Pennsylvania Dutch, is plainly indicated, and in Chicago it is likely that there are also contributions from the Scandinavian /Mahler/, the Polish /Jędrzejewski/ and the Bohemian. /Myers/, as we have seen, is a common surname in Philadelphia. So are Fox and Snyder. In some part, at least, they have been reinforced by the Pennsylvania Dutch /Mayer/, /Fotch/ and /Schneider/. Sometimes Muller changes to Miller, sometimes to Muller, and sometimes it remains unchanged, but with the spelling made Mueller. Muller and /Mueller/ do not appear among the commoner names in Philadelphia. All the Mullers seem to have become Millers, thus putting Miller in second place. But in Chicago, with Miller in fourth place, there is also /Mueller/ in 31st place, and in New York, with Miller in third place, there is also Muller in 24th place. Such changes, chiefly based upon transliterations, are met with in all countries. The name of /Toff/, familiar in Austrian history, had an Irish prototype, probably Taft General /Demikoff/. One of the Russian commanders at the Battle of Zorndorf in 1758 was a Swede-born /Themikoud/. Franz Maria von /Thugut/, the Austrian diplomatist, was a member of an Italian Tyrolese family named /Tunicado/. This became /Thunishgut/ equals /do no good in Austria, and was changed to Thugut equals /do good to bring it into greater accord with its possessor's deserts. In /Bonaparte/ the Italian /Buon. became the French Bon. Many English surnames are decayed forms of Norman French names. For example, /Sydney/ from St. Denis, /Diver/ from /DeVere/, Bridgewater from Berg de Walter, /Montgomery/ from /de Montgomery/, Garnet from /Garanot/, and /Seymour/ from St. Maurice/. A large number of so-called Irish names are the products of rough and ready transliterations of Gaelic patronymics. For example, Finley from /Fionlog/, /Dermot/ from /Diamuid/, and /McLean/ from Mac Alethine/. In the same way, the name of /Phoenix/Park in Dublin came from /Fionn Uisge equals /fine water. Of late, some of the more ardent Irish authors and politicians have sought to return to the originals. Thus, /O'Sullivan/ has become /O'Suilibhain/, /Pierce/ has become /Pyrise/, Mac Sweeney/ has become Mac Suibhain/, and /Patrick/ has suffered a widespread transformation to Padraic. But in America, with a language of peculiar vowel sounds and even consonant sounds struggling against a foreign invasion unmatched for strength and variety, such changes have been far more numerous than across the ocean, and the legal rule of idem sonum / is of much wider utility than anywhere else in the world. If it were not for that rule, there would be endless difficulties for the /Wises/ whose grandfathers were /Weises/, and the /Leonard/born /Leonhard/ /Leonhart/ or /Lehnert/, and the /Mannies/ who descend and inherit from Lemaines. A crude popular etymology, says a leading authority on surnames, often begins to play upon a name that is no longer significant to the many. So the /Thurgood/ have become /Thorogood/, and the toadneckers have become the Pennsylvania Dutch toothacres . Much as asparagus has become sparrow grass. So, too, the Whitnecks of Boyle County, Kentucky, descendants of a Hollander, have become Whitenecks . And the lanes of Lower Pennsylvania, descendants of some far-off German, have become lanes. Edgar Allan Poe was a member of a family long settled in western Maryland, the founder being one Poe or Fow , a native of the Palatinate. Major George Armistead who defended Fort McHenry in 1814, when Francis Scott Key wrote The Star-Spangled Banner, was the descendant of an Armstadt who came to Virginia from Hesse Darmstadt. General George A. Custer the Indian fighter, was the great-grandson of one Custer a Hessian soldier paroled after Bergen's surrender. William Wirt anti-Masonic candidate for the presidency in 1832, was the son of one Worth William Paca, a signer of the Declaration of Independence, was the great-grandson of a Bohemian named Paca. General W.S. Rosecrans was really a Rosencrantz . Even the surname of Abraham Lincoln according to some authorities, was an anglicized form of Lincoln. Such changes, in fact, are almost innumerable. Every work upon American genealogy is full of examples. The first foreign names to undergo the process were Dutch and French. Among the former, /Riger/ was debased to /Riker/ Van de Veer to /Van de Ver/ Van Hise/ to /Vanis/ Van Siegel/ to Van Sickle/ Van Arsdale/ to /Vanersdale/ and /Harlan/ or /Harlem/ to Harlan. Among the latter, Petty became /Podit/ /Calais/ changed to /Kyle/ /Delahaye/ to /Dillihaye/ /Dejean/ to /Deshung/ /Gizot/ to /Gosset/ /Gurient/ to /Karen/ /Soul/ to /Sewell/ /Gervais/ to /Jarvis/ /Bale/ to Bailey /Fontaine/ to Fountain, Denny's to /Denny/ /Pebedier/ to Peabody. Bonpas to /Bumpus/ and / to El Hotel / to Doolittle. Frenchmen and French Canadians who came to New England, says Shiel de Vere, had to pay for such hospitality as they there received by the sacrifice of their names. The brave Bon Cur / Captain Marryat tells us in his diary, became Mr. Bunker, and gave his name to Bunker's Hill. But it was the German immigration that provoked the first really wholesale slaughter. A number of characteristic German sounds, for example, that of U and the guttural in /ch/ and G, are almost impossible to the Anglo-Saxon pharynx, and so they had to go. Thus, /block/ was changed to /block/ or black, /ox/ to /oak/ hawk to hoke, /fishbach/ to /fishbeck/ /albrecht/ to Albert or /albright/ and /steinweg/ to /steinway/ and the /grundwort/ /bach/ was almost universally changed to /baw/ as in Brumbaugh. The U met the same fate. /grun/ was changed to green, /fuer/ to fear or /fuer/ Warner to /Warner/ During to Deering, and /schnabel/ to /snavely/ /snabely/ or /snively/ In many other cases, there were changes in spelling to preserve vowel sounds differently represented in German and English. Thus, /blum/ was changed to bloom, /roo/ to /royce/ /coaster/ to /kester/ /kewhole/ to /keely/ /schroeder/ to /schrader/ /staley/ to /staley/ /wayman/ to /wayman/ /freedman/ to freedman /bauman/ to bowman and /lang/ as the best compromise possible. To long, the change of /ohim/ to Ames belongs to the same category. The addition of the final S represents a typical effort to substitute the nearest related Anglo-Saxon name. Other examples of that effort are to be found in Michaels for /Michaely/, Bowers for /Bower/, Johnson for /Johansen/, /Ford/ for /Firth/, Hinz for /Heinz/, Kemp for /Kemp/, Foreman for /Fuhrman/, /Kuhn/ or Kuhns for /Kuntz/, Hoover for slash Huber slash Levering slash for slash Liebering slash Jones for slash Jonas slash Swope slash for slash Schwab slash Height slash or slash Hyde slash for slash Hyde slash Andrews for slash Andre slash Young for slash Jung slash and Pence for Pence. The American antipathy to accented letters, mentioned in the chapter on spelling, is particularly noticeable among surnames. An immigrant named slash first slash inevitably becomes plain slash first slash in the United States, and if not the man, then surely his son. Low, in the same way, is transformed into low, pro-low, slash Lerman slash into slash Lerman slash scon slash into slash scon slash supple slash into slash supple slash or slash supple slash looters slash into slash looters slash and slash brule slash into brill, even when no accent betrays it. The foreign diphthong is under hard pressure. Thus the German slash o slash disappears, and slash lobe slash is changed to lobe or slash labe slash oler slash to slash oler slash loser slash to slash lesser slash, and slash scone slash to slash scon slash or slash shane slash. In the same way the slash o slash in such names as slash Rosenau slash changes to osso too, the French oi sound is disposed of, and slash dubois slash is pronounced du, boys slash, and slash boileau slash acquires a first syllable rhyming with toil. So with the slash kn slash in the German names of the slash nap slash class, they are all pronounced, probably by analogy with knight, as if they began with n, so with slash slash. Slash Schneider slash becomes slash Snyder slash Schlegel slash becomes slash Slagel slash, and slash Schluter slash becomes Sluter. If a foreigner clings to the original spelling of his name, he must usually expect to hear it mispronounced. Slash Roth slash in American quickly becomes slash Roth slash Fremont slash, losing both accent and the French E becomes slash Fremont slash. Slash Blum slash begins to rhyme with dumb, slash man slash rhymes with slash van slash and slash lang slash with hang, Krantz slash Lance slash and their cognates with chance, slash Kurt slash with shirts, the first syllable of slash Gutman slash with but, the first of slash Collar slash with bay, the first of slash Werner slash with turn. The first of slash Wagner slash with nag slash Euler slash, in America, is always Euler. Berg loses its German E sound for an English slash U slash sound, and its German hard G for an English G. It becomes identical with the Berg of iceberg. The same change in the vowel occurs in slash Erdmann slash. In slash Koenig slash, the German diphthong succumbs to a long O, and the hard G becomes K. The common pronunciation is Koenig slash. Often, in slash Berger slash, the G becomes soft, and the name rhymes with Verger it becomes soft, too, in slash Bittinger slash. In slash Wilstech slash and slash Welsbach slash, the slash ch slash becomes a K in slash Anheuser slash, the slash EU slash changes to a long I. The final E, important in German, is nearly always silenced. Slash dome slash rhymes with foam, slash Kuhn slash becomes keen. In addition to these transliterations, there are constant translations of foreign proper names. Many a Pennsylvania carpenter, says Dr. Oliphant, bearing a surname that is English, from the French, from the Latin, and they're a Celtic loanword in origin, is neither English, nor French, nor Latin, nor Celt, but an original German Zimmermann. A great many other such translations are under everyday observation. Slash fun slash becomes pound, Becker slash Baker slash Schumacher slash Shoemaker, slash Koenig slash King, slash Weisberg slash Whitehill slash Cock slash Cook, slash Newman slash Newman slash Schieffer slash Shepherd slash or slash Shepherd slash Gutman slash Goodman, slash Goldschmidt slash Goldsmith slash Edelstein slash Noblestone slash Steiner slash Stoner slash Meister slash Master, S slash Schwartz slash Black, slash Weiss slash White slash Weber slash Weaver, slash Butcher slash Booker, slash Vogelgesang slash Birdsong, slash Sontag slash Sunday, and so on. Partial translations are also encountered, e.g. slash Studebaker slash from slash Studebeker slash, and slash Riendaler slash from slash Reinthler slash. By the same process, among the newer immigrants, the Polish slash Wilkuik slash becomes Wilson, the Bohemian slash Bohumil slash becomes slash Godfrey slash, and the Bohemian slash Kavar slash and the Russian slash Kuznetsov slash becomes Smith, some curious examples are occasionally encountered. Thus Henry/Woodhouse/, a gentleman prominent in aeronautical affairs, came to the United States from Italy as Mario Terenzio Enrico/Casalgno/. His new surname is simply a translation of his old one. And the Belmonts, the bankers, unable to find a euphonious English equivalent for their German-Jewish patronymic of /Skonberg/, chose a French one that Americans could pronounce. In part, as I say, these changes in surname are enforced by the sheer inability of Americans to pronounce certain continental consonants, and their disinclination to remember the continental vowel sounds. Many an immigrant, finding his name constantly mispronounced, changes its vowels or drops some of its consonants. Many another shortens it, or translates it, or changes it entirely for the same reason. Just as a well-known Greco-French poet changed his Greek name of /Papadiamanopoulos/ to /Morias/ because /Papadiamanopoulos/ was too much for Frenchmen, and as an eminent Polish English novelist changed his Polish name of /Korzeniowski/ to /Conrad/ because few Englishmen could pronounce /Oski/ correctly. So the Italian or Greek or Slav immigrant, coming up for naturalization, very often sheds his family name with his old allegiance and emerges as Taylor, /Jackson/ or Wilson. I once encountered a firm of Polish Jews showing the name of /Robinson and Jones on its signboard, whose partners were born /Rubinowitz/ and /Jonas/. I lately heard of a German named /Notch/, a name doubly difficult to Americans, what with the /KN/ and the /CH/ who changed it boldly to /Knox/ to avoid being called /Knocky/. A Greek named /Zoiopoulos/ /Kolokotrinus/ /Mavrocordatos/ or /Constantinopolis/ would find it practically impossible to carry on amicable business with Americans. His name would arouse their mirth, if not their downright ire. And the same burden would lie upon a Hungarian named /Benixkene/ or /Gyalui/ or /Shilagi/ or Vezerksilagok, or a Finn named /Kaiyakaisen/ or /Joskalainen/ or /Tulensu/ or /Uatainen/, all honorable Finnish patronymics. Or a Swede named /Esjogren/ or /Shit/ or /Lagenhufvud/, or a Bohemian named /SRB/ or /Hrubka/, or, for that matter, a German named /Canningisser/ or /Schnappup/ or Fannenbecker. But more important than this purely linguistic hostility, there is a deeper social enmity, and it urges the immigrant to change his name with even greater force. For 100 years past, all the heaviest and most degrading labor of the United States has been done by successive armies of foreigners, and so a concept of inferiority has come to be attached to mere foreignness. In addition, these newcomers, pressing upward steadily in the manner already described, have offered the native a formidable, and considering their lower standards of living, what has appeared to him to be an unfair competition on his own plane. And as a result, a hatred born of disastrous rivalry has been added to his disdain. Our unmatchable vocabulary of derisive names for foreigners reveals the national attitude. The French Bosch, the German Honeyaddy for Hungarian, and the Old English /froggy/ for Frenchmen seem lone and feeble beside our great repertoire. /dago/ wop, guinea, kike, goose, mick, harp /bohick/ bohunk, square, head, greaser, canuck /spaghetti/ chink, polak /dutchy/ Scowegian hunky and yellow belly. This disdain tends to pursue an immigrant with extraordinary rancor when he bears a name that is unmistakably foreign and hence difficult to the native, and open to his crude burlesque. Moreover, the general feeling penetrates the man himself, particularly if he be ignorant, and he comes to believe that his name is not only a handicap, but also intrinsically discreditable, that it wars subtly upon his worth and integrity. This feeling, perhaps, accounted for a good many changes of surnames among Germans upon the entrance of the United States into the war. But in the majority of cases, of course, the changes so copiously reported e.g. from /Bielefelder/ to /Benson/ and from /Pulvermacher/ to Pullman were merely efforts at protective coloration. The immigrant, in a time of extraordinary suspicion and difficulty, tried to get rid of at least one handicap. This motive constantly appears among the Jews, who face an anti-Semitism that is imperfectly concealed and may be expected to grow stronger hereafter. Once they have lost the faith of their fathers, a phenomenon almost inevitable in the first native-born generation, they shrink from all the disadvantages that go with Jewishness and seek to conceal their origin, or, at all events, to avoid making it unnecessarily noticeable. To this end, they modify the spelling of the more familiar Jewish surnames, turning Levi into /Louis /Lewitt /Levitt Levin /Levine /Levi /Levi and even Lever /Cohen into /Cohn /Con /Con /Can /Coin and /Con Aaron's into /Aaron and /Aaron and Solomon into /Salmon /Salomon and /Salmson / In the same way, they shorten their long names, changing /Wolfshamer to Wolf /Goldschmidt to Gold, and /Rosenblatt /Rosenthal /Rosenbaum /Rosenow Rosenberg /Rosenbusch /Rosenblum /Rosenstein /Rosenheim and /Rosenfeld to Rose. Like the Germans, they also seek refuge in translations more or less literal. Thus, on the east side of New York, /Blumenthal is often changed to /Bloomingdale /Schneider to Taylor /Reichman to /Richmond and /Schlachtfeld to /Warfield Fiddler, a common Jewish name, becomes Harper. So does /Pickler which is Yiddish for drummer /stoller which is a Yiddish word borrowed from the Russian, signifying carpenter, is often changed to /carpenter /Lichman and /Lichtenstein become Chandler. /Melech which is Hebrew for king, becomes king, and so does /Melatzen The strong tendency to seek English-sounding equivalents for names of noticeably foreign origin changes /Schur into Sherman, /Mitchell into /Mitchell /Rogowski into Rogers, Kalinsky into Collins, /Rabinovich into /Robbins /Davidovich into Davis, /Moiseev into /Macy or Mason, and /Jacobson /Jakobovich and /Jakubowski into Jackson. This last change proceeds by way of a transient change to Jake or Jack as a nickname. Jacob is always abbreviated to one or the other on the east side. /Yankelevich also becomes Jackson, for /Yankel is Yiddish for Jacob. Among the immigrants of other stocks, some extraordinarily radical changes in name are to be observed. Greek names of 5 and even 8 syllables shrink to Smith. Hungarian names that seem to be all consonants are reborn in such euphonious forms as Martin and /Lacy / I have encountered a Gregory who was born /Georgievich in Serbia, a /Uller who was born /Uljarich / a Graves who descends from the fine old Dutch family of /Esgravenhage / I once knew a man named /Lawton / whose grandfather had been a /Lautenberger / First he shed the /Berger / and then he changed the spelling of /Lawton / to make it fit the inevitable American mispronunciation. There is, again, a family of /Dix / in the South whose ancestor was a /Schwettendijk / apparently a Dutch or Low German name. There is, yet again, a celebrated American artist, of the Bohemian patronymic of /Hrubka / who has abandoned it for a surname which is common to all the Teutonic languages and is hence easy for Americans. The Italians, probably because of the relations established by the Catholic Church, often take Irish names as they marry Irish girls. It is common to hear of an Italian pugilist or politician named Kelly or /O'Brien /. The process of change is often informal, but even legally it is quite facile. The Naturalization Act of June 29, 1906, authorizes the court, as a part of the naturalization of any alien, to make an order changing his name. This is frequently done when he receives his last papers, sometimes, if the newspapers are to be believed, without his solicitation and even against his protest. If the matter is overlooked at the time, he may change his name later on, like any other citizen, by simple application to a court of record. Among names of Anglo-Saxon origin and names naturalized long before the earliest colonization, one notes certain American peculiarities, setting off the nomenclature of the United States from that of the mother country. The relative infrequency of hyphenated names in America is familiar. When they appear at all, it is almost always in response to direct English influences. Again, a number of English family names have undergone modification in the New World. /venable/ may serve as a specimen. The form in England is almost invariably /venable/, but in America, the final S has been lost, and every example of the name that I have been able to find in the leading American reference books is without it. And where spellings have remained unchanged, pronunciations have been frequently modified. This is particularly noticeable in the South. /Callowhill/ down there is commonly pronounced /Carroll/ /Crenshaw/ is Granger, Hawthorne /Horton/ /Hayward/ /Howard/ /Norseworthy/ /Nazary/ Ironmonger /Munder/ /Farenholt/ /Fernal/ Camp Kemp /Buchanan/ /Bohannon/ /Drury/ /Droit /Enroddy/ Darby and /Taliaferro/ Tolliver. The English /Crowninshields pronounce every syllable of their name. The American /Crowninshields commonly make it Crunchall. Van Schaik / an old New York name, is pronounced Von Skoik /. A good many American Jews, aiming at a somewhat laborious refinement, change the pronunciation of the terminal stein in their names so that it rhymes not with line, but with bean. Thus, in fashionable Jewish circles, there are no longer any /Epstein/ /Goldstein/ and /Hammerstein/ but only /Epstein/ /Goldstein/ and Hammersteins. The American Jews differ further from the English in pronouncing levy to make the first syllable rhyme with T. The English Jews always make the name /Levi/ to match such American prodigies as Darby for /and Roddy/. The English themselves have /Hools/ for /Howells/ /Sillinger/ for St. Letter/ /St. John/ for /St. John, Poole for /Powell/ Weems for /Wemyss/ /Cadogan/ for /Cadogan/ /Mabra/ for Marlborough, Key for Keynes, /Marchbank/ for /Marjoribank/ /Beecham/ for /Beauchamp/ /Chumley/ for /Comandelly/ /Trossley/ for /Trotterscliffe/ and Darby for /Derby/, not to mention Maudlin for Magdalen. Section 2. Given names, the non-Anglo-Saxon American's willingness to anglicize his patronymic is far exceeded by his eagerness to give American, baptismal names to his children. The favorite given names of the old country almost disappear in the first native-born generation. The Irish immigrants quickly dropped such names as Terence, Dennis, and /Patrick/ and adopted in their places the less conspicuous John, /George/ and William. The Germans, in the same way, abandoned /Otto/ August, /Hermann/ Ludwig/ Heinrich/ Wolfgang/ Albrecht/ Wilhelm/ Kurt/ Hans/ Rudolf/ Gottlieb/ Johann/ and France. For some of these they substituted the English equivalents: Charles, Louis, Henry, William, John, /Frank/ and so on. In the room of others, they began afflicting their offspring with more fanciful native names. Milton and /Raymond/ were their chief favorites 30 or 40 years ago. The Jews carry the thing to great lengths. At present, they seem to take most delight in /Sidney/ Irving, Milton, Roy, Stanley, and Monroe, but they also call their sons John, Charles, Henry, Harold, William /Richard/ James, Albert, Edward, Alfred, Frederick /Thomas/ and even Mark, /Luke/ and /Matthew/ and their daughters /Mary/ Gertrude/ Estelle/ Pauline, Alice, and /Edith/ As a boy, I went to school with many Jewish boys. The commonest given names among them were /Isidore/ Samuel /Jonas/ Isaac, and Israel. These are seldom bestowed by the rabbis of today. In the same school were a good many German pupils, boy and girl. Some of the girls bore such fine old German given names as /Katharina/ Wilhelmina /Elsa/ Lotta /Ermentrude/ and Francisca. All these have begun to disappear. The newer immigrants, indeed, do not wait for the birth of children to demonstrate their naturalization. They change their own given names immediately they land. I am told by Abraham Cahan that this is done almost universally on the east side of New York. Even the most old-fashioned Jews immigrating to this country, he says, change /Yosel/ to Joseph, /Yankel/ to Jacob, /Liebel/ to Louis, /Fievel/ to Philip, /Itzik/ to Isaac, /Reuven/ to Robert, and /Moise/ or Motel to Morris. Moreover, the spelling of /Morris/, as the position of its bearer improves, commonly changes to /Morris/, though the pronunciation may remain /Morris/, as in the case of Mr. Perlmutter. The immigrants of other stocks follow the same habit. Every Bohemian /Vaclav/ or /Vojtek/ becomes a William. Every /Jarislav/ becomes a /Jerry/. Every /Bronislav/ a Barney, and every /Stanislav/ a Stanley. The Italians run to Frank and Joe. So do the Hungarians and the Balkan peoples. The Russians quickly drop their national system of nomenclature and give their children names according to the American plan. Even the Chinese laundrymen of the big cities become John, George, Charlie, and Frank. I once encountered one boasting the name of Emil. The Puritan influence, in names as in ideas, has remained a good deal more potent in American than in England. The given name of the celebrated praise God Barebones marked a fashion which died out in England very quickly, but one still finds traces of it in America, e.g. in such women's names as Faith, Hope, Prudence, /Charity/ and Mercy, and in such men's names as Peregrine. The religious obsession of the New England colonists is also kept in mind by the persistence of biblical names. Ezra, /Hiram/ Ezekiel/ Zechariah/ Elijah/ Elihu/ and so on. These names excite the derision of the English. An American comic character in an English play or novel always bears one of them. Again, the fashion of using surnames as given names is far more widespread in America than in England. In this country, indeed, it takes on the character of a national habit. Fully 3 out of 4 eldest sons, in families of any consideration, bear their mothers' surnames as middle names. This fashion arose in England during the 17th century, and one of its fruits was the adoption of such well-known surnames as Stanley, /Cecil/ /Howard/ /Douglas/ and /Duncan/ as common given names. It died out over there during the 18th century, and today the great majority of Englishmen bear such simple given names as John, /Charles/ and William, often 4 or 5 of them, but in America it has persisted. A glance at a roster of the presidents of the United States will show how firmly it has taken root. Of the 10 that have had middle names at all, 6 have had middle names that were family surnames, and 2 of the 6 have dropped their other given names and used these surnames. This custom, perhaps, has paved the way for another, that of making given names of any proper nouns that happen to strike the fancy. Thus General Sherman was named after an Indian chief, Tecumseh, and a Chicago judge was baptized Kennesaw Mountain / in memory of the battle that General Sherman fought there. A late candidate for governor of New York had the curious given name of /DKD/. Various familiar American given names, originally surnames, are almost unknown in England, among them /Washington/ /Jefferson/ Jackson, Lincoln, Columbus, and /Lee/ Chauncey/ forms a curious addition to the list. It was the surname of the second president of Harvard College and was bestowed upon their offspring by numbers of his graduates. It then got into general use and acquired a typically American pronunciation, with the /a/ of the first syllable flat. It is never encountered in England. In the pronunciation of various given names, as in that of many surnames, English and American usages differ. /Evelyn/ in England is given 2 syllables instead of 3, and the first is made to rhyme with leave. /Irene/ is given 2 syllables, making it /Irene/. /Ralph/ is pronounced Rafe. /Jerome/ is accented on the first syllable. In America, it is always accented on the second. Section 3. Geographical names / there is no part of the world, said Robert Louis Stevenson, where nomenclature is so rich, poetical, humorous, and picturesque as in the United States of America. A glance at the latest United States official postal guide or report of the United States Geographic Board quite bears out this opinion. The map of the country is besprinkled with place names from at least 100 languages, living and dead, and among them, one finds examples of the most daring and elaborate fancy. There are Spanish, French, and Indian names as melodious and charming as running water. There are names out of the histories and mythologies of all the great races of man. There are names grotesque and names almost sublime. No other country can match them for interest and variety. When there arises among us a philologist who will study them as thoroughly and intelligently as the Swiss, Johann Jakob Egli, studied the place names of Central Europe, his work will be an invaluable contribution to the history of the nation, and no less to an understanding of the psychology of its people. The original English settlers, it would appear, displayed little imagination in naming the new settlements and natural features of the land that they came to. Their almost invariable tendency, at the start, was to make use of names familiar at home or to invent banal compounds. Plymouth Rock at the north and Jamestown at the south are examples of their poverty of fancy. They filled the narrow tract along the coast with New Bostons, Cambridges, Bristols, and Londons, and often used the adjective as a prefix. But this was only in the days of beginning. Once they had begun to move back from the coast, and to come into contact with the Aborigines and with the widely dispersed settlers of other races, they encountered rivers, mountains, lakes, and even towns that bore far more engaging names, and these, after some resistance, they perforce adopted. The native names of such rivers as the James, the York and the Charles succumbed, but those of the Potomac, the Patapsco the Merrimack and the Penobscot survived, and they were gradually reinforced as the country was penetrated. Most of these Indian names, in getting upon the early maps, suffered somewhat severe simplifications. Potomac was reduced to Potomac and then to Potomac Uniacora became Niagara Reckawacus by the law of Hobson-Jobson, was turned into Rockaway and Penipang into Port Tobacco But, despite such elisions and transformations, the charm of thousands of them remained, and today they are responsible for much of the characteristic color of American geographical nomenclature. Such names as Tallahassee, Susquehanna /Mississippi Allegheny Chicago Kennebec Patuxent and Arkansas give a barbaric brilliancy to the American map. Only the map of Australia, with its mellifluous Maori names, can match it. The settlement of the American continent, once the eastern coast ranges were crossed, proceeded with unparalleled speed, and so the naming of the new rivers, lakes, peaks, and valleys, and of the new towns and districts no less, strained the inventiveness of the pioneers. The result is the vast duplication of names that shows itself in the postal guide. No less than 18 imitative Bostons and New Bostons still appear, and there are 19 Bristols 28 Newports, and 22 Londons and New Londons Argonauts starting out from an older settlement on the coast would take its name with them, and so we find Philadelphia's in Illinois, Mississippi, Missouri, and Tennessee, Richmond's in Iowa, Kansas, and 9 other western states, and Princeton's in 15. Even when a new name was hit upon, it seems to have been hit upon simultaneously by scores of scattered bands of settlers. Thus we find the whole land bespattered with Washingtons, Lafayette's Jefferson's and Jackson's, and with names suggested by common and obvious natural objects, e.g., Bear Creek, Bald Knob, and Buffalo The Geographic Board, in its last report, made a belated protest against this excessive duplication. The names elk beaver cottonwood and bald, it said, are altogether too numerous. Of post offices alone there are fully 100 embodying elk. Counting in rivers, lakes, creeks, mountains, and valleys, the map of the United States probably shows at least twice as many such names. A study of American geographical and place names reveals 8 general classes, as follows. A. Those embodying personal names, chiefly the surnames of pioneers or of national heroes. B. Those transferred from other and older places, either in the eastern states or in Europe. C. Indian names. D. Dutch, Spanish, and French names. E. Biblical and mythological names. F. Names descriptive of localities. G. Names suggested by the local flora, fauna, or geology. H. Purely fanciful names. The names of the first class are perhaps the most numerous. Some consist of surnames standing alone, as Washington Cleveland, Bismarck, Lafayette, Taylor, and / Randolph /. Others consist of surnames in combination with various old and new / Grundorder / as Pittsburgh, Knoxville / Bailey's Switch / Hagerstown / Franklinton / Dodge City, Fort Riley / Wayne Junction, and / McKeesport /. And yet others are contrived of given names, either alone or in combination, as Louisville / St. Paul / Elizabeth, Johnstown, Charlotte, Williamsburg, and Marysville. The number of towns in the United States bearing women's given names is enormous. I find, for example, 11 post offices called Charlotte, 10 called Ada, and no less than 19 called Alma. Most of these places are small, but there is an Elizabeth with 75,000 population, an Elmira with 40,000, and an / Augusta / with nearly 45,000. The names of the second class we have already briefly observed. They are betrayed in many cases by the prefix new. More than 600 such post offices are recorded, ranging from New Albany to New Windsor /. Others bear such prefixes as West, North, and South, or various distinguishing affixes, e.g. /Bostonia / Pittsburgh Landing / Yorktown / and Hartford City. One often finds eastern county names applied to western towns and eastern town names applied to western rivers and mountains. Thus, /Cambria /, which is the name of a county but not of a post office in Pennsylvania, is a town name in 7 western states. Baltimore is the name of a glacier in Alaska, and /Princeton / is the name of a peak in Colorado. In the same way, the names of the more easterly states often reappear in the West, e.g. in Mount Ohio, Colo, Delaware, Ocla, and Virginia City, Nev. The tendency to name small American towns after the great capitals of antiquity has excited the derision of the English since the earliest days. There is scarcely an English book upon the states without some fling at it. Of late it has fallen into abeyance, though 16 /Athenses / still remain, and there are yet many Carthages, Uticas / Syracuses / Romes, Alexandrias / Ninevehs / and Troy's the third city of the nation, Philadelphia, got its name from the ancient stronghold of Philadelphus of Pergamon. To make up for the falling off of this old and flamboyant custom, the more recent immigrants have brought with them the names of the capitals and other great cities of their fatherlands. Thus the American map bristles with Berlins / Bremens / Hamburgs, Warsaws, and Leipzigs, and is beginning to show Stockholms, Venices, Belgrades, and Christianias. The influence of Indian names upon American nomenclature is quickly shown by a glance at the map. No less than 26 of the states have names borrowed from the Aborigines, and the same thing is true of most of our rivers and mountains. There was an effort, at one time, to get rid of these Indian names. Thus the early Virginians changed the name of the Powhatan to the James, and the first settlers in New York changed the name of /Horican / to Lake George in the same way the present name of the White Mountains displaced /Agiachuk / and /New Amsterdam, and later New York displaced Manhattan, which has been recently revived. The law of Hobson-Jobson made changes in other Indian names, sometimes complete and sometimes only partial. Thus, /Mawaming / became Wyoming, /Mauquachung / became /Mauch-Chunk / Wabash / became /Wabash / Asing / became Sing, and /Machihiganing / became Michigan, but this vandalism did not go far enough to take away the brilliant color of the Aboriginal nomenclature. The second city of the United States bears an Indian name, and so do the largest American river and the greatest American waterfall, and 4 of the 5 Great Lakes, and the scene of the most important military decision ever reached on American soil. The Dutch place, names of the United States are chiefly confined to the vicinity of New York, and a good many of them have become greatly corrupted. Brooklyn, /Wallabout / and /Gramercy / offer examples. The first named was originally /Brookellen / the second was /Walbobit / and the third was /de Gate / is a crude translation of the Dutch /Helgat /. During the early part of the last century, the more delicate New Yorkers transformed the term into /Hurlgate / but the change was vigorously opposed by Washington Irving, and so Gate was revived. The law of Hobson-Jobson early converted the Dutch /hook/ into hook, and it survives in various place names, e.g., //Kinderhook/ and /Sandy Hook/. The Dutch kill is a /Grundwort/ in many other names, e.g., //Catskill/ /Schaukel/ Peekskill /Fishkill/ and /Kill Van Kull/. It is the equivalent of the American creek. Many other Dutch place names will come familiarly to mind. Haarlem /Staten/ Flushing /Cortlandt/ Calverplot / Nassau /Coenties / Spuytenduyvil / Yonkers, Hoboken and /Bowery/ from /Bouverie/. Block Island was originally /Block/ and Cape /May/ according to Shiel de Vere was /May/ both Dutch. A large number of New York street and neighborhood names come down from Knickerbocker days, often greatly changed in pronunciation. /Desbrosses/ offers an example. The Dutch called it /de Bruce/, but in New York today it is commonly spoken of as /Desbros says/. French place names have suffered almost as severely. Few persons would recognize /Smackover/, the name of a small town in Arkansas, as French, and yet in its original form it was Chemin Couvert Shiel de Vere, in 1871, recorded the degeneration of the name to /Smack Cover/. The post office, always eager to shorten and simplify names, has since made one word of it and got rid of the redundant C in the same way Bob Bruley/, a Missouri name, descends from /Boys Brule/. The American tongue, says W. W. Crane, seems to lend itself reluctantly to the words of alien languages. This is shown plainly by the history of French place names among us. A large number of them, e.g. lac superieur / were translated into English at an early day, and most of those that remain are now pronounced as if they were English. Thus /Des Moines/ is /Des Moines/ /Terre Haute is Terry Hut, /Beaufort/ is /Bayou, Fort, New Orleans is /Orleans/ /Lafayette/ has a flat A, /Havre de Grace has another, and /Versailles/ is Versailles the pronunciation of salt, as in /Saltstee. Marie/ is commonly more or less correct. The Minneapolis, St. Paul and Saltstee. Marie Railroad is popularly called the Sioux. This may be due to Canadian example, or to some confusion between /Salt/ and Sioux. The French Louis, in St. Louis and /Louisville/ is usually pronounced correctly. So is the Rouge in /Baton Rouge, though the baton is commonly boggled. It is possible that familiarity with St. Louis influenced the local pronunciation of Illinois, which is /Illinois/, but this may be a mere attempt to improve upon the vulgar /Illinois/. For a number of years, the Geographic Board has been seeking vainly to reestablish the correct pronunciation of the name of the /Purgatoire/River in Colorado. Originally named the /Rio de las Animas/ by the Spaniards, it was renamed the du Purgatoire/ by their French successors. The American pioneers changed this to /Picketwire/, and that remains the local name of the stream to this day, despite the effort of the Geographic Board to compromise on /Purgatoire/River. Many other French names are being anglicized with its aid and consent. Already half a dozen Bellevues have been changed to /Bellevue/ and /Bellevue/, and the spelling of nearly all the /Belvedere/ has been changed to Belvedere. /Belair/, law represents the end product of a process of decay which began with /Bel-Air/, and then proceeded to /Belair/ and Bel-Air. All these forms are still to be found. Together with Bel-Air, the Geographic Board's antipathy to accented letters and to names of more than one word has converted Isle-Stee. Therese/ in the St. Lawrence River to Isle-Stee. Therese/, a truly abominable barbarism, and Lassigny/ in Kansas to /Lassigny/, which is even worse. /Lamon/, /Labelle/, /Lagrange/ and /Lamont/ are among its other improvements. Lafayette for Lafayette/ long antedates the beginning of its labors. The Spanish names of the Southwest are undergoing a like process of corruption, though without official aid. San Antonio/ has been changed to San Antone/ in popular pronunciation and seems likely to go to Santone. El Paso/ has acquired a flat American A and a /Z/ sound in place of the Spanish S. Los Angeles presents such difficulties that no two of its inhabitants agree upon the proper pronunciation, and many compromise on simple Los, as the folks of Jacksonville commonly call their towns Jack. Some of the most mellifluous of American place names are in the areas once held by the Spaniards. It would be hard to match the beauty of Santa Margarita, San Anselmo Alamogordo, Terra Amarilla Sabinoso Las Palomas Ensenada, Nogales, San Patricio and Bernalillo. But they are under a severe and double assault. Not only do the present lords of the soil debase them in speaking them, in many cases they are formally displaced by native names of the utmost harshness and banality. Thus, one finds in New Mexico such absurdly named towns as Sugarite Shoemaker, New Hope Lordsburg Eastview and Central. In Arizona, such places as Old Glory Springerville Wickenburg and Congress Junction, and even in California such abominations as Oakhurst Ben Hur Drayton Skidoo Susanville Uno and Ono. The early Spaniards were prodigal with place names testifying to their piety, but these names, in the overwhelming main, were those of saints. Add Salvador, Trinidad and Conception and their repertoire is almost exhausted. If they ever named a town Jesus, the name has been obliterated by Anglo-Saxon prudery. Even their use of the name as a personal appellation violates American notions of the fitting. The names of the Jewish patriarchs and those of the holy places in Palestine do not appear among their place names. Their Christianity seems to have been exclusively of the New Testament. But the Americans who displaced them were intimately familiar with both books of the Bible, and one finds copious proofs of it on the map of the United States. There are no less than 7 Bethlehems in the postal guide, and the name is also applied to various mountains and to one of the reaches of the Ohio River. I find 13 Bethanies, 17 Bethels, 11 Beulahs 9 Canaans, 11 Jordan and 21 Sharon's. Adam is sponsor for a town in West Virginia and an island in the Chesapeake, and Eve for a village in Kentucky. There are 5 post offices named Aaron, 2 named Abraham 2 named Job, and a town and a lake named Moses. Most of the St. Paul's and St. Joseph's of the country were inherited from the French, but the 2 St. Patrick's show a later influence. 8 Wesley's and Wesleyville's 8 Asbury's and 12 names embodying Luther indicate the general theological trend of the plain people. There is a village in Maryland, too small to have a post office, named Got and I find Gott's Island in Maine and Gottville in California, but no doubt these were named after German settlers of that awful name and not after the Lord God directly. There are 4 Trinities, to say nothing of the inherited Spanish Trinidads. Names wholly or partly descriptive of localities are very numerous throughout the country, and among the Grundwörter embodied in them are terms highly characteristic of America and almost unknown to the English vocabulary. Bald Knob would puzzle an Englishman, but the name is so common in the United States that the Geographic Board has had to take measures against it. Others of that sort are Council Bluff Patapsco Neck, Delaware Water Gap, Curtis Creek Walden Pond, Sandy Hook, Key West, Bull Run, Portage, French Lick, Jones Gulch, Watkins Gully, Cedar Bayou, Keams Canyon Parker Notch, Sucker Branch, Frazier's Bottom and Eagle Pass Butte Creek in Montana is a name made up of 2 Americanisms. There are 35 post offices whose names embody the word prairie, several of them, e.g. Prairie du Chien Wise, inherited from the French. There are 7 divides, 8 buttes, 8 town names embodying the word burnt, innumerable names embodying grove, barren, plain, fork, center, cross, roads, courthouse, cove and ferry, and a great swarm of cold springs, coldwaters, summits, middle towns, and highlands. The flora and fauna of the land are enormously represented. There are 22 buffaloes beside the city in New York, and scores of Buffalo Creek ridges, springs, and wallows. The Elks in various forms are still more numerous, and there are dozens of towns, mountains, lakes, creeks, and country districts named after the beaver marten, coyote, moose, and otter, and as many more named after such characteristic flora as the pawpaw, the sycamore the cottonwood. the locust and the sunflower, there is an alligator in Mississippi, a crawfish in Kentucky, and a slash rat lake slash on the Canadian border of Minnesota. The endless search for mineral wealth has besprinkled the map with such names as bromide, slash oil city, anthracite, chrome, chloride, coal run, slash goldfield slash, telluride, Leadville, and cement. There was a time, particularly during the gold rush to California, when the rough humor of the country showed itself in the invention of extravagant and often highly felicitous place names. But with the growth of population and the rise of civic spirit, they have tended to be replaced with more seemly coinages. Slash Catfish slash Creek in Wisconsin is now the slash Yahara slash River. The Bulldog Mountains in Arizona have become the slash Harasomas slash. The slash Picket Wire slash River, as we have seen, has resumed its old French name of slash Purgatoire slash. As with natural features of the landscape, so with towns. Nearly all the old slash Boozevilles slash, Jackass Flats, Three Fingers, Hell for Sartines, slash Undershirt Hills, Razzle, Dazzles, Cow Tails, Yellow Dogs, slash Jim Jamses slash Jump Offs, Poker Cities and slash Skunktown slash have yielded to the growth of delicacy. But Tombstone still stands in Arizona. Slash Goosebill remains a post office in Montana, and the Geographic Board gives its imprimatur to the slash Horse Thief slash Trail in Colorado, to slash Burning Bear Creek in the same state, and to Pig Eye Lake in Minnesota. Various other survivors of a more lively and innocent day linger on the map. Blue Ball, Ark, Cowhide, W.Va, slash Dollarville slash Mitch, Oven Fork Kai, Social Circle Ga slash Sleepy Eye slash Min, Bubble Ark, Shy Beaver Pa Shin Pon Me, slash Ruffin Dreddy slash Caliph slash Non-Intervention Va, Noodle Tex, slash Nursery slash Mo Number 4 NY Oblong, Ill, Stockyards Neb, Stout, Iowa, and so on. West Virginia, the wildest of the eastern states, is full of such place names. Among them I find slash Affinity slash Anna Maria slash, Anna Maria slash, B Bias, slash Big Chimney slash Billy Blue Jay, slash Bulltone slash Caress Cinderella, slash Cyclone slash Czar slash Cornstalk Duck Halcyon Jingo slash Left Hand slash, Raven's Eye 6, Skull Run 3 Churches, slash Anita slash Widemouth, War Eagle and slash Stumpdown slash. The postal guide shows 2 slash Ben Hur's slash, 5 St. Elmo's and 10 slash Ivanhoe's slash. But only 1 slash Middlemark slash. There are 17 slash Roosevelt slash, 6 Cody's and 6 slash Barnum slash, but no Shakespeare. Washington, of course, is the most popular of American place names. But among names of post offices, it is hard pushed by Clinton, slash Centerville slash, Liberty, Canton, slash Marion slash and Madison, and even by Springfield, Warren, and Bismarck. The Geographic Board, in its laudable effort to simplify American nomenclature, has played ducks and drakes with some of the most picturesque names on the national map. Now and then, as in the case of slash Purgatoire slash, it has temporarily departed from this policy. But in the main, its influence has been thrown against the fine old French and Spanish names, and against the more piquant native names no less. Thus, I find it deciding against Portage des Flacons, and in favor of the hideous bottle Portage slash, against Canada del Burro, and in favor of Burro Canyon against slash Canos, why Illas de la Cruz slash, and in favor of the barbarous slash Cruz Island in slash Bauguera Landing, and slash Cannon City slash, it has deleted the accents. The name of the slash de Grasse River it has changed to Grass. Slash de Lac slash it has changed to the intolerable slash DLO slash. And as we have seen, it has steadily amalgamated French and Spanish articles with their nouns, thus achieving such forms as slash Duchesne slash Eldorado slash Delian slash, and slash Laharpe slash. But here its policy is fortunately inconsistent, and so a number of fine old names has escaped. Thus, it has decided in favor of Bonseckers slash and against slash Bonseckers slash, and in favor of slash DeSoto slash, La Crosse and Lamer slash, and against slash DeSoto slash, La Crosse and Lamer. Here its decisions are confused and often unintelligible. Why slash Laporte slash, Pa and Laporte, Iowa? Why slash Lagrange slash, Ind, and Lagrange Kai? Here it would seem to be yielding a great deal too much to local usage. The board proceeds to the shortening and simplification of native names by various devices. It deletes such suffixes as town, city, and slash courthouse slash. It removes the apostrophe and often the genitive s from such names as St. Mary's. It shortens burg to burg and slash borough slash to slash borough slash, and it combines separate and often highly discrete words. The last habit often produces grotesque forms, e.g. slash Newberlin slash Boxelder slash Sabbath Day Lake slash Fallen Timber slash Blue Mountain slash Westtown slash Three Pines slash and Mission Hill. It apparently cherishes a hope of eventually regularizing the spelling of slash Allegheny slash. This is now slash Allegheny slash for the Maryland County, the Pennsylvania Township, and the New York and Oregon towns, slash Allegheny slash for the mountains, the Colorado town and the Virginia town and Springs, and slash Allegheny slash for the Pittsburgh borough and the Pennsylvania County, College, and River. The board inclines to slash Allegheny slash for both river and mountains. Other Indian names give it constant concern. It struggles to set up slash Kemquezabamtikuk slash as the name of a Maine lake in place of slash Kemquezabamtik slash and slash Kemquesabamtikuk slash, and slash Chattahosby slash as the name of an Alabama creek in place of slash Chattahosby slash Hulithloko slash Hulithloses slash Hulithloko slash and slash Hudithloko slash are worthy of its learning and authority. The American tendency to pronounce all the syllables of a word more distinctly than the English shows itself in geographical names. White, in 1880, recorded the increasing habit of giving full value to the syllables of such borrowed English names as Worcester and Warwick. I have frequently noted the same thing. In Worcester County, Maryland, the name is usually pronounced Worcester, but on the western shore of the state one hears Worcester. Norwich is another such name, one hears Nor, which slash quite as often as slash Norwich slash. Yet another is slash Delhi slash. One often hears Del Highwhite said that in his youth the name of the slash Shawangunk slash mountains in New York was pronounced slash Shango slash, but that the custom of pronouncing it as spelled had arisen during his manhood. So with slash Winnipesaukee slash, the name of a lake, once slash Winnipesaukee slash, it gradually came to be pronounced as spelled. There is frequently a considerable difference between the pronunciation of a name by natives of a place and its pronunciation by those who are familiar with it only in print. Baltimore offers an example. The natives always drop the medial I and so reduce the name to 2 syllables. The habit identifies them. Anne Arundel slash, the name of a county in Maryland, is usually pronounced Anne Rannell slash by its people. Arkansas, as everyone knows, is pronounced slash Arkansas slash by the Arkansans, and the Nevadans give the name of their state a flat slash a slash. The local pronunciation of Illinois I have already noticed. Iowa, at home, is often Iowa. Many American geographical names offer great difficulty to Englishmen. One of my English acquaintances tells me that he was taught at school to accent Massachusetts on the second syllable, to rhyme the second syllable of Ohio with T, and to sound the first C in Connecticut in Maryland. The name of slash Calvert slash county is given a broad A, whereas the name of slash Calvert slash street in Baltimore has a flat A. This curious distinction is almost always kept up. A Scotchman, coming to America, would give the slash ch slash in such names as Loch Raven and slash Lochville slash the guttural Scotch, and German sound, but locally it is always pronounced as if it were slash k slash. Finally, there is a curious difference between English and American usage in the use of the word river. The English invariably put it before the proper name, whereas we almost as invariably put it after. Slash the Thames River would seem quite as strange to an Englishman as slash the River Chicago would seem to us. This difference arose more than a century ago and was noticed by Pickering. But in his day, the American usage was still somewhat uncertain, and such forms as slash the River Mississippi were yet in use. Today, river almost always goes after the proper name. Section 4. Street names slash such a locality as the corner of Avenue H and slash 23rd slash Street, says W. W. Crane, is about as distinctively American as Algonquin and Iroquois names like Mississippi and Saratoga. Kipling, in his American Notes, gives testimony to the strangeness with which the number names, the phrase, the corner of, and the custom of omitting street fall upon the ear of a Britisher. He quotes with amazement certain directions given to him on his arrival in San Francisco from India. Go 6 blocks north to corner of slash Geary slash and slash Markey slash, then walk around till you strike corner of Gutter and 16th. The English always add the word street, or road or place or avenue when speaking of a thoroughfare. Such a phrase as Oxford and New Bond would strike them as incongruous. The American custom of numbering and lettering streets is almost always ascribed by English writers who discuss it, not to a desire to make finding them easy, but to sheer poverty of invention. The English apparently have an inexhaustible fund of names for streets. They often give one street more than one name. Thus, Oxford Street, London, becomes the /Bayswater/road, /High/street, Holland Park, Avenue, /Goldhawk/road, and finally the /Oxford/road to the westward, and High Holborn/Holborn/viaduct, /Newgate/street, Cheapside, the Poultry, /Cornhill/ and /Leadenhall/street to the eastward. The Strand in the same way becomes Fleet Street, /Ludgate/Hill and Cannon Street. Nevertheless, there is a First Avenue in Queen's Park, and parallel to it are 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and /6th/ avenues, all small streets leading northward from the Harrow Road, just east of Kensal Green Cemetery. I have observed that few Londoners have ever heard of them. There is also a First Street in Chelsea, a very modest thoroughfare near Lennox Gardens and not far from the Brompton Oratory. Next to the numbering and lettering of streets, a fashion apparently set up by Major Pierre Charles Elephant's plans for Washington, the most noticeable feature of American street nomenclature, as opposed to that of England, is the extensive use of such designations as /avenue/ boulevard, drive, and Speedway Avenue is used in England, but only rather sparingly. It is seldom applied to a mean street or to one in a warehouse district. In America, the word is scarcely distinguished in meaning from street. Boulevard, /drive/ and Speedway are almost unknown to the English, but they use road for urban thoroughfares, which is very seldom done in America, and they also make free use of place, walk, passage /lane/ and circus, all of which are obsolescent on this side of the ocean. Some of the older American cities, such as Boston and Baltimore, have surviving certain ancient English designations of streets, e.g. Cheapside and /Cornhill/. These are unknown in the newer American towns. Broadway, which is also English, is more common. Many American towns now have plazas, which are unknown in England. Nearly all have City Hall parks, squares, or places, /City Hall/ is also unknown over there. The principal street of a small town in America is almost always Main Street. In England, it is as invariably High Street, usually with the definite article before High. I have mentioned the corruption of Old Dutch Street and neighborhood names in New York. Spanish names are corrupted in the same way in the Southwest, and French names in the Great Lakes region and in Louisiana. In New Orleans, the street names, many of them strikingly beautiful, are pronounced so barbarously by the people that a Frenchman would have difficulty recognizing them. Thus, Bourbon has become /Bur, Bun /Dauphine is Dauphin /Foucher is /Foucher Enguian is /Engine and Felicity, originally /Félicité is /Felicity . The French in their days bestowed the names of the muses upon certain of the city streets. They are now pronounced /Calwyope Terpsy Chor /Melpomene Euterpe and so on. /Bon and Fance apparently too difficult for the native, has been translated into good children only Esplanade and Bagatelle, among the French street names of the city, seem to be commonly pronounced with any approach to correctness. Footnotes: the Great Irish Famine, which launched the chief emigration to America, extended from 1845 to 1847. The Know Nothing movement, which was chiefly aimed at the Irish, extended from 1852 to 1860. A. B. Faust, The German Element in the United States, 2 vols. Boston, 1909, Volume Roman II, pp. 34/et/. Richard T. Ely, Outlines of Economics, 3rd Reverend ed. New York, 1916, p. 68. /cf/Seth K. Humphrey, Mankind, New York, 1917, p. 45. /cf/William G. Searle, Onomasticon Anglo-Saxonicum, Cambridge, 1897. New York World Almanac, 1914, p. 668. It was announced by the Bureau of War Risk Insurance on March 30, 1918, that there were then 15,000 millers in the United States Army. On the same day, there were 262 John J. O'Briens / of whom 50 had wives named Mary. /cf/ Carlos Frederick the Great BK, Roman 21 ch. Roman 6. Grant Oliphant in the Baltimore Sun Dec. 2, 1906. Harriet Lane Johnston was of this family. /cf/ Faust op. Cit. / volume Roman 2 pp. 183-4. A Tragedy of Surnames by Fayette Dunlap, Dialect Notes, volume Roman 4 pt. 1, 1913, p. 78. Americanisms, p. 112. Henry Harrison, in his Dictionary of the Surnames of the United Kingdom, London, 1912, shows that such names as Bloom, Klein, etc. always represent transliterations of German names. They are unknown to genuinely British nomenclature. A great many more such transliterations and modifications are listed by Faust, op. Cit. / particularly in his first volume. Others are in Pennsylvania Dutch by S.S. Haldeman, London, 1872, p. 60 / et sec. / and in The Origin of Pennsylvania Surnames by L. Oscar Kunz / Lippincott's Magazine, March, 1897, p. 395. I lately encountered the following sign in front of an automobile repair shop. For puncture or blow, bring it to low. /Baltimore Sun, March 17, 1907. /cf/ The Origin of Pennsylvania Surnames op. Cit. / cock / a common German name, has very hard sledding in America. Its correct pronunciation is almost impossible to Americans. At best it becomes coke. Hence it is often changed, not only to cook, but to cocks, /coke / or even cocky. This is army slang, but promises to survive. The Germans, during the war, had no opprobrious nicknames for their foes. The French were always Die Franzosen / the English were Die Engländer, and so on, even when most violently abused. Even /der Yankee / was rare. /cf/ Some current substitutes for Irish by W. A. McLaughlin / Dialect Notes / volume Roman 4 pt. Roman 2. /Spaghetti / originating at Panama, now means a native of any Latin American region under American protection, and in general any Latin American. It is Navy slang, but has come into extensive civilian use. It is a derisive daughter of no /spic / Inglese. /cf/ Reaction to Personal Names by Dr. C. P. Oberndorf / Psychoanalytic Review, Volume V, No. 1, January 1918, p. 47 / et sec. This, so far as I know, is the only article in English which deals with the psychological effects of surnames upon their bearers. Abraham, Silberer, and other German psychoanalysts have made contributions to the subject. Dr. Oberndorf alludes, incidentally, to the positive social prestige which goes with an English heir, and, to a smaller extent, with a French heir in America. He tells of an Italian who changed his patronymic of /de Pucci / into /de Pucci / to make it more aristocratic, and of a German bearing the genuinely aristocratic name of /von Landschaftshausen / who changed it to a typically English name, because the latter seemed more distinguished to his neighbors. The effects of race antagonism upon language are still to be investigated. The etymology of slave indicates that the inquiry might yield interesting results. The word French, in English, is largely used to suggest sexual perversion. In German, anything /Russian / is barbarous, and English education hints at flagellation. The French, for many years, called a certain contraband appliance a /capote anglaise /, but after the Entente cordiale / they changed the name to capote allemand. The common English name to this day is French letter /cf. The Criminal by Havelock Ellis. London, 1910, p. 208. /cf/ The Jews by Morris Fishberg, New York, 1911 ch. Roman 22, and especially p. 485 / et sec. The English Jews usually change Levi to Lewis, a substitution almost unknown in America. They also change Abraham to /Braham / and /Moses / to Moss. Vidi Surnames, Their Origin and Nationality by L. B. McKenna, Quincy Ill, 1913 pp. 1314. For these observations of name changes among the Jews I am indebted to Abraham Cahan. They arose in England through the custom of requiring an heir by the female line to adopt the family name on inheriting the family property. Formerly, the heir dropped his own surname. Thus the ancestor of the present Duke of Northumberland, born /Smithson / took the ancient name of /Percy / on succeeding to the underlying earldom in the 18th century. But about 100 years ago, heirs in like case began to join the two names by hyphenation, and such names are now very common in the British peerage. Thus the surname of Lord Barrymore is Smith-Barry, that of Lord Vernon is /Venables Vernon / and that of the Earl of Warncliffe is /Montagu Stuart Wortley Mackenzie /. B. W. Green, Word Book of Virginia Folk Speech, Richmond, 1899 pp. 1316. The one given name that they have clung to is Carl. This, in fact, has been adopted by Americans of other stocks, always, however, spelled Carl. Such combinations as Carl Gray, Carl Williams, and even Carl Murphy are common. Here intermarriage has doubtless had its effect. /cf/ Curiosities of Puritan Nomenclature by Charles W. Bardsley, London, 1880. /cf/ Bardsley op. Cit /p205 /et / The Geographic Board has lately decided that /Kennesaw/ should be /Kennesaw/, but the learned jurist sticks to one N. Thornton reprints a paragraph from the Congressional Globe of June 15, 1854, alleging that in 1846, during the row over the Oregon boundary, when 5440 or fight was a political slogan, many canal boats, and even some of the babies, were christened degrees 40/. The Irish present several curious variations. Thus, they divide /Charles/ into two syllables. They also take liberties with various English surnames. /Birmingham/ for example, is pronounced /Brimingham/ in Ireland. Issued annually in July, with monthly supplements. The latest report is the fourth, covering the period 1890-1916, Washington, 1916. The authority here is River and Lake Names in the United States by Edmund T. Kerr, New York, 1911. Stephen G. Boyd in Indian Local Names, York Pa, 1885, says that the original Indian name was Putapag. P17. /cf/ Dutch Contributions to the Vocabulary of English in America by W. H. Carpenter, Modern Philology, July, 1908. Are naturalized names /Lippincott's Magazine, April, 1899. It will be recalled how Pinaud, the French perfumer, was compelled to place advertisements in the streetcars, instructing the public in the proper pronunciation of his name. The same compromise is apparent in the pronunciation of /Iroquois/, which is /Iroquois/ quite as often as it is /Iroquois/. Vidiot's fourth report, 1890-1916, p. 15. The Geographic Board is composed of representatives of the Coast and Geodetic Survey, the Geological Survey, the General Land Office, the Post Office, the Forest Service, the Smithsonian Institution, the Biological Survey, the Government Printing Office, the Census and Lighthouse Bureaus, the General Staff of the Army, the Hydrographic Office, Library and War Records Office of the Navy, the Treasury, and the Department of State. It was created by Executive Order Sept. 4, 1890, and its decisions are binding upon all federal officials. It has made, to date, about 15,000 decisions. They are recorded in reports issued at irregular intervals and in more frequent bulletins. Everyday English, p. 100. I have often noted that Americans, in speaking of the familiar /Worcestershire/ sauce, commonly pronounce every syllable and enunciated shire distinctly. In England, it is always /Worcestershire/. The English have a great number of such decayed pronunciations, e.g. Magdalen for /Magdalen College/ sister for /Sirensister/ /Marybone/ for /Marylebone/. Their geographical nomenclature shows many corruptions due to faulty pronunciation and the law of Hobson-Jobson, e.g. /Leighton Buzzard for the Norman French /Leighton Beau Dessart/. Curiously enough, Americans always use the broad A in the first syllable of Albany, whereas Englishmen rhyme the syllable with pal. The English also pronounce Pall Mall as if it were spelled Pall Mall. Americans commonly give it too broad ace. Our street names, /Lippincott's Magazine, Aug. 1897, p. 264. Ch. There are, of course, local exceptions. In Baltimore, for example, Avenue used to be reserved for wide streets in the suburbs. Thus Charles Street, on passing the old city boundary, became Charles Street Avenue. Further out, it became the Charles/Street Avenue Road/ probably a unique triplication. But that was years ago. Of late, many fifth-rate streets in Baltimore have been changed into avenues. 9. Miscellanea. Section 1. Proverb and platitude. No people, save perhaps the Spaniards, have a richer store of proverbial wisdom than the Americans, and surely none other make more diligent and deliberate efforts to augment its riches. The American literature of inspirational platitude is enormous and almost unique. There are half a dozen authors, e.g., Dr. Orison Swett Marden and Dr. Frank Crane, who devote themselves exclusively, and to vast profit, to the composition of arresting and uplifting apothegms, and the fruits of their fancy are not only sold in books, but also displayed upon an infinite variety of calendars, banners, and wall cards. It is rarely that one enters the office of an American businessman without encountering at least one of these wall cards. It may, on the one hand, show nothing save a succinct caution that time is money, say, "Do it now," or "This is my busy day." On the other hand, it may embody a long and complex sentiment, ornately set forth. The taste for such canned sagacity seems to have arisen in America at a very early day. Benjamin Franklin's Poor Richard's Almanac, begun in 1732, remained a great success for 25 years, and the annual sales reached 10,000. It had many imitators, and founded an aphoristic style of writing which culminated in the essays of Emerson, often mere strings of sonorous certainties, defectively articulated. The proverbial philosophy of Martin Farquhar Tupper, dawning upon the American public in the early 40s, was welcomed with enthusiasm. As Saintsbury says, its success on this side of the Atlantic even exceeded its success on the other. But that was the last, and perhaps the only importation of the sage and mellifluous in bulk. In late years, the American production of such merchandise has grown so large that the balance of trade now flows in the other direction. Visiting Denmark, Germany, Switzerland, France, and Spain in the spring of 1917, I found translations of the chief works of Dr. Marden on sale in all those countries, and with them the masterpieces of such other apostles of the New Thought as Ralph Waldo Trine and Elizabeth Towne. No other American books were half so well displayed. The note of all such literature, and of the maxims that precipitate themselves from it, is optimism. They inspire, by voicing and revoicing the New Thought doctrine, that all things are possible to the man who thinks the right sort of thoughts in the national phrase. To the right thinker, this right thinker is indistinguishable from the /forward looker/, whose belief in the continuity and benignity of the evolutionary process takes on the virulence of a religious faith. Out of his confidence come the innumerable saws, axioms, and Geflügel in the national arsenal, ranging from the "it won't hurt none to try" of the great masses of the plain people to such exhilarating confections of the wall-card virtuosi as "the elevator to success is not running, take the stairs." Naturally enough, a grotesque humor plays about this literature of hope. The folk, though it moves them, prefer it with a dash of salt. "Smile, damn you, smile," is a typical specimen of this seasoned optimism. Many examples of it go back to the early part of the last century. For instance, "Don't monkey with the buzzsaw, and it will never get well if you pick it." Others are patently modern, e.g., "The Lord is my shepherd, I should worry and roll over, you're on your back." The national talent for extravagant and pungent humor is well displayed in many of these maxims. It would be difficult to match in any other folk literature such examples as "I'd rather have them say, 'There he goes,' than 'Here he lies,' or 'Don't spit, remember the Johnstown flood,' or 'Shoot it in the arm, your leg's full,' or 'Cheer up, there ain't no hell,' or 'If you want to cure homesickness, go back home." Many very popular phrases and proverbs are borrowings from above. "Few die and none resign" originated with Thomas Jefferson. Bret Harte, I believe, was the author of "No checkee, no shirt tee." General W.T. Sherman is commonly credited with "War is hell," and Mark Twain with "Life is one damn thing after another." An elaborate and highly characteristic proverb of the uplifting variety, so live that you can look any man in the eye and tell him to go to hell, was first given currency by one of the engineers of the Panama Canal, a gentleman later retired, it would seem, for attempting to execute his own counsel. From humor, the transition to cynicism is easy, and so many of the current sayings are at war with the optimism of the majority. Kick him again, he's down, is a depressing example. What's the use? A rough translation of the Latin cui bono is another. The same spirit is visible in Tell Your Troubles to a Policeman. How'd you like to be the Iceman? Some say she do and some say she don't. Nobody loves a fat man. I love my wife, but oh you kid, and would you for 50 cents? The last originated in the ingenious mind of an advertisement writer and was immediately adopted. In the course of time, it acquired a naughty significance and helped to give a start to the amazing button craze of 10 or 12 years ago, a saturnalia of proverb and phrase-making, which finally aroused the guardians of the public morals and was put down by the police. That neglect which marks the study of the Vulgate generally extends to the subject of popular proverb-making. The English publisher, Frank Palmer, prints an excellent series of little volumes presenting the favorite proverbs of all civilized races, including the Chinese and Japanese, but there is no American volume among them. Even such exhaustive collections as that of Robert Christie contain no American specimens, not even Don't Monkey with the Buzzsaw or Root, Hog, or Die. Section 2. American slang. This neglect of the national proverbial philosophy extends to the national slang. There is but one work, so far as I can discover, formally devoted to it, and that work is extremely superficial. Moreover, it has been long out of date, and hence is of little save historical value. There are at least a dozen careful treatises on French slang, half as many on English slang, and a good many on German slang, but American slang, which is probably quite as rich as that of France and a good deal richer than that of any other country, is yet to be studied at length. Nor is there much discussion of it, of any interest or value, in the general philological literature. Fowler and all the other early native students of the language dismissed it with lofty gestures. Down to the time of Whitney, it was scarcely regarded as a seemly subject for the notice of a man of learning. Lounsbury, less pedantic, viewed its phenomena more hospitably, and even defined it as the source from which the decaying energies of speech are constantly refreshed. And Brander Matthews, following him, has described its function as that of providing substitutes for the good words and true which are worn out by hard service. But that is about as far as the investigation has got. Krapp has some judicious paragraphs upon the matter in his Modern English. There are a few scattered essays upon the underlying psychology and various uninforming magazine articles, but that is all. The practicing authors of the country, like its philologians, have always shown a gingery and suspicious attitude. The use of slang, said Oliver Wendell Holmes, is at once a sign and a cause of mental atrophy. Slang, said Ambrose Bierce 50 years later, is the speech of him who robs the literary garbage carts on their way to the dumps. Literature in America, as we have seen, remains aloof from the Vulgate. Despite the contrary examples of Mark Twain and Howells, all the more pretentious American authors try to write chastely and elegantly. The typical literary product of the country is still a refined essay in the Atlantic Monthly, perhaps gently jocose, but never rough by Emerson, so to speak, out of Charles Lamb, the sort of thing one might look to be done by a somewhat advanced English curate. George Ade, undoubtedly one of the most adept anatomists of the American character and painters of the American scene that the national literature has yet developed, is neglected because his work is grounded firmly upon the national speech, not that he reports it literally, like Lardner and the hacks trailing after Lardner, but that he gets at and exhibits its very essence. It would stagger a candidate for a doctorate in philology, I dare say, to be told off by his professor to investigate the slang of Ade in the way that Bosson, the Swede, has investigated that of Jerome K. Jerome. And yet, until something of the sort is undertaken, American philology will remain out of contact with the American language. Most of the existing discussions of slang spend themselves upon efforts to define it, and, in particular, upon efforts to differentiate it from idiomatic neologisms of a more legitimate type. This effort is largely in vain, The borderline is too vague and wavering to be accurately mapped. Words and phrases are constantly crossing it, and in both directions. There was a time, perhaps, when the familiar American counterword, proposition, was slang. Its use seems to have originated in the world of business, and it was soon afterward adopted by the sporting fraternity. But today it is employed without much feeling that it needs apology, and surely without any feeling that it is low. Nice as an adjective of all work was once in slang use only. Today no one would question a nice day, or a nice time, or a nice hotel. Awful seems to be going the same route. Awful sweet and awfully dear still seems slangy and school-girlish, but awful children, awful weather, and an awful job have entirely sound support, and no one save a pedant would hesitate to use them. Such insidious purifications and consecrations of slang are going on under our noses all the time. The use of some as a general adjective adverb seems likely to make its way in the same manner. It is constantly forgotten, by purists of defective philological equipment, that a great many of our most respectable words and phrases originated in the plainest sort of slang. Thus, quandary, despite a fanciful etymology which would identify it with /wandereth/ equals /evil/, is probably simply a composition form of the French phrase /quen duregi. Again, to turn to French itself, there is /tert/, a sound name for the human head for many centuries, though its origin was in the Latin /testa/ equals /pot/, a favorite slang word of the soldiers of the decaying empire, analogous to our own block. Nut and conch, the word /slacker/ recently come into good usage in the United States as a designation for an unsuccessful shirker of conscription, is a substantive derived from the English verb to slack, which was born as university slang and remains so to this day. Brander Matthews, so recently as 1901, thought to hold up slang. It is now perfectly good American. The contrary movement of words from the legitimate vocabulary into slang is constantly witnessed. Someone devises a new and intriguing trope or makes use of an old one under circumstances arresting the public attention, and at once it is adopted into slang, given a host of remote significances, and ding-donged ad nauseum / The Rooseveltian phrases, muckraker, Ananias Club / short and ugly word / nature faker and big stick offer examples. Not one of them was new, and not one of them was of much pungency, but Roosevelt's vast talent for delighting the yokery threw about them a charming air, and so they entered into current slang and were mouthed idiotically for months. Another example is to be found in steam roller. It was first heard of in June 1908, when it was applied by Oswald F. Shewitt, of the Chicago Inter-Ocean, to the methods employed by the Roosevelt-Taft majority in the Republican National Committee in overriding the protests against seating Taft delegates from Alabama and Arkansas. At once it struck the popular fancy and was soon heard on all sides. All the usual derivatives appeared, to steam roller, steam rollered / and so on. Since then, curiously enough, the term has gradually forced its way back from slang to good usage, and even gone over to England. In the early days of the Great War, it actually appeared in the most solemn English reviews, and once or twice, I believe, in state papers. Much of the discussion of slang by popular etymologists is devoted to proofs that this or that locution is not really slang at all, that it is to be found in Shakespeare, in Milton, or in the Revised Version. These scientists, of course, overlook the plain fact that slang, like the folk song, is not the creation of people in the mass, but of definite individuals, and that its character as slang depends entirely upon its adoption by the ignorant, who use its novelties too assiduously and with too little imagination, and so debase them to the estate of worn-out coins, smooth and valueless. It is this error, often shared by philologists of sounder information, that lies under the doctrine that the plays of Shakespeare are full of slang, and that the bard showed but a feeble taste in language. Nothing could be more absurd. The business of writing English in his day was unharassed by the proscriptions of purists, and so the vocabulary could be enriched more facilely than today. But though Shakespeare and his fellow dramatists quickly adopted such neologisms as to bustle, to huddle / bump, hubbub and pat, it goes without saying that they exercised a sound discretion, and that the slang of the Bankside was full of words and phrases which they were never tempted to use. In our own day, the same discrimination is exercised by all writers of sound taste. On the one hand, they disregard the senseless prohibitions of schoolmasters, and on the other hand, they draw the line with more or less watchfulness, according as they are of conservative or liberal habit. I find the best of the bunch and Joke Smith in Saintsbury. One could scarcely imagine either in Walter Pater. But by the same token one could not imagine chicken, for young girl, a burnit, to come across or to camouflage in Saintsbury. What slang actually consists of doesn't depend, in truth, upon intrinsic qualities, but upon the surrounding circumstances. It is the user that determines the matter, and particularly the user's habitual way of thinking. If he chooses words carefully, with a full understanding of their meaning and savor, then no word that he uses seriously will belong to slang. But if his speech is made up chiefly of terms pole-parroted, and he has no sense of their shades and limitations, then slang will bulk largely in his vocabulary. In its origin, it is nearly always respectable. It is devised not by the stupid populace, but by individuals of wit and ingenuity. As Whitney says, it is a product of an exuberance of mental activity and the natural delight of language-making. But when its inventions happen to strike the popular fancy and are adopted by the mob, they are soon worn threadbare and so lose all piquancy and significance, and, in Whitney's words, become incapable of expressing anything that is real. This is the history of such slang phrases, often interrogative, as "How'd you like to be the Iceman?" "How's your poor feet?" "Merci pour la langouste?" "Have a heart." "This is the life." "Where did you get that hat?" "Would you for 50 cents?" "Let her go, Gallagher." "Shoofly, don't bother me." "Don't wake him up and let George do it." The last well exhibits the process. It originated in France, as laissez-faire at George's, during the 15th century, and at the start had satirical reference to the multiform activities of Cardinal Georges d'Amboise, prime minister to Louis Roman XII. It later became common slang, was translated into English, had a revival during the early days of David Lloyd George's meteoric career, was adopted into American without any comprehension of either its first or its latest significance, and enjoyed the brief popularity of a year. Krapp attempts to distinguish between slang and sound idiom by setting up the doctrine that the former is more expressive than the situation demands. It is, he says, a kind of hyperesthesia in the use of language. To laugh in your sleeve is idiom because it arises out of a natural situation. It is a metaphor derived from the picture of one raising his sleeve to his face to hide a smile, a metaphor which arose naturally enough in early periods when sleeves were long and flowing. But to talk through your hat is slang, not only because it is new, but also because it is a grotesque exaggeration of the truth. The theory, unluckily, is combated by many plain facts. To hand it to him to get away with it, and even to hand him a lemon are certainly not metaphors that transcend the practicable and probable, and yet all are undoubtedly slang. On the other hand, there is palpable exaggeration in such phrases as "he is not worth the powder it would take to kill him," in such adjectives as /breakbone/fever, and in such compounds as fire eater, and yet it would be absurd to dismiss them as slang. Between blockhead and bone, head/ there is little to choose, but the former is sound English, whereas the latter is American slang. So with many familiar similes, e.g. like greased lightning, as scarce as hen's teeth, they are grotesque hyperboles, but surely not slang. The true distinction between slang and more seemly idiom, insofar as any distinction exists at all, is that indicated by Whitney. Slang originates in an effort, always by ingenious individuals, to make the language more vivid and expressive. When in the form of single words it may appear as new metaphors, e.g. bird and peach as back formations, e.g. butte and flue, as composition forms, e.g/what diaculum/ as picturesque compounds, e.g. booze foundry, as onomatopes, e.g. biff and zowie, or in any other of the shapes that new terms take. If, by the chances that condition language-making, it acquires a special and limited meaning, not served by any existing locution, it enters into sound idiom and is presently wholly legitimatized. If, on the contrary, it is adopted by the populace as a counterword, and employed with such banal imitativeness that it soon loses any definite significance whatever, then it remains slang and is avoided by the finical. An example of the former process is afforded by Tommy Rot. It first appeared as English schoolboy slang, but its obvious utility soon brought it into good usage. In one of Jerome K. Jerome's books, Paul Kelver, there is the following dialogue. The wonderful songs that nobody ever sings, the wonderful pictures that nobody ever paints, and all the rest of it. It's Tommy Rot. I wish you wouldn't use slang. Well, you know what I mean. What is the proper word? Give it to me. I suppose you mean can't. No, I don't. Can't is something that you don't believe in yourself. It's Tommy Rot. There isn't any other word. Nor was there any other word for hubbub and to dwindle in Shakespeare's time. He adopted and dignified them because they met genuine needs. Nor was there any other satisfactory word for slash graph slash when it came in, nor for rowdy, nor for boom, nor for joyride, nor for omnibus bill, nor for slacker, nor for slash trustbuster slash. Such words often retain a humorous quality. They are used satirically and hence appear but seldom in wholly serious discourse. But they have standing in the language nevertheless, and only a prig would hesitate to use them, as Saintsbury used the best of the bunch and slash jokesmith slash. On the other hand, many an apt and ingenious neologism, by falling too quickly into the gaping maw of the proletariat, is spoiled forthwith. Once it becomes, in Oliver Wendell Holmes' phrase, a cheap generic term, a substitute for differentiated specific expressions, it quickly acquires such flatness that the fastidious flee it as a plague. One recalls many capital verb phrases, thus ruined by unintelligent appreciation, e.g., to hand him a lemon, to freeze onto, to have the goods, to fall for it, and to get by one recalls, too, some excellent substantives, e.g., dope and dub, and compounds, e.g., come, on an easy mark, and verbs, e.g., slash to vamp. These are all quite as sound in structure as the great majority of our most familiar words, but their adoption by the ignorant and their endless use and misuse in all sorts of situations have left them tattered and obnoxious, and they will probably go the way, as Matthew says, of all the other temporary phrases which spring up, one scarcely knows how, and flourish unaccountably for a few months, and then disappear forever, leaving no sign. Matthew's is wrong in two particulars here. They do not arise by any mysterious parthenogenesis, but come from sources which in many cases may be determined. And they last, alas, a good deal more than a month. Slash shoe, fly afflicted the American people for at least 2 years, and I don't think and slash a burr knit quite as long. Even good night lasted a whole year. A very large part of our current slang is propagated by the newspapers, and much of it is invented by newspaper writers. One needs but turn to the slang of baseball to find numerous examples. Such phrases as to clout the sphere, the initial sack, to slam the pill slash, and the Dexter Meadow are obviously not of Bleacher's manufacture. There is not enough imagination in that depressing army to devise such things. More often than not, there is not even enough intelligence to comprehend them. The true place of their origin is the perch of the newspaper reporters, whose competence and compensation is largely estimated, at least on papers of wide circulation, by their capacity for inventing novelties. The supply is so large that connoisseurship has grown up. An extra-fecund slang maker on the press has his following. During the summer of 1913, the Slash Chicago Record Herald Slash, somewhat alarmed by the extravagant fancy of its baseball reporters, asked its readers if they would prefer a return to plain English. Such of them as were literate enough to send in their votes were almost unanimously against a change. As one of them said, one is nearer the park when Schultz slams the pill than when he merely hits the ball. In all other fields, the newspapers originate and propagate slang, particularly in politics. Most of our political slang terms since the Civil War, from pork barrel to slash steam, roller, have been their inventions. The English newspapers, with the exception of a few anomalies such as the slash pincun slash, lean in the other direction. Their fault is not slanginess, but an odious ponderosity in Dean Ulford's words. The insisting on calling common things by uncommon names, changing our ordinary short Saxon nouns and verbs for long words derived from the Latin. The American newspapers, years ago, passed through such a stage of bombast, but since the invention of yellow journalism by the elder James Gordon Bennett, that is, the invention of journalism for the frankly ignorant and vulgar, they have gone to the other extreme. Edmund Clarence Stedman noted the change soon after the Civil War. The whole country, he wrote to Bayard Taylor in 1873, owing to the contagion of our newspaper exchange system, is flooded, deluged, swamped beneath a muddy tide of slang. 1,000 alarmed watchmen have sought to stay it since, but in vain. The great majority of our newspapers, including all those of large circulation, are chiefly written, as one observer says, not in English, but in a strange jargon of words that would have made Addison or Milton shudder in despair. Section 3. The future of the language, the great Jacob Grimm, the founder of comparative philology, hazarded the guess more than 3/4 of a century ago that English would one day become the chief language of the world, and perhaps crowd out several of the then principal idioms altogether. In wealth, wisdom, and strict economy, he said, none of the other living languages can vie with it. At that time the guess was bold, for English was still in 5th place, with not only French and German ahead of it, but also Spanish and Russian. In 1801, according to Michael George Mulhall, the relative standing of the five in the number of persons using them was as follows. French 450, 000, Russian 30, 770, 000 German 320, 000 Spanish 26, 190, 000 English 20, 520, 000. The population of the United States was then but little more than 5,000,000, but in 20 years it had nearly doubled, and thereafter it increased steadily and enormously, and by 1860 it was greater than that of the United Kingdom. Since that time, the majority of English-speaking persons in the world have lived on this side of the water. Today there are nearly 3 times as many as in the United Kingdom, and nearly twice as many as in the whole British Empire. This great increase in the American population, beginning with the great immigrations of the 30s and 40s, quickly lifted English to 4th place among the languages, and then to 3rd, to 2nd, and to 1st. When it took the lead, the attention of philologists was actively directed to the matter, and in 1868, one of them, a German named Brackebusch, first seriously raised the question whether English was destined to obliterate certain of the older tongues. Brackebusch decided against on various philological grounds, none of them sound. His own figures, as the following table from his dissertation shows, were against him. English 60, 000, 000 German, 000, 000 Russian 45, 000, 000 French, 000, 000 Spanish 40, 000, 000. This in 1868, before another generation had passed the lead of English, still because of the great growth of the United States, was yet more impressive, as the following figures for 1890 show. English 100, 000 German 200, 000 Russian 000, 000 French 200, 000 Spanish 800, 000 Italian 400, 000 Portuguese 13, 000 000. Today the figures exceed even these. They show that English is now spoken by 2.5 times as many persons as spoke it at the close of the American Civil War, and by nearly 8 times as many as spoke it at the beginning of the 19th century. No other language has spread in any such proportions. Even German, which is next on the list, shows but a 4-fold gain since 1801, or just half that of English. The number of persons speaking Russian, despite the vast extension of the Russian Empire during the last century of the Tsars, has little more than tripled, and the number speaking French has less than doubled. But here are the figures for 1911. English 000, 000 German 000, 000 Russian 000, 000 French 000, 000 Spanish 000, 000 Italian 000, 000 Portuguese 25, 000, 000. Japanese, perhaps, should follow French. It is spoken by 60,000,000 persons. But Chinese may be disregarded, for it is split into half a dozen mutually unintelligible dialects and shows no sign of spreading beyond the limits of China. The same may be said of Hindustani, which is the language of 100 million inhabitants of British India. It shows wide dialectical variations, and the people who speak it are not likely to spread. But English is the possession of a race that is still pushing in all directions, and wherever that race settles, the existing languages tend to succumb. Thus French, despite the passionate resistance of the French Canadians, is gradually decaying in Canada. In all the newly settled regions, English is universal. And thus Spanish is dying out in our own Southwest and promises to meet with severe competition in some of the nearer parts of Latin America. The English control of the sea has likewise carried the language into far places. There is scarcely a merchant ship captain on deep water, of whatever nationality, who does not find some acquaintance with it necessary, and it has become, in debased forms, the lingua franca of Oceanica and the Far East generally. 3/4 of the world's mail matter, says E.H. Babbitt, is now addressed in English, and more than half of the world's newspapers are printed in English. Brackebush, in the speculative paper just mentioned, came to the conclusion that the future domination of English would be prevented by its unphonetic spelling, its grammatical decay, and the general difficulties that a foreigner encounters in seeking to master it. The simplification of its grammar, he said, is the commencement of dissolution, the beginning of the end, and its extraordinary tendency to degenerate into slang of every kind is the foreshadowing of its approaching dismemberment. But in the same breath, he was forced to admit that the greater development it has obtained was the result of this very simplification of grammar, and an inspection of the rest of his reasoning quickly shows its unsoundness, even without an appeal to the plain facts. The spelling of a language, whether it be phonetic or not, has little to do with its spread. Very few men learn it by studying books, they learn it by hearing it spoken. As for grammatical decay, it is not a sign of dissolution, but a sign of active life and constantly renewed strength. To the professional philologist, perhaps, it may sometimes appear otherwise. He is apt to estimate languages by looking at their complexity. The Greek jurist elicits his admiration because it presents enormous difficulties and is inordinately subtle. But the object of language is not to bemuse grammarians, but to convey ideas, and the more simply it accomplishes that object, the more effectively it meets the needs of an energetic and practical people, and the larger its inherent vitality. The history of every language of Europe, since the earliest days of which we have record, is a history of simplifications. Even such languages as German, which still cling to a great many exasperating inflections, including the absurd inflection of the article for gender, are less highly inflected than they used to be, and are proceeding slowly but surely toward analysis. The fact that English has gone further along that road than any other civilized tongue is not a proof of its decrepitude, but a proof of its continued strength. Brought into free competition with another language, say German or French or Spanish, it is almost certain to prevail, if only because it is vastly easier, that is, as a spoken language to learn. The foreigner esting it, indeed, finds his chief difficulty, not in mastering its forms, but in grasping its lack of forms. He doesn't have to learn a new and complex grammar. What he has to do is to forget grammar. Once he has done so, the rest is a mere matter of acquiring a vocabulary. He can make himself understood, given a few nouns, pronouns, verbs, and numerals, without troubling himself in the slightest about accidents. Misishi is bad English, perhaps, but it would be absurd to say that it is obscure, and on some not too distant tomorrow, it may be very fair American. Essaying an inflected language, the beginner must go into the matter far more deeply before he may hope to be understood. Bradley, in The Making of English, shows clearly how German and English differ in this respect, and how great is the advantage of English. In the latter, the verb sing has but 8 forms, and of these 3 are entirely obsolete, 1 is obsolescent, and 2 more may be dropped out without damage to comprehension. In German, the corresponding verb, /singen/ has no less than 16 forms. How far English has proceeded toward the complete obliteration of inflections is shown by such barbarous forms of it as Pidgin English and Beachlamar, in which the final step is taken without appreciable loss of clarity. The Pidgin English verb is identical in all tenses. Go stands for both went and gone. /Mackie/ is both make and made. In the same way, there is no declension of the pronoun for case. My is thus I, me. Mine and our own my, no belong my is, it is not /mine/ a crude construction, of course, but still clearly intelligible. Chinamen learn Pidgin English in a few months, and savages in the South Seas master Beachlamar almost as quickly. And a white man, once he has accustomed himself to either, finds it strangely fluent and expressive. He cannot argue politics in it, nor dispute upon transubstantiation, but for all the business of every day it is perfectly satisfactory. As we have seen in chapters V and Romans 6, the American dialect of English has gone further along the road, thus opened ahead than the mother dialect, and is moving faster. For this reason, and because of the fact that it is already spoken by a far larger and more rapidly multiplying body of people than the latter, it seems to me very likely that it will determine the final form of the language. For the old control of English over American to be reasserted is now quite unthinkable. If the two dialects are not to drift apart entirely, English must follow in American's tracks. This yielding seems to have begun. The exchanges from American into English grow steadily larger and more important than the exchanges from English into American. John Richard Green, the historian discerning the inevitable half a century ago, expressed the opinion, amazing and unpalatable then, that the Americans were already the main branch of the English people. It is not yet wholly true. A cultural timorousness yet shows itself. There is still a class which looks to England as the Romans long looked to Greece. But it is not the class that is shaping the national language, and it is not the class that is carrying it beyond the national borders. The Americanisms that flood the English of Canada are not borrowed from the dialects of New England loyalists and fashionable New Yorkers, but from the common speech that has its sources in the native and immigrant proletariat, and that displays its gaudiest freightage in the newspapers. The impact of this flood is naturally most apparent in Canada, whose geographical proximity and common interests completely obliterate the effects of English political and social dominance. By an order in council, passed in 1890, the use of the redundant U in such words as slash, honor, slash, and labor is official in Canada, but practically all the Canadian newspapers omit it. In the same way, the American flat A has swept whole sections of the country, and American slang is everywhere used, and the American common speech prevails almost universally in the newer provinces. More remarkable is the influence that American has exerted upon the speech of Australia and upon the crude dialects of Oceanica and the Far East. One finds such obvious Americanisms as slash tomahawk slash, boss, bush, canoe, go finish equals slash to die, and slash pickaninny slash in Beachlamar, and more of them in Pidgin English. And one observes a very large number of American words and phrases in the slang of Australia. The Australian common speech, in pronunciation and intonation, resembles Cockney English, and a great many Cockneyisms are in it, but despite the small number of Americans in the antipodes it has adopted, of late, so many Americanisms that a Cockney visitor must often find it difficult. Among them are the verb and verb phrases to beef, to biff, to bluff, slash to boss, slash to break away, slash to chase oneself, to chew the rag, slash to chip in, to fade away, slash to get it in the neck, to back and fill, slash to plug along, to get sore, to turn down and to get wise. The substantives dope, boss, fake, creak, knockout drops, and slash push slash in the sense of crowd. The adjectives hitched in the sense of married and tough as before luck. And the adverbial phrases for keeps and going strong here in direct competition with English locutions, and with all the advantages on the side of the latter, American is making steady progress. This American language, says a recent observer, seems to be much more of a pusher than the English. For instance, after 8 years' occupancy of the Philippines, it was spoken by 800,000, or 10% of the natives, while after an occupancy of 150 of India by the British, 3 million, or 1% of the natives speak English. I do vouch for the figures. They may be inaccurate in detail, but they at least state what seems to be a fact. Behind that fact are phenomena which certainly deserve careful study, and above all, study divested of unintelligent prejudice. The attempt to make American uniform with English has failed ingloriously. The neglect of its investigation is an evidence of snobbishness that is a folly of the same sort. It is useless to dismiss the growing peculiarities of the American vocabulary and of grammar and syntax in the common speech as vulgarisms beneath serious notice. Such vulgarisms have a way of entrenching themselves and gathering dignity as they grow familiar. There are but few forms in use, says Lounsbury, which, judged by a standard previously existing, would not be regarded as gross barbarisms. Each language, in such matters, is a law unto itself, and each vigorous dialect, particularly if it be spoken by millions, is a law no less. It would be as wrong, says Sayce, to use /thou/ for the nominative thee in the Somersetshire dialect as it is to say the art instead of you are in the Queen's English. All the American dialect needs, in the long run, to make even pedagogues acutely aware of it, is a poet of genius to venture into it, as Chaucer ventured into the despised English of his day, and Dante into the Tuscan dialect, and Luther, in his translation of the Bible, into peasant German. Walt Whitman made a half attempt and then drew back. Lowell, perhaps, also heard the call, but too soon. The Irish dialect of English, vastly less important than the American, has already had its interpreters Douglas Hyde, John Millington Synge, and Augusta Gregory, and with what extraordinary results we all know. Here we have writing that is still indubitably English, but English rid of its artificial restraints, and broken to the less self-conscious grammar and syntax of a simple and untutored folk. Synge, in his preface to The Playboy of the Western World, tells us how he got his gypsy phrases through a chink in the floor of the old Wicklow house where I was staying, that let me hear what was being said by the servant girls in the kitchen. There is no doubt, he goes on, that in the happy ages of literature striking and beautiful phrases were as ready to the storyteller's or the playwright's hand as the rich cloaks and dresses of his time. It is probable that when the Elizabethan dramatist took his inkhorn and sat down to his work, he used many phrases that he had just heard, as he sat at dinner, from his mother or his children. The result, in the case of the Neo-Celts, is a dialect that stands incomparably above the tight English of the grammarians, a dialect so naif, so pliant, so expressive, and, adeptly managed, so beautiful that even purists have begun to succumb to it, and it promises to leave lasting marks upon English style. The American dialect has not yet come to that stage. In so far as it is apprehended at all, it is only in the sense that Irish English was apprehended a generation ago, that is, as something uncouth and comic. But that is the way that new dialects always come in, through a drum fire of cackles. Given the poet, there may suddenly come a day when our /therns/ and /woulda hads will take on the barbaric stateliness of the peasant locutions of old Maria in Riders to the Sea. They seem grotesque and absurd today because the folks who use them seem grotesque and absurd. But that is a too facile logic, and under it is a false assumption. In all human beings, if only understanding be brought to the business, dignity will be found, and that dignity cannot fail to reveal itself, soon or late, in the words and phrases with which they make known their high hopes and aspirations and cry out against the intolerable meaninglessness of life. Footnotes: Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume Roman 13, p. 167. Proverbs, Maxims and Phrases of All Ages, New York, 1905. This work extends to 1267 pages and contains about 30,000 proverbs, admirably arranged. James Maitland, The American Slang Dictionary, Chicago, 1891. For example, the works of Villette, Vermeter, Mitchell, Rigaud, and Devoe. The best of these, of course, is Farmer and Henley's monumental slang and its analogues, in 7 volumes. Matthew's essay, The Function of Slang, is reprinted in Clapin's Dictionary of Americanisms, pp. 565-581, p. 199/et/. For example, The Psychology of Unconventional Language by Frank K. Sechrist, Pedagogical Seminary, Volume Roman 20, p. 413, Dec. 1913, and The Philosophy of Slang by E. B. Taylor, reprinted in Clapin's Dictionary of Americanisms, pp. 540-1563. Olaf E. Bosson, Slang and Cant in Jerome K. Jerome's Works, Cambridge, 1911. Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume Roman 12, p. 144. Curiously enough, the American language, usually so fertile in words to express shades of meaning, has no respectable synonym for /chicken/. In English there is flapper, in French there is /ingenu/, and in German there is backfish. Usually either the English or the French word is borrowed. The Life and Growth of Language, New York, 1897, p. 113. /cf/2 Children in Old Paris by Gertrude Slaughter, New York, 1918, p. 233. Another American popular saying, once embodied in a coon song, may be traced to a sentence in the prayer of the old Dessauer before the Battle of Kesseldorf, Dec. 15, 1745. Or if thou wilt not help me, don't help those Hunvogt. Modern English, p. 211. A Plea for the Queen's English, p. 244. Life and Letters of E. C. Stedman, ed. by Laura Stedman and George M. Good. New York, 1910, Volume I, p. 477. Governor M. R. Patterson, of Tennessee, in an address before the National Anti-Saloon League at Washington, Dec. 13, 1917. Long before this, the general question of the relative superiority of various languages had been debated in Germany. In 1796, the Berlin Academy offered a prize for the best essay on the ideal of a perfect language. It was won by one Jenisch with a treatise bearing the sonorous title of A Philosophico-Critical Comparison, an estimate of 14 of the ancient and modern languages of Europe, viz. Greek, Latin, Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, French, German, Dutch, English, Danish, Swedish, Polish, Russian, and Lithuanian. Is English destined to become the universal language? By W. Brackebush, Göttingen, 1868. I take these figures from A Modern English Grammar, by H. G. Buehler. New York, 1900, p. 3. World Almanac, 1914, p. 63. The Geography of Great Languages, World's Work, Feb. 1908, p. 9907. Babbitt predicts that by the year 2000 English will be spoken by 100,000,000 persons, as against 500 million speakers of Russian, 300,000,000 of Spanish, 160 million of German, and 60 million of French. P5/itsec//cf/Beachlamar by William Churchill, former United States Consul General in Samoa and Tonga. The pamphlet is published by the Carnegie Institution of Washington. A glossary of latter-day Australian slang is in Doreen and the Sentimental Bloke by C. J. Dennis. New York, 1916. The American Language by J. F. Healy, Pittsburgh, 1910, p. 6. History of the English Language, p. 476. Dublin, 1907. See also ch. Roman II of Ireland's Literary Renaissance by Ernest A. Boyd, New York, 1916. Bibliography. With a few exceptions, this bibliography is restricted to books and articles consulted by the author in preparing the present work. It embraces all the literature that he has found useful. Abbé Luciano, El Idioma Nacional de los Argentinos, Paris, 1900. Alford Henry, A Plea for the Queen's English, London, 1863. Allen E. A., The Origin and Literature of Vulgarisms /Chautauquan/Nav, 1890. Alan Grant, Americanisms in Chambers Encyclopedia New ed., Phila, 1906, Volume I. American Medical Association, Stylebook, Chicago, 1915. Anon, /art./Americanisms, Everyman Encyclopedia ed., by Andrew Boyle, London, ND. Art Americanisms, New International Encyclopedia, 2nd ed., by F. M. Colby and Talcott Williams, New York, 1917. Americanisms, London Academy, March 2, 1889. Americanisms, Southern Literary Messenger, Oct., 1848. British Struggles with Our Speech, Literary Digest, June 19. Don't Shy It Journalist, Editor and Publisher, June 27, 1914. Good Form in England, New York, 1888. I Speak United States, London Saturday Review, Sep. 22, 1894. The King's English, Patterson's Magazine, Jan. 1817. Our Strange New Language, Literary Digest, Sep. 16, 1916. Polyglot Kunzi, Schnellst Erlernung Jetter Sprachon Lehre Amerikanisch, Bonn am Rhein, ND. Progress of Refinement, New York Organ, May 29, 1847. Quick Lunch Lingo, Literary Digest, March 18, 1916. They Spake with Diverse Tongues, Atlantic Monthly, July 1909. To Teach the American Tongue in Britain, Literary Digest, Aug., 1913. Word Coining and Slang, Living Age, July 13, 1907. Archer, William, America and the English Language, Pall Mall Magazine /Oct., 1898. The American Language, New York, 1899. Arona Juanda, Diccionario de Peruanismos, Lima, 1882. Arthur William, An Etymological Dictionary of Family and Christian Names, New York, 1857. Ayres, Leonard P. The Spelling Vocabularies of Personal and Business Letters, Circular E-126, Division of Education, Russell Sage Foundation, New York, ND. Babbitt, Eugene H. College Words and Phrases, Dialect Notes, Volume Roman II, pt. I, 1900. The English of the Lower Classes in New York City and Vicinity, Dialect Notes / Volume I, pt. Roman 9, 1896. The Geography of the Great Languages, World's Work, Feb. 1908. Bach, Richard Mead, Vulgarisms and Other Errors of Speech, 2nd ed. Philadelphia, 1869. Baker, Franklin T. The Vernacular in Monroe's Principles of Secondary Education, New York, 1915, ch. Roman 9. Bardsley, Charles W. Curiosities of Puritan Nomenclature, London. Barents, A.E. Woordenboek der Engelspreektaal and Americanisms, Amsterdam, 1894. Baringgood S. Family Names and Their Story, London, 1910. Barker Henry, British Family Names, London, 1894. Barr Robert, Shallon Will Bookman Deck, 1895. Barer Albert and Chaz. G. Leland, A Dictionary of Slang, Jargon and Cant, 2 vols, New York, 1889. Beringer, G.A. Études sur l'anglais parlé aux États Unis, la langue américaine, Actes de la Société Philologique de Paris, March. Barthelmess, Harriet, Determining the Achievement of Pupils in Letter Writing, Bull. Roman 16, Department of Educational Investigation and Measurement, Boston Public Schools, School Document No. 6, 1918. Bartlett, John Russell, A Glossary of Words and Phrases Usually Regarded as Peculiar to the United States, New York, 1848, 2nd ed. Enlarged, Boston, 1859, 3rd ed. 1860, 4th ed. 1877. Baumann H. Hondurenismos, Slang and Cant, 2nd ed. Berlin, 1902. Bean, C. Homer. How English Grammar Has Been Taught in America, /Education / Volume Roman 14, No. 8, April, 1914. Beauchamp, W.M. M. Aboriginal Places Names of New York, Albany, 1907. Indian Names in New York, Fayetteville, NY, 1893. Beck, T. Roman, Notes on Mr. Pickering's Vocabulary, Transactions of the Albany Institute, Volume I, 1830. Badelman, William, The Story of the Pennsylvania Germans, and Their Dialect, Easton Pa, 1898. Bendelary, George, Curiosities of American Speech, New York Sun Nov, 1895. Bennett, W.C., Americanisms, English as Spoken and Written in the United States, Abbeville, S.C., 1880. Benton, Joel, The Webster Spelling Book, Magazine of American History /Oct., 1883. Bergstrom, G.A., On Blendings of Synonyms or Cognate Expressions in English, Lund, Sweden, 1906. Bibod, Maximilian, Le Mémorial des Vicissitudes et des Progrès de la langue française en Canada, Montreal, 1879. Blackmer, F.W., Spanish-American Words, Modern Language Notes, Volume 6. Blattner, Karl, Medulisprachfura, English, Ausgabe für Amerika, Berlin-Schönberg, 1912. Blue, Rupert, ed., Nomenclature of Diseases and Conditions, U.S. A Public Health Service, MISC, Pub. No. 16, Washington, 1916. Bonnell, J.W. Etymological Derivation of the Names of the States, / Journal of Education, Volume Roman 47, p. 378. Bosson, Olaf E. Slang and Cant in Jerome K. Jerome's Works, Cambridge, 1911. Bowen, Edwin W. Questions at Issue in Our English Speech, New York. Boyd, Stephen G. Indian Local Names, York Pa, 1885. Brackebush, W. Is English Destined to Become the Universal Language of the World? Gottingen, 1868. Bradley, Henry, The Making of English, London, 1904. Bradley, W.A. In Shakespeare's America, Harper's Magazine, Aug. Brandenburg, George C. Psychological Aspects of Language, Journal of Educational Psychology, June, 1918. Bridges, Robert. A Tract on the Present State of English Pronunciation, Oxford, 1913. Bristed, Charles A. The English Language in America in Cambridge Essays, London, 1855. Buck, Gertrude. Make-Believe Grammar, School Review, Volume Roman 22, Jan, 1909. Buehler, H.G. A Modern English Grammar, New York, 1900. Buys, Arthur. Anglicisms at Canadianisms, Quebec, 1888. Birch, G.J. The Pronunciation of English by Foreigners, Oxford. Burke, William. The Anglo-Irish Dialect, Irish Ecclesiastical Record / 1896. Burton, Richard. American English in Literary Likings, Boston. Buttman, Philip Carl. Lexilogus, London, 1846. Carpenter, George R. The Principles of English Grammar for the Use of Schools, New York, 1898. Carpenter, W. H. Dutch Contributions to the Vocabulary of English in America, Modern Philology, July, 1908. Carter, Alice P. American English Critic, Volume Roman 13. Century Magazine, Stylesheet, New York, 1915. Channing, William Ellery. Essay on American Language and Literature, North American Review, Sept. 1815. Chapin, Florence A. Spanish Words That Have Become Westernisms, /editor / July 25, 1917. Charters, W. W. and Edith Miller. A Course of Study in Grammar Based Upon the Grammatical Errors of School Children of Kansas City, Mo. University of Missouri Bulletin, Volume Roman 16, No. 2, Jan. Chesterton, Cecil. British Struggles with Our Speech, Summary of Art. In New Witness, Literary Digest, June 19, 1915. Chicago Daily News, Stylebook, Chicago, 1908. Chicago University of, Manual of Style, 3rd ed., Chicago, 1911. Chubb, Percival. The Menace of Pedantry in the Teaching of English, School Review, Volume Roman 20, Jan. 1912. Churchill, William. Beachlamar. The Jargon or Trade Speech of the Western Pacific, Washington, 1911. Clappin, Silva. A New Dictionary of Americanisms, New York, 1902. Clemens, Samuel L. Mark Twain. Concerning the American Language in the Stolen White Elephant, New York, 1888. Cobb, Lyman. A Critical Review of the Orthography of Dr. Webster's Series of Books, New York, 1831. New Spelling Book, New York, 1842. Collins, F. Howard. Authors and Printers Dictionary, 4th ed., Reverend by Horace Hart, London, 1912. Combs, J. H. Old, Early and Elizabethan English in the Southern Mountains, Dialect Notes, Volume Roman 4, pt. Roman 4, 1916. Compton, A. G. Some Common Errors of Speech, New York, 1898. Cox, A. Cleveland. Americanisms in England, Forum, Oct. 1886. Crane, W. W. The American Language / Putnam's Monthly, Volume Roman 16, p. Our Naturalized Names / Lippincott's Magazine, Volume LZI, p. April, 1899. Crossland, T. W. H. The Abounding American, London, 1907. Cushing, J. S. Company. Preparation of Manuscript, Proofreading and Office Style at J. S. Cushing Companies, Norwood, Mass., N.D. Dana, Richard H. Junn. A Dictionary of Sea Terms, London, 1841. Dawson, A. H. A Dictionary of English Slang and Colloquialisms, New York, 1913. Dennis, C. J. Doreen and the Sentimental Bloke, New York, 1916. Dialect Notes, Volume I, 1889-98, Volume Roman II, 1899-1904, Volume Roman III-12, Volume Roman IV, 1913-16, Volume V, 1917. Douglas Lithgow, R.A., Dictionary of American Indian Place and Proper Names in New England, Salem, Mass., 1909. Dubbs, Joseph H., A Study of Surnames, Lancaster, Pa., 1886. Dunlap, Fayette, A Tragedy of Surnames, Dialect Notes, Volume Roman 4, pt. I, 1913. Dunlap, Morris P., What Americans Talk in the Philippines, / American Review of Reviews, Aug., 1913. Dunn, Oscar, Glossaire Franco-Canadian, Quebec 1880. Dunstan A.C., English Phonetic, Berlin 1912. Earl John, The Philology of the English Tongue, London 1866, 5th ed., 1892. A Simple Grammar of English Now in Use, London 1898. Eggleston, Edward. Wild Flowers of English Speech in America, /Century Magazine / April, 1894. Egley, Johann J., Nomina Geographica 2nd ed., Zurich, 1893. Der Volkergeist in den Geographischen Namen, Zurich, 1894. Eliot, A.M., Speech Mixture in French Canada. English and French / American Journal of Philology, Volume X, 1889, p. 133. Eliot, John and Samuel Johnson, Jr., A Selected Pronouncing and Accented Dictionary, Suffield Con, 1800. Ellis, Alexander J., On Early English Pronunciation, 4 vols, London 89. On Glossic, A New System of English Spelling, London 1870. Elwyn A. L., A Glossary of Supposed Americanisms, Phila, 1859. Emerson, Oliver Farrar, The Future of American Speech, Dial, Volume 14. A History of the English Language, New York, 1894. English, Thomas Dunn, Irish in America, New York Times Nov. 5. Fallows, Samuel, Handbook of Briticisms, Americanisms, Colloquial and Provincial Words and Phrases, Chicago, 1883. Farmer, John S., Americanisms Old and New, London, 1889. And W. E. Henley, A Dictionary of Slang and Colloquial English, London, 1905. And W. E. Henley, Slang and its Analogues, 7 vols, London, 1904. Ferguson, Robert, Surnames as a Science, London, 1883. Fernald, F.A., English as She is Spelt, New York, 1885. Ferraz, Juan Fernandez, Nahuatlismos de Costa Rica, San Jose de Costa Rica, 1892. Field, Eugene, London Letter and Chicago News, March 10, 1890. Flayton, Nils, Notes on American Norwegian with a Vocabulary / Dialect Notes / Volume Roman II, pt. Roman II, 1900. Flom, George T., English Elements in Norse Dialects of Utica, Wisconsin, Dialect Notes, Volume Roman II, pt. Roman IV, 1902. Flugel, Felix, Die English Philology in Nordamerica, / Gersdorf's Repertorium / 1852. Die English Sprake in Nordamerica, / Archive für des Studium der neueren Sprachen und Literaturen / Band Roman IV, Heft I, Braunschweig. Fowler, H. W. and F. G. Fowler, The Concise Oxford Dictionary of Current English, 4th ed., Oxford, 1914. The King's English, 2nd ed., Oxford, 1908. Fowler, W. M., C., The English Language, 2nd ed., New York, 1855. Franklin, Benjamin, Scheme for a New Alphabet and a Reformed Mode of Spelling, Phila, 1768. Franzmeier, F., Studien über den Konsonantismus und Vokalismus der Neuenglischen Dialekt, Strasbourg, 1906. Freeman, Edward A., Some Points in American Speech and Customs / Longman's Magazine, Nov., 1882. Funk and Wagnall's Company, Style Card, New York, 1914. Jakey, A.S., Canadian English, Canadian Journal, Volume Roman II, 1857 p. Gentry, Thomas G., Family Names from the Irish, Anglo-Saxon, Anglo-Norman, and Scotch, Phila, 1892. Jarrack, William, and others, Is There Really Such a Thing as the American Language? New York Sun, March 10, 1918. Giles, Richard, Slang and Vulgar Phrases, New York, 1913. Good, Edwin S., Good English, New York, 1867. Grade P., Does Nedger English / Anglia / Volume Roman 14. Graham, G. F., A Book About Words, London, 1869. Grandgent, C. H., English in America, Die Neueren Sprachen / Volume Roman II, pp. 443 and 520. Fashion and the Broad A Nation, Jan. 7, 1915. From Franklin to Lowell. A Century of New England Pronunciation / Publications of the Modern Language Association, Volume Roman II. Notes on American Pronouns, Modern Language Notes, Volume Roman 6, p. /ibid / p. 458. De la Grasserie, Réal. Études scientifiques sur l'argot et le parleur populaire. Paris, 1907. Green, B.W., Word Book of Virginia Folk Speech. Richmond, 1899. Greenough, James B., and George L. Kittredge. Words and Their Ways in English Speech. New York, 1902. Haldeman, S.S., Pennsylvania Dutch, London, 1872. Hale, Horatio. The Origin of Languages, Proc. American Association for the Advancement of Science, 1886. Hale, W.G., and others. Report of the Joint Committee on Grammatical Nomenclature, appointed by the National Education Association, the Modern Language Association of America, and the American Philological Association. Chicago, 1918. A Collection of College Words and Customs, Cambridge, Mass., 1851, 2nd ed., 1856. Hall, Fitzedward. English, Rational and Irrational / 19th Century / Sept. 1880. Modern English, New York, 1873. Recent Exemplifications of False Philology, New York, 1872. Halliwell Phillips, J.O., A Dictionary of Archaic and Provincial Words, Obsolete Phrases, Proverbs, and Ancient Customs, 2 vols. London, 1847. A Dictionary of Archaisms and Provincialisms, containing words now obsolete in England, all of which are familiar and in common use in America. 2nd ed. London, 1850. Hancock, Elizabeth H. Southern Speech, Neil's Monthly, Nov., 1913. Hancock T. Newspaper English Academy, Jan. 29, 1898. Harrison, Henry. A Dictionary of the Surnames of the United Kingdom, London, 1912. Harrison, James A. Negro English, Proc. American Philological Association / 1885. Hart, Horace, Rules for Compositors and Readers at the University Press, Oxford, 23rd ed. London, 1914. Hart, Irene Whittimer. Americanisms, Education, Volume Roman 13. Hastings, Basil MacDonald. More Americanisms, Interview, New York Tribune / Jan. 19, 1913. Hayden, Mary, and Marcus Hartog, The Irish Dialect of English. Its Origins and Vocabulary, Fortnightly Review, April and May. Hayes, H.M. On the German Dialects Spoken in the Valley of Virginia, Dialect Notes / Volume Roman 3, pt. Roman 4, 1908. Head, Edmund Walker. Shall and Will, or 2 Chapters on Future Auxiliary Verbs. London, 1856. Healy, J.F., The American Language, Pittsburgh, 1910. Helfenstein, James, A Comparative Grammar of the Teutonic Languages. London, 1870. Hempel, George, Language Rivalry and Speech Differentiation in the Case of Race Mixture / tr. American Philological Assoc / Volume Roman 29 p. 31. The Study of American English / Chautauquan / Volume Roman 22 p. 436. Herrig, Ludwig, Die English Sprake und Literatur in Nordamerika / der neueren Sprachen / Volume Roman 12 p. 24, Volume Roman 13 pp. 76 and Volume Roman 14 p. 1. Higginson, T.W. American Flash Language in 1798, Science, May. English and American Speech, Harper's Bazaar / Volume XXX, p. 958. Hill, Adams Sherman, Our English, New York, 1889. Hodgins, Joseph L. Our Common Speech, New York Sun, March 1, 1918. Hoffman, C.F., Philological Researches, Literary World, Aug. 21. Holliday, Robert Cortez, Can't Speak the Language in Walking Stick Papers, New York, 1918, p. 201. Horn, W., Historische New English Grammatik, Strasbourg, 1908. Untersuchungen zur Neuenglischen Lotgeschichte, Strasbourg. Houghton, John Camden, A Dictionary of Modern Slang, Cant, and Vulgar Words, London, 1859. Howells, William Dean, The Editor's Study, Harper's Magazine, Jan. Hurd, Seth T., A Grammatical Corrector or Vocabulary of the Common Errors of Speech, Phila, 1847. Inman, Thomas, On the Origin of Certain Christian and Other Names, Liverpool, 1866. J.D.J., American Conversation, English Journal, April, 1913. James Henry, The Question of Our Speech, Boston and New York, 1905. Jesperson, Jens O.H., The Growth and Structure of the English Language, Leipzig, 1905, 2nd ed., 1912. A Modern Grammar on Historical Principles, 2 vols, Heidelberg 14. Johnson, Burgess, The Everyday Profanity of Our Best People, /Century Magazine / June, 1916. Johnson, Samuel J.R., A School Dictionary, New Haven, 1798. Jones, Daniel, The Pronunciation of English, Cambridge, 1909. Joyce, P.W., English as We Speak It in Ireland, 2nd ed., London. Kaluza, Max, Historische Grammatik der Englischen Sprache, 2 vols, Berlin, 1901. Kager, M., Woordenboek van Amerikanismen, Gorinchem, Holland. Kellner, Leon, Historical Outlines of English Syntax, London, 1892. Kelton, Dwight H., Indian Names of Places Near the Great Lakes, Detroit, 1888. Kerr, Edmund T., River and Lake Names in the United States, New York. Clues, H., Scheltenwörterbuch, Strasbourg, 1910. Nortz, Karl, Amerikanische Redensarten und Volksgebrauch, Leipzig. Knox, Alexander, Glossary of Geographical and Topographical Terms, London, 1904. Kohler, F., Wörterbuch der Amerikanismen, Leipzig, 1866. Koppel, Emil, Spelling Pronunciation, Bemerkungen über den Einfluss des Schriftbildes auf den Laut in Englischen, /Quellen und Forschungen zur Sprache und Kulturgeschichte der germanischen Volks / LXX6, Strasbourg, 1901. Krapp, George Philip, Modern English, New York, 1910. Kruger, G., Was ist Slang bezüglich Argot? In Festschrift Adolf Taber, Braunschweig, 1905. Kuhns, L. Oscar, The Origin of Pennsylvania Surnames, /Lippincott's Magazine / Volume Licks, p. 395, March, 1897. Lackas, R.P.Z., CES Junes, La on ni les comprendre plus in une mine produisant Elor et L. Argent, Quebec, 1880 pp. 252-6. Lang, Andrew, Americanisms, London Academy, March 2, 1895. Lardner, Ring W., Eunomie Al., New York, 1916. Latham, Edward, A Dictionary of Names, Nicknames, and Surnames, London. Latham, Robert G., The English Language, London, 1841. Learned, Marion D., The Pennsylvania German Dialect, Part 1, Baltimore, 1889. Letzner, Karl, Wörterbuch der Englischen Volksprache Australiens und der Englischen Missprachen, Halle, 1891. Lewis, Calvin L., A Handbook of American Speech, Chicago, 1916. Lienemann, Oskar, Eigentumlichkeiten des Engel, Die Vereinigten Staaten nebst wenig bekannten Amerikanismen, Zittau, 1886. Lighthall, W. D., Canadian English Week Toronto, Aug. 16, 1889. Littman, N.O., 23 and Other Numerical Expressions, Open Court, Volume Roman 22, 1908. Lloyd, R.J., Northern English, Leipzig, 1908. Lodge, Henry Cabot, The Origin of Certain Americanisms, /Scribner's Magazine / June, 1907. Shakespeare's Americanisms, in Certain Accepted Heroes, New York. Long, Charles M., Virginia County Names, New York, 1908. Long, Percy W., Semi-Secret Abbreviations, Dialect Notes, Volume Roman 4, pt. Roman 3, 1915. Lounsbury, Thomas R., Americanisms Real or Reputed, /Harper's Magazine / Sept. 1913. Differences in English and American Usage, Harper's Magazine, July 1913. The English Language in America, International Review, Volume Roman 8, p. 472. English Spelling and Spelling Reform, New York, 1909. A History of the English Language, Revised ed., New York, 1907. Linguistic Causes of Americanisms, Harper's Magazine, June. Scotticisms and Americanisms, Harper's Magazine, Feb. 1913. The Standard of Pronunciation in English, New York and London. The Standard of Usage in English, New York and London, ND. What Americanisms Are Not, Harper's Magazine, March, 1913. Low, Sydney, Odd American to be Taught in Our Schools, Westminster Gazette July 18, 1913. Lowe, W.H., The English Language, Baltimore, 1917. Lowell, James Russell. Prefaces to the Biglow Papers, First and Second Series, Cambridge, 1840-866. Lower, M.A., Patronymica Britannica, London, 1860. Lewick, K., Studien zur englischen Lotgeschichte, Vienna, 1903. Mackay, Charles, The Ascertainment of English 19th Century Jan, 1890. McKenna, L.B., Surnames, Their Origin and Nationality, Quincy Ill. McIntosh, Duncan, Essai raisonné sur la grammaire et la prononciation anglais, Boston, 1797. McLean, John, Western Americanisms in the Indians, Their Manners and Customs, Toronto, 1889 pp. 197-1. Macmillan Co., Notes for the Guidance of Authors, New York, 1918. Maitland, James, The American Slang Dictionary, Chicago, 1891. March, Francis A., Spelling Reform, Washington, 1893. Marsh, George P., Lectures on the English Language, New York, 1859 th. ed., enlarged, 1870. The Origin and History of the English Language, New York, 1862, Reverend ed., 1885. Maspero, J., Singularidades del Español de Buenos Aires, Memorias de la Sociedad de Lingüística de Paris, Tome Roman II. Matthews, Brander, Americanisms and Briticisms, New York, 1892. Is the English Language Decadent? Yale Review, April, 1918. Outskirts of the English Language, Munsey's Magazine, Nov. Parts of Speech, New York, 1901. The Standard of Spoken English, North American Review, June. Why Not Speak Your Own Language? Delineator, Nov. 1917. Matzner, Eduard A. F., English Grammatic, 2 vols. Leipzig, 1860-65 ed., 1880-85, tr. By C. J. Grease, 3 vols. London, 1874. Mead, Theo, H., Our Mother Tongue, New York, 1890. Mearns, Hugh, Our Own, Our Native Speech /McClure's Magazine, Oct. Reprinted, Literary Digest, Sept. 30, 1916. Melville, A. H., An Investigation of the Function and Use of Slang / Pedagogical Seminary, Volume Roman 19, 1912. Membreno, Alberto, Hondurenismos, Tegucigalpa, 1895. Mencken, H.L., The American, His Language Smart Set Aug., 1913. The American Language Again, New York Evening Mail, Nov. 22. American Pronouns, Baltimore Evening Sun, Oct. 25, 1910. The Curse of Spelling, New York Evening Mail, April 11, 1918. England's English, Baltimore Evening Sun, Sept. 22, 1910. How They Say It Over There, New York Evening Mail, Oct. 25. More American, Baltimore Evening Sun, Oct. 20, 1910. Molding Our Speech, Chicago Tribune, Nov. 18, 1917. The New Doomsday Book, New York Evening Mail, April, 1918. Nothing Dead About Language, New York Evening Mail, Sept. 1917. Notes on the American Language, Baltimore Evening Sun, Sept. 7. Spoken American, Baltimore Evening Sun, Oct. 19, 1910. The Two Englishes, Baltimore Evening Sun, Sept. 15, 1910. Menner, Robert J., Common Sense in Pronunciation, Atlantic Monthly Aug., 1913. The Pronunciation of English in America, Atlantic Monthly, March, 1915. Moley, Elias, New Teutonish and International Union Language, Tacoma. Plea for an American Language, Chicago, 1888. Moley, Elias, Pure Saxon English or Americans to the Front, Chicago. Teutonish, Tacoma, Wash, ND. Teutonish or Anglo-German Union Tongue, Chicago, 1902. Montgomery, M., Types of Standard Spoken English, Strasbourg, 1910. Moon, G. Washington, The Dean's English, 7th ed., New York, 1884. Morris, Edward E., Austral English, London, 1898. Morris, Richard, Historical Outlines of English Accidents, London, 2nd ed., Reverend, 1895. Murison, W., Changes in the Language Since Shakespeare's Time, in the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume Roman 14. New York. Murray, James A. H., A New English Dictionary, Oxford 1888, etc. Newcomen, George, Americanisms and Archaisms, Academy, Volume Roman 47 p. 317. Norton, Chas, Ledyard, Political Americanisms, New York and London, 1890. Oliphant, Samuel Grant, The Clan of Fire and Forge, or The Ancient and Honorable Smiths, Olivet, Mitch, 1910. Surnames in Baltimore, Baltimore Sunday Sun, 62 weekly articles, Dec. 2, 1906 Jan. 26, 1908 Inc. Index, Feb. 2, 9, 16, 1908. Oliphant, W. Kingston, The New English, London, 1886. Onions, C.T., Advanced English Syntax, London, 1894. Palmer, A. Smythe, The Folk and Their Word Lore, London, 1904. Paul, C.K., The American Language Month, Volume X Civ. Paul Herman O.T., Grundriss der Germanischen Philologie, Reverend ed. Vols. Strasbourg, 1901-1909. Prinzipien der Sprachgeschichte, Halle, 1886, 4th ed., 1909, tr. As Principles of the History of Language by H. A. Strong, London, Reverend ed., 1891. Payne, James E., and others. Style Book, a compilation of rules governing executive, congressional, and departmental printing, including the Congressional Record. Washington, 1917. Pearson, T.R., The Origin of Surnames, Good Words, June, 1897. Petman, Charles, Africanderisms, A Glossary of South African Colloquial Words and Phrases, London, 1913. Phipson, Evascutse, British versus American English, Dialect Notes, Volume I, pt. I, 1889. Pickering, John, A Vocabulary or Collection of Words and Phrases which have been supposed to be peculiar to the United States of America. Boston, 1816. Pound, Louise, British and American Pronunciation, School Review, June, 1915. Domestication of the suffix /vest/, Dialect Notes, Volume Roman 4, pt. v. 1916. Vogue Affixes in Present-Day Word Coinage, Dialect Notes, Volume V, pt. I, 1918. Word Coinage and Modern Trade Names, Dialect Notes, Volume Roman 4, pt. I, 1913. Poutsma H., A Grammar of Late Modern English, 2 vols, Groningen in 5. Prince J. Dineley, The Jersey Dutch Dialect, Dialect Notes, Volume Roman 3, pt. Roman 6, 1910. Proctor, Richard A., Americanisms Knowledge, Volume Roman 8. English and American English, New York Tribune, Aug. 14, 1881. English as She Is Spoke, in America, Knowledge, Volume Roman 6. Ralph Julian, The Language of the Tenement Folk, Harper's Weekly, Volume Roman 41, p. 30. Rambo, A., Amerikanisches, /der Neueren Sprachen, Volume Roman 2, p. 53. Ramos y Duarte Feliz, Diccionario de Mexicanismos, 2nd ed., Mexico, 1898. Reed, Richard P., The American Language, New York Sun, March 7. The American Tongue, New York Sun, Feb. 26, 1918. Reed, William A., The Southern R. Louisiana State University Bull, /Feb. 1910. Variant Pronunciations in the New South, Dialect Notes, Volume Roman 3, pt. Roman 7, 1911. Ripman, W., The Sounds of Spoken English, London, 1906. Riverside Press, Handbook of Style in Use at the Riverside Press, Cambridge, Mass., Boston and New York, 1913. Root, E., American and British Enunciation, /Lippincott /Sept. Rupp, Israel D., A Collection of Names of German, Swiss, Dutch, French, and other immigrants in Pennsylvania from 1727 to 1776, Reverend ed. Phila, 1876. Russell T. Barron, Current Americanisms, London, 1893. Salvert Euseb, History of the Names of Men, Nations, and Places, tr. by L. H. Mordack, 2 vols. London, 1862-4. Sanchez, Jesus, Glossario de Voces Catalanas Derivadas Nahuatl Ocute Mexicano, NP, ND. Sanchez, Nelly van de Grift, Spanish and Indian Place Names of California, San Francisco, 1914. Sanz S. Monner, Notas al Castellano in America, Buenos Aires, 1903. Sayce A. H., Introduction to the Science of Language, 2 vols, 4th ed., London, 1900. Shiel de Vere M., Americanisms, The English of the New World, New York, 1872. Studies in English, New York, 1867. Schulz, Carl B., The King's English at Home, New York Evening Mail Oct., 29, 1917. Scott Fred, N., The Pronunciation of Spanish-American Words, / Modern Language Notes, Volume Roman 6. Verbal Taboos, School Review, Volume Roman 20, 1912, pp. 366-78. Cyril William G., Onomasticon Anglo-Saxonicum, Cambridge, 1897. Sechrist, Frank K., The Psychology of Unconventional Language / Pedagogical Seminary, Volume Roman 20, Dec. 1913. Seaman B., Die Volksnamen der Amerikanischen Pflanzen, Hanover. Schute, Samuel M., A Manual of Anglo-Saxon, New York, 1867. Skeet W. W., English Dialects from the 8th Century to the Present Day, Cambridge, 1911. An Etymological Dictionary of the English Language, Oxford, 1882 th. ed., 1910. A Primer of Classical and English Philology, Oxford, 1905. Smalley, D.S., American Phonetic Dictionary of the English Language, Cincinnati, 1855. Smart, B.H., A Practical Grammar of English Pronunciations, London. Smith Chawes, Forster, Americanisms, Southern Methodist Quarterly, Jan., 1891. On Southernisms, trans, American Philological Association. Soames, Laura, Introduction to English, French, and German Phonetics, New York, 1899. Sproul, W.M. O. Hebrew and Rabbinical Words in Present Use / Hebraica / Oct., 1890. Stearns, Edward J., A Practical Guide to English Pronunciation for the Use of Schools, Boston, 1857. Storm J., English Philology, Leipzig, 1896. Stratton, Clarence, Are You Umurican or American? New York Times, July 22, 1917. The New Emphasis of Oral English, English Journal, Sept. 1917. Sundin, Carl, Contributions to the Study of Elliptical Words in Modern English, Uppsala, 1904. Sweet Henry, A Handbook of Phonetics, London, 1877. A History of English Sounds, London, 1876, Oxford, 1888. The History of Language, London, 1900. A New English Grammar, Logical and Historical, 2 vols, Oxford 8, New ed., 1903. The Practical Study of Languages, London, 1900. A Primer of Spoken English, Oxford, 1900. The Sounds of English, Oxford, 1908. Swinton, William, Rambles Among Words, New York, N.D. Talichet, H., A Contribution Towards a Vocabulary of Spanish and Mexican Words Used in Texas, Dialect Notes, Volume I, pt. Roman 4. Tamsin, George J., Word Stress in English, Halle, 1898. Tardival, J.P., El Anglicisme, Voilà l'ennemi, Quebec, 1880. Taylor, Isaac, Words and Places, 3rd ed., Reverend, London, 1873. Tom, W.M. T., Some Parallelisms Between Shakespeare's English and the Negro English of the United States, / Shakespeareana / Volume IP. Thornton, Richard H., An American Glossary, 2 vols, Philat and London, 1912. Toller, T.N., Outlines of the History of the English Language, Cambridge, 1900. Tooker, William W., Indian Names of Places in the Borough of Brooklyn, New York, 1901. Toro Y. Gisbert, Miguel de, Americanismos, Paris, N.D. Trench, Richard C., English Past and Present, London, 1855, Reverend ed. On the Study of Words, London, 1851, Reverend ed., 1904. Trumbull, J. Hammond, The Composition of Indian Geographical Names / Collection of the Con. Historical Society, Volume Roman 2. Tucker, Gilbert M., American English, North American Review, April. American English, a paper read before the Albany Institute, July, 1882, with revision and additions. Albany, 1883. Our Common Speech, New York, 1895. Van der Voort, J.H., Hedendaagsche Amerikanismen, Gouda, Holland. Weisteli, Frank H., A Desk Book of 25,000 Words Frequently Mispronounced, New York and London, 1917. Essentials of English Speech, 2nd ed., New York and London, 1917. The Foreign Element in English, New Age, Oct., 1913. Wagner, Leopold, Names and Their Meaning, London, 1892. Walter, G.F., Phillimore, Sporting Terms in Common Speech / Monthly Review / Nov., 1906. Wardlaw, Patterson, Simpler English, Bulletin of the University of South Carolina, No. 38, pt. Roman 3, July, 1914. Ware, J. Redding, Passing English of the Victorian Era, London, N. 500. Warnock, L.C.L., Terms of Approbation and Eulogy in American Dialect Speech, Dialect Notes, Volume Roman 4, pt. I, 1913. Warren, Arthur, Real Americanisms, Boston Herald, Nov., 20, 1892. Watts, Harvey M., Prof. Lounsbury and His Route of the Dons on Americanisms, Philadelphia Public Ledger, April 16, 1915. Webster, Noah, An American Dictionary of the English Language, 2 vols., New York, 1828. The American Spelling Book, being the first part of a Grammatical Institute of the English Language, Boston, 1783. The American Spelling Book, Revised ed., Sanbornton, N.H. A Compendious Dictionary of the English Language, Hartford, 1806. A Dictionary of the English Language compiled for the use of common schools in the United States, Boston, 1807. A Dictionary of the English Language, for common schools, Hartford, 1817. Dissertations on the English Language, Boston, 1789. The Elementary Spelling Book, Phila, 1829. The Elementary Spelling Book, Revised ed., New York, 1848. A Grammatical Institute of the English Language, in 3 parts, Part 1, containing a new and accurate standard of pronunciation, Hartford, 1783. A Letter to the Hun, John Pickering on the Subject of His Vocabulary, Boston, 1817. The New American Spelling Book, New Haven, 1833. Weekly, Ernest, Surnames, London, 1916. Wetherill, Georgian N., The American Language, Anglo-Continental Jan., 1894. Wheatley, Henry B., Chronological Notices of the Dictionaries of the English Language, Transactions of the Philological Society / London, 1865. White, D.S., American Pronunciation, Journal of Education, July 13. White, Richard Grant, Americanisms, Parts I Roman 8, Atlantic Monthly, April, May, July, Sept. Nov., 1878, Jan., March, May, 1879. British Americanisms, Atlantic Monthly, May, 1880. Everyday English, Boston, 1880. Some Alleged Americanisms, Atlantic Monthly, Dec., 1883. White, Richard Grant, Words and Their Uses, Past and Present, Boston, Reverend ed., New York, 1876. Whitman, Walt, Slang in America, North American Review, Volume CXLIP, 431. Whitney, William D., The Life and Growth of Language, New York, 1875. Language and the Study of Language, New York, 1867. Wilcox, W.H., The Difficulties Created by the Grammarians Are to be Ignored, Atlantic Educational Journal, Nov., 1912. Williams, R.O., Our Dictionaries, New York, 1890. Some Questions of Good English, New York, 1897. Wilson, A.J., A Glossary of Colloquial Slang and Technical Terms in Use in the Stock Exchange and in the Money Market, London, 1895. Whitman, Elizabeth, Clipped Words, Dialect Notes, Volume Roman 4, pt. Roman 2. Wright, Joseph, An English Dialect Dictionary, 6 vols., London, 1905. The English Dialect Grammar, Oxford, 1905. Want W. Dysprake, Leipzig, 1900. Wild, H.C.K., The Growth of English, London, 1907. The Historical Study of the Mother Tongue, New York, 1906. The Study of Living Popular Dialects and Its Place in the Modern Science of Language, London, 1904. Yule, Henry, and A. C. Burnell. Hobson Jobson, A Glossary of Anglo-Indian Words and Phrases and of Kindred Terms, Etymological, Historical, Geographical, and Discursive. New ed. By W. M. Crook, London, 1903. Footnotes. No capitals are used in the book. Even the title page is in lowercase. List of words and phrases. The parts of speech are indicated only when it is desirable for clearness. The following abbreviations are used. A. Adjective adv. Adverb / art / article / n / noun / pref / prefix bro. Pronoun suff. Suffix / v / verb / vp / verb phrase. A. Art 62 154 267. Particle 207. Pref 92. A. Sound 11 50 860 94 5 102 173 4 176. Errands 280. A burnished 152. A burnit 152 308 311. Objefect v 156. Aboard 92. Abolitionist 83. Above 262. Abraham 280n. Absquatulate v 82. Above 262. Accept 77n. Acceptum 77n. Accommodation train 82. Accouchement 127. Ichtel 113. Acre 250, 252, 254. Acute 160. Akai /suff /77. Ad 142, 160. Adamic 73. Add card 160. Addition 50. Addressograph 165. Add man 160. Admitted to the bar /VP /108. Adobe 87. Ad rate 160. Advertisement 160, 169, 176. Advertise 262. Advocate v 27, 48, 49, 51. Ad writer 160. Ads 56. Ian 243. Arrow A 160. Aeroplane A 160. Aeroplane N 263. Aeroplane N 263N. Aesthetics 257. Etiology 257. Affiliate 77. Afoot 97. Afterwards 147, 148. Against 91. Agenda 100. Agent 121. Agons 91. Aggravate 77. A-going 92. Arons 280. AI/sound/ 95 96. Ain't 145, 146, 204, 210. Airline 82 105. Airplane 263. Al manager 124. Acre 250, 252, 254. Alabastine 165. Alarm 264. Alarmist 33. Alarum 264. Albert 275. Albrecht 275. Albright 275. Alderman 47. Alfalfa 109. Alefuzi 90. Allegheny 296. Allegheny 296. Allegheny 296. Alesfusel 90. All fired 129. Alatapon 31. Allow 33. All right 157. All right 263N. All rightnik 156. Ally N 170. Almoner 112. All right 27, 263. Also 34. Altho 262, 263. Aluminum 264. Aluminum 264. Always 229. AM 193, 209. Amateur 238. Amass 95. Ambush 160. Ambition N 160, v 49. Americanism 38. Americanize 77. Ames 275. Amigo 158. Am not 210. An art 62, 95, 267. Anemia 242, 245, 257, 260. Anase 92. Ananias Club 306. Anatomy 95. Anderson 272. Andiron 56. And no mistake 92. Andre 275. Andrews 275. Aenier 92. Anemia 242, 263. Aneurysm 242. Aneurysm 242. Angry 79, 99. Anheuser 153, 276. Aniline 262. Anne Arundel 297. Annex 242, 258N. Annex N 242, 245, 257, 258N, 260. A number 1, 161. Antagonize 49, 136. Anti-N 87, V 202. Anterior 248N. Anti-up V 87, 111. Anti 87. Antiphygmatic 84. Antmeyer 126. Anxious bench 83, 84. Anxious seat 84. Any 237. Anyways 147, 229. Apartment 110. Apron 239. Aposone 40. Appendices 265. Apple 173. Applejack 85. Apple pie 18. Appreciate 49. Approbate 56. Arbor 242. Arbor Day 114. Arboreal 247. Arbor 242. Ardor 253. R 209. Already 238. Errands 280. Aren't 146, 210. Are you there 103. A writing 92. Arkansas 298. Armistead 274. Armor 242. Armory 247. Armor 242. Armstat 274. Arrived 201N. Ars 129. RE/SUF/170. As 223. Ashcan 97, 102. Ashman 102. Ask 59, 94, 238. Ascutasquash 41, 160. Asphalt 242, 252, 257. Asphalt 242, 245, 256, 257, 260. Ass 129. Assistant Master 104. Assistant Mistress 104. Assistant Secretary of the Interior 122. Associational 30. Assurance 109. Asked 238. Atoll 234. At 95 146. Ataxia 242, 246. Ataxy 242. 8V 194 205 /SUF/77. Attack 193. Attacked 193 201. O/sound/276. Ant 58 59 94 173. Auto N 110 160 V 110. Autocar 165. Automobile 160. Och 89. Autumn 10 14. Avenue 299. Aw Sound 95 175 276. Awful 306. Awfully 306. Arivor 241. Ariide 85. Axe 242, 252, 256, 257. Axe 242, 245, 256, 257, 260, 261. Baby 155. Baby carriage 97, 139. Baccalaureate 124. Bach/Suff 275. Back and fill /VP 78 319. Back and forth 31. Backcountry 46. Backfish 308N. Back garden 139. Backlog 46. Back number 81. Back pedal /VP 142. Back settlements 46. Back settler 46. Back talk 10 81. Back taxes 81. Backward and forward 31. Backwater /VP 78. Backwoods A 48, N 46 48. Backwoodsman 40 46 48 134. Backyard 97 110 139. Bad Adv 146 227. Bad Boy 157. Baddest 230. Baggage 31 97. Baggage car 97. Baggage check 82. Baggage master 82. Baggage room 82. Baggage smasher 82. Bagman 98. Bailey 274. Bailiff 107N 254. Baker 277. Backerloo 112. Balance 50. Bald 288. Balk 242. Ballast 97. Balled up A 142, 164. Ballot N 107. Ballot box stuffer 107. Ball up /VP 142N 164. Ballyhoo 92. Ballyhoo man 93. Balm 59. Baltimore 297. Ban 59. Banditti 265. Bander 44. Banduria 44. Bandwagon 14. Bang up A 164. Bania 44. Banjo 44. Bank N 107. Bank account 107. Bank bill 31. Bankers 107. Bank holiday 99 114. Banking account 107. Banknote 31. Bankrupt 238. Banner State 83 84. Bar 58. Barbecue 40 43. Barbershop 124. Barbershop 124. Bargain N 155. V 137. Baritone 242 246. Bark N 242 246 247 257 258 263. Bark up the wrong tree /VP 3379. Barmaid 105. Barman 105. Barn 52. Bark 242 258. Barrel 163. Barrel House 85. Barons 46 294. Barrister 108. Bartender 14 85 105. Baritone 242. Basket 59 155. Basswood 45. Bat N 85. Bath 59 97. Bathtub 97. Battle 262. Baton Rouge 291. Batto 43 47 86 111. Batting average 111. Battle 262. Bower 89. Bower 275. Baw /Suff 275. Balk 239 242 245. Bauman 275. Bale 274. Bio 3086. Bay State 33. Bay Window 56. B 193 209. Bean 193N. Beat V 164 193. Beaten, 193. Beat it /VP, /164. Beauchamp, 283. Beaufort, 291. Beaupre, 41. Butte, 160, 310. Beautifuler, 230. Beautifulest, 230. Beauty, 160. Beaver, 288, 294. Beaver Moon, 42. Became, 193. Becker, 271, 277. Become, 193. Bedbug, 125N. Bedibbert, A, 151N. Bedroom, 155. Beef N, 56, V, 319. Beefsteak, 88N. Beeline, 47. Bin, 175, 176, 238. Beat, 97, 104, 109. Beetroot, 97, 104, 109. Began, 193. Begin, 193. Begobs, 91. Bigori, 91. Begun, 193. Behavior, 242. Behoove, 242, 261. Behove, 242, 260. Bankel, 156. Belgiumize, 164. Belgravia, 139. Belittle, 33, 49, 135. Belair, 292. Beller, 239. Bellevue, 292. Bellhop, 81. Belmont, 277. Bellevade, 201. Belvedere, 292. Ben, 193, 209. Bend v, 193. Benefice, 112. Bent v, 193, 201. Berg, 276. Berger, 276. Birmingham, 286N. Beside, 147. Besides, 147. Best of the bunch, 308, 310. Bet v, 193. Betrayed, 127. Better, 230. Betterment, 3181. Bettern, 231. Bet Your Life /VP, /92. Bevo, 165. Bevo Officer, 166N. Boy, 92. Bid N, 97. Biff V, 310, 319. Big Bug, 81. Big Chief, 86. Big Stick, 306. Bile, 34, 91, 236. Bill, 106. Billboard, 27, 97. Billion, 80. But 251. Bin V, 193, 209. Bind, 193. Bindery, 48. Biograph V, 142. Biplin, 263N. Bird, 310. Birdsong, 277. Birthday, 155. Biscuit, 53, 98. Bishop, 85. Bit V, 193, 207, 208. Bitch, 125, 126. Bite V, 193, 207, 208. Bitten, 193, 207, 208. Bittinger, 276. Black, 274, 277. Black Country, 109. Black Hand, 151. Black Stripe, 85. Blast, 59. Bleachers, 105, 111, 162. Bled, 194. Bleed, 194. Bleeding, 130. Blue, 194, 204. Blighter, 129. Blind Baggage, 83N. Blind Pig, 85. Blind Tiger, 33. Blizzard, 80, 109. Block, 274. Block, 109, 110, 306. Block, 224. Blockhead, 309. Block Island, 290. Blofista, 135N. Blooded, 50. Blood Poison, 127. Bloody, 130. Bloom, 275. Bloomer, 80. Bloomingdale, 280. Blouse, 100, 103. Blow, v, 49, 194, 204. Blowed, 194, 204. Blowout, 81. Blutcher, 97. Blue, 174. Blue blazer, 85. Bluegrass, 45, 109. Bluff, N, 46. V, 135, 157, 202, 319. Bluffer, 156, 157. Bluffer K, 157. Blum, 275, 276. Blumenthal, 280. Blutwurst, 88. Bow, 161. Board V, 102. Border, 97, 102, 124. Board School, 100, 104. Boardwalk, 97. Bobby, 105. Bob Ruley, 291. Bosch, 278. Bachbier, 88. Bog, 46, 109. Bogey, 83, 101. Bogus, 43, 51. Bohick, 279. Bohumil, 277. Bohunk, 279. Boyles V, 91, 91N. Boilo, 276. Boiled shirt, 81. Bolt V, 84. Bolter, 83, 84. Bonanza, 87. Bonaparte, 273. Bonanza umbrellas, 53. Boncoeur, 274. Bond, 97, 106N. Bonehead, 129, 162, 309. Bonpa, 274. Boob, 14, 129, 133, 160. Booby, 160. Boodle N, 132, V, 84. Boodler, 84, 156. Book V, 106. Bookbinder Shop, 48. Booker, 277. Booking Office, 83, 101, 106. Bookseller Shop, 31. Bookstore, 31. Boom N, 156, 310. V, 2477. Boomer, 77. Boomtown, 77. Boost N, 14, 132. V, 77, 133. Boot, 19N, 52, 53, 97, 100, 105, 137. Boot Form, 100. Bootlace, 100. Bootmaker, 52, 100. Boot Shop, 52, 137. Booze Foundry, 310. Booze Hister, 236. Bordox, 241. Burrow/Suff/ 296. Burrow/Suff/ 296. Bosom, 126. Boss N, 14, 30, 43, 107, 133, 319. V, 77, 319. Boss Rule, 83. Bother, 155. Bottom Dollar, 81. Bottomland, 31. Bottoms, 46. Bought, 194, 205. Boughton V, 191, 194, 201, 205. Boulevard, 153, 240, 299. Bouncer, 77, 85, 107. Bound, 193. Boundary, 238. Bourbon, 300. Bourgeois, 114. Bower, 89. Bowers, 275. Bowler, 98, 103, 139. Bowman, 275. Bowsprit, 41. Box, 101, 106. Boxcar, 82. Box Office, 106. Boy, 155, 156, 157. Boychick, 156. Boys Belong, 240. Bozart, 265N. Braces, 19N, 101, 104, 259. Bracken, 46. Braham, 280N. Brainstorm, 142. Brainy, 79. Brakeman, 97. Brakesman, 97. Branch, 46, 59. Brand new, 172. Brandy Champerel, 85. Brandy Crusta, 85. Brangs v, 194. Brand new, 172, 238. Brash, 79. Brave N, 86. Brawn, 272. Breadstuffs, 40, 50. Break, 194. Breakaway /VP /319. Breakbone, 309. Breakdown, 44. Brethren, 239. Breve, 113. Brevier, 114. Brevis, 113. Briar, 260. Brick, 156. Bridgewater, 273. Brief v, 108. Briar, 261. Brill, 276. Brilliant N, 114. Bring, 194. Broadgauge Man, 83 N. Broadway, 300. Broke, 194. Broken, 194. Broker, 106.7. Bronco, 86. Bronco Buster, 87. Brooklyn, 290. Broom, 155. Brothel, 127. Brought, 194. Brown, 271. Brown Boots, 110. Brown Shoes, 110. Brule, 276. Brung, 194, 199. Brusque, 174. Bryanize, 163. Bub, 56. Buchanan, 282. Butcher, 277. Buck N, 126. V, 239. Bucket, 97, 105. Bucket Shop, 135. Buckeye, 33. Buck Moon, 42N. Buck Private, 142. Buckra, 30. Buck the Tiger /VP /79. Buckwheat, 18. Buffalo, 294. Buffer, 97. Buffet, 124. Bug, 125. Bugaboo, 80. Build, 194. Built, 194, 201, 251. Bull, 126. Bulldoze, 7883. Bullfrog, 45. Bully, A, 231. Bum, A, 2488, Adv, 2488, N, 2488, 89, 125, 156, 161, /V, /24. Bummelzug, 88N. Bummer, 2488, 88N, 161. Bummer K, 156. Bummery, 88. Bumler, 2488, 88N. Bump, 307. Bumper, 82, 97. Bumpus, 274. Bunch, 156, 308. Bunko, 14N, 23. Bunkum, 23, 80, 83, 135, 242. Bunko Steerer, 14. Bund /Suff /151, 152. Bung Starter, 85. Bunk, 23. Bunker, 274. Bunkum, 135, 242. Bund, 85. Bunt v, 202. Burden, 242, 257. Bureau, 33, 43, 97. Berg /Suff /296. Berg /Suff /296. Berg de Walter, 273. Burglarize, 24. Burgle, 77, 77N. Burgu Picnic, 109. Burlesque, 264. Burley, 57. Burn, 158, 194. Burned, 194N. Burnt, 194, 294. Burrow, 87. Burst, 24, 143, 194, 202. Burthen, 242, 257. Bursch A, 142. N 43 318. Busher 111. Bushleague 43. Bushwhacker 43. Business 41. Bust N 2485. V 2434 143 194 202 238. Busted 143N 194 202. Buster 143N. Bustle V 307. Butcher 155. Butcher Store 157. Butt V 164. Butte 86 294. Butternut 45. But that 146 283. Butt-in /VP /142 164. Buttinsky 34 152. Button 155. But what 218. By 194. Buzzsaw 80. Buzzwagon 163. By God 129. By golly 129. By gosh 129. By law 98. Buyer 47. Cabin 93. Cabaret 153. Caboose 4382. Cash 262. Cash 3043. Cachexia 242. Cachexy 242. Cadet 127 156. Catagen 282. Cafe 124 153 240 264. Cag 250 252. Con 280. Calais 274. Canes 283. Cakewalk 81. Calaboose 3043. Calamity Howler 81. Calculates 31. Calendar 97. Calf 173. Caliber 242, 257, 260, 261. Caliber 242, 250, 257. Calico 103. Californiar 171. Calc 260. Called to the bar /VP /108. Callowhill 282. Com 59 174. Calumet 42. Calvary 239. Calvert 298. Came 194 205. Camerdo 73. Camouflage V 135N 142 308. Camorra 152. Camp 282. Campaign 97 107. Camp Meeting 47. Campus 80 105. Can N 97 102 105. V 102 194. Candidacy 83. Candor 242. Candor 242. Candy 97 103. Candy Store 14. Cane 97 110. Canebrake 46. Canned Goods 97 102. Cannonball 124. Canoe 111 end. Canoa 111 end. Canoe 41 47 111 318. Cannon 112 122 265 294. See also Canyon. Cannon see Canyon. Cant 102. Can't Commits 31. Canuck 86 279. Canvasback 45. Canvas 97 107. Canyon 86 112 122 265 294. Capitalize 33. Capote Alamand 279N. Capote Anglaise 279N. Captain 118. Cap the Climax /VP /78. Car 5998. Card 33 171. Card up his sleeve /VP /111 134. Caretaker 99 110. Caribou 43. Carl 283N. Carnival of Crime 81. Karen 274. Carpenter, 276, 280. Carpet, 155. Carpetbagger, 83. Carriage, 98. Carriage paid, 100, 103. Carrier, 83, 98. Carriole, 43. Carriole, 43, 48. Cart, 174. Casalgno, 277. Cash-in/VP, /111. Castle, 59. Catalog, 262, 263. Catalpa, 40. Catbird, 45. Catboat, 47, 48. Catch, V, 91, 194, 237, 262. Catchen, 157. Caterpillar, 173. Catholic, 113. Catridge, 238. Catty-cornered, 57. Cowcowazu, 131 N. Caucus, N, 30, 40, 83, 131, 135. V, 48. Caucustum, 132. Caucuser, 132. Cot, 194. Caulkers, 132 N. Causelist, 97. Cave-in/VP, /31. Cavort, 49. Cayuse, 87. Ceiling, 155, 156. Cellaret, 165. Cent, 47, 139. Center, 242, 260, 294. Center, 242, 250. Certainly, 228. Cesspool, 56. C'est moi, 220. CH sound, 96, 274. Chain gang, 80. Chair, 126, 155, 156. Chaircar, 82. Chairman, 106. Chairwarmer, 10, 81. Chambers, 110. Champ, 100. Champion, 237. Champion, 160, 237. Chancellor, 104. Chancet, 238. Chandler, 280. Change, 155. Channel, 109. Chapel, 112. Chaparral, 30, 86. Chapter, 112. Char, 56, 137. Charget, 103. Charles, 286 N. Charqui, 43. Charwoman, 137. Chase, 46. Chaser, 85. Chase oneself/VP, /319. Chassé, 240. Chauffeur, 265 N. Chauncey, 285. Chautauqua, 113. Chaw, 91. Cheapside, 300. Check, N, 106, 242, 246, 256. Checkered, 242, 261. Checkers, 98. Checkingquemin, 41. Cheer, N, 237. Chef d'oeuvre, 240. Chemist, 98, 252. Chemist's shop, 98. Check, 106, 242, 256, 257, 260. Checkered, 242, 260. Chest of drawers, 97. Chevalier, 251. Chew, 91. Chew the rag/VP, /319. Chick/Suff/156. Chicken, 308. Chicken yard, 98. Chief clerk, 98. Chief constable, 105. Chief of police, 105. Chief reporter, 98. Childern, 239. Chimbly, 238. Chimist, 252. Chinge, 56. Chinny, 229. Chink, N, 279. V, 2477. Chinkapin, 40. Chip-in/VP, /111, 319. Chipmunk, 40. Chipped beef, 80. Kissed, 237. Chit, 158. Comandelli, 283. Choose, 194. Chop suey, 93. Chor 56 105 137. Chose 194. Chow 158. Chowder 43. Chriskindle 89. Chriskindline 89. Chunky 50. Church 112 113. Churchman 113. Shoot 3086. Cider 242 246. Cinch N14 V87. Cinema 14 2799. Cipher 257. Circuitrider 113. Circus 300. Siren Sister 297N. Citified 77. Citizenize 76. City/Suff/296. City 106 139. City Ordinance 98. City Stock 106. Civil Servant 105 106. Claim Jumper 81. City Editor 98 106. City Hall 300. City Hall Park Square, Place 300. City Man 106. Clam Bake 109. Clam Chowder 109. Clamor 242. Clamorously 247. Clamor 242. Clang 194. Clangor 242. Clangorous 247. Clangor 242. Clapboard 31 40 46. Class 104. Class Day 105. Classy 24 230. Clawhammer 81. Cleanlily 228. Cleanly 228. Clean 157. Clean Up 14. Clearing N 46. Clear the Track/VP/83. Clerk N 19N 53 124 174. V 49. Clever 31 33 57. Climb V 194 198. Climbed 198. Klein 275N. Cling 194. Clingstone 45. Clipped 201. Clipped 201. Clipping 98. Clodhopper 56. Clome 198. Closet 155. Closed 238. Closure 242. Cloture 242. Cloudburst 81 109. Clout the Sphere/VP/311. Club 154. Club Car 82. Clum 194 200. Clung 194. Seamere 207. Coach V 111. Coalhod 98. Coaloil 98. Coal Operator 139. Coal-Owner 139. Coal Scuttle 98. Coast V 77. Coat and Suit 103. Cody 77. Cockane 253 263. Cocaine 160 253. Cock 19N 100 126. Cocktail 84 88N. COD 161. Codfish A 2479. Coed 160. Coeducational 160. Cog 175. Cohen 271 280. Cone 280. Coiner 98. Coke 160. Cold Deck 111. Cold Moon 42N. Cold Slaw 43. Cold Snap 33 46 81 109. Collinus virginianus 53. Collaborating Epidermologist 122. Collar 155. Collateral 81. Colline 90. Collide 77. Collide Head-On/VP/83N. Collins 280. Color 19N 243. Color 243. Colorable 247. Colored 247. Columad 160. Coom 46. Cum 194, 198, 205, 238. Come across slash VP slash 142 308. Cummed 198. Come down 81 142 164. Come on 133 311. Come out at the little end of the horn slash VP slash 3379. Command 59. Commencement 105. Commission merchant 98. Committee 107. Common loafer 88. Commutation ticket 82. Commute 83 164. Commuter 82. Company 107. Complected 50. Compromit V 2749. Con A N and V 160. Canant 158. Concertize 77. Conch 306. Conduct 31. Conduct oneself slash VP slash 31. Conductor 18, 82, 98, 137. Conductorette 165. Confab 160. Confabulation 160. Confidence 160. Congame 160. Congressional 3050. Conman 160. Con 280. Connection 243, 246. Connection 243, 258, 260. Conniption 80. Connoisseur 240. Connoisseur 240. Conrad 278. Consociational 30, 75, 76. Consols 106. Constable 99, 105. Constituency 107. Consulting room 108. Consumption 155, 160. Consumptionic 156. Convey by deed slash VP slash 48. Convict 160. Convocation 112. Cook 102, 277. Cookie 43. Cook General 102. Cooler 85. Coon 160. Coons 275. Copious 57. Copperhead 45. Cord N 110, V 49. Cordwood 56. Corn 18, 52, 53, 98. Corncob 46. Corncrib 46. Corn Dodger 46. Corned 85. Corner N 98, 110, V 77. Corner Loafer 88. Corn Factor 99. Corn Fed 162. Cornhill 300. Corn Juice 85. Corn Laws 52. Corn Market 139. Corn Moon 42N. Corn Whiskey 85. Corporation 106. Corp Survivor 85. Corral N 2386, V 2487. Corrector of the Press 100 108. Corset 98 126. Costermonger 99. Cozy 243 246. Cotched 194N. Cotton 155. Cottonwood 288 294. Cougar 40. Could 194. Coulda 194. Council 107. Counselor 243 245. Counselor 243. Counselor 243. Counselor 243. Counterfeiter 98. Countupon slash VP slash 31. Court 254. Courteous 174. Courthouse slash Suff slash 294 296. Cove 294. Cowcatcher 2832. Cow Country 142. Cow Creature 98 126. Cowhide V 44. Coin 280. Coyote 87 294. Cozy 243 246 260 261. Crab Cocktail 109. Cracker 52 53 98. Cracker 33. Crackup slash VP slash 79. Craft 95. Crank N 81. Crap 237. Cravat 99, 104. Crawfish V 77. Crayfish 41. Crazy Quilt 47. Cream de Mint 240. Creator 266. Creche 153. Credit Trade 99, 103. Creek 46, 51, 108, 319. Creep 194. Creme de Menz 240. Crenshaw 282. Creole 43. Crepe 194, 200, 238. Crepe 264. Crevasse 3086. Crew V 194, 200. Crick 236. Cricket 111. Criminal Assault 127. Criminal Operation 127. Crisco 165. Crispet 165. Crissilf 224. Critter 236. Crook N 14, 133, 156. Crook the Elbow /VP /85. Crope 194. Crossing N 98, 110. Crossing Plate 27, 82, 98. Crossing Sweeper 101, 105. Cross Purposes 56. Crossroads 294. Crosstie 98. Crotchet 113. Crowd 251. Crow N 107, V 194. Crowd 250, 251. Crown 47. Crown and Shield 282. Cruller 30, 43. Crypt 112. Cuanto 158. Cubar 171. Cuff 155. Curate 112. Curb 243, 246, 258. Curriculum 265. Curse 129. Curate 253. Curette 253. Curvette 49. Cuss N 129, 160, 238. Cussedness 81. Custer 274. Customable 50. Customer 160. Cut V 194. Cut a swath /VP /78. Cute 50, 160. Cut off 81. Cut up 164. Cutting N 98, 108. Sci 115. Cyclone 109. Cyclopedia 243. Cyclopedia 243, 263. Cider 242, 257. Cipher 257. D-Sound 96. Daffy 230. Dago 279. Damfino 129. Dam 129, 159, 161. Damnation 129. Damful 129. Dance 59, 95, 173, 174. D&D 161. Dander 43. Daniel 173. Dare V 194. Dared 194. Darken One's Doors /VP /3349. Darky 50. Darkle V 77N. Darn 129. Daunt 95. Dauphine 300. Davidovich 280. Davis 280. Daycoach 82. Day Nursery 153. De/Suf 200. Deacon N 124, V 76. Dead Adv 92. Deadbeat 14N 133. Deadern 231. Deadhead N 135, V 83. Def 60, 95, 236. Deals V 194. Dealt 194. Dean 104, 112, 122. Deer 116, 122. Debenture 97, 106. Debut 154, 240, 264. Debutante, 264. Decalogue, 262. Deceive, 91. Decent, 129. Dec 80. Décolleté, 240. Decoration Day, 114. Deed v 48. Deef, 95, 236. Deep adv, 226. Deering, 275. Defense, 243, 250. Defense, 243, 246, 252, 260, 261. Defy n, 160. Defiance, 160. Deft, 57. Degrees of frost, 109. Degean, 274. Delahaye, 274. Delhi, 297. De El Hotel, 274. Delicate condition, 127. Delicatessen, 88. Delicatessen store, 98. Del 46. Demagogues v. 142. Demean, 51, 184, 186. Demeanor, 243. Demeanor, 243. Demikoff, 272. Demisemiquaver, 113. Demoralize, 49. Demungumary, 273. Denny's, 274. Denny, 274. Dental surgeon, 124. Dentist, 124. Diapi, 226. Department store, 98, 103. Depot, 82, 133, 153, 265. Deputize, 49. Derail, 83. Derange, 49. Darby, 98, 103, 139, 283. Dermot, 273. Dern, 129. Desave, 91. Disbrosses, 291. Deshabil, 265. Deshung, 274. Des Moines, 291. Desperado, 86. Desert, 110. Determine, 250, 251. Develop, 258. Devere, 273. Devil Crab, 109. Dexter Meadow, 311. Diamond, 114. Diamuid, 273. Diarrhea, 243, 253. Diarrhea, 243, 246, 253, 258. Dick, 281. Dicker v. 49. Dictograph, 165. Die with his boots on /VP, /78. Did, 194, 204, 205. Diff, 160. Difference, 160. Different from then, to 115. Difference, 155. Dig, 194, 198. Digged, 198. Diggings, 3181. Dill, 156. Dialhay, 274. Dime, 47. Dime novel, 98. Din, 56. Diner, 82, 160. Dining car, 160. Dinky, 230. Dinner, 155, 157. Diphtheria, 172. Diphthong, 172. Directly, 114. Direct primary, 107. Dirt, 115. Dirty, 228. Discipline, 251. Disorderly house, 127. Distaff, 254. Display ad, 160. Dissenter, 112, 113. District, 107, 109. Dive N14, 14N, 85, 133. V, 194. Dived, 194. Divide N, 46, 294. Division, 100, 107. Divorcee, 240, 265. Diver, 273. Divvy N, 111, V, 84. Dixie, 33. Do, 194, 204. Docket 81. Doctor 117, 124N. Dodge the issue /VP/78. Do don't 31. Doesn't 210. Dog 175. Doggery 8185. Doggone 129. Dome 276. Dole v 194, 199. $47, 139. Dollars to donuts 142. Dolled up a 142, 164. Dollop/VP/164. Dom/Suff/154N. Domini 43. Don 105. Donate 27, 28N, 51, 136. Donder 43. Done 194, 204. Don't 210. Doodle/Suff/166. Doolittle 274. Dupe 94. Door 156. Dope N 93, 94, 311, 319. V 94, 142. Dope out/VP/94, 142. Double header 111. Double pica 114. Doe 133. Doughboy 142. Do up brown/VP/79. Dove V 194, 199. Down and out 2481. Down east 109. Down 46, 108. Downtown 79. Down train 109. Downwards 147. Doxologize 27, 74, 76. Doctor 108, see also doctor. Draft 95, 243, 246. Drags v 194. Dragged 194. Drain 100, 237. Drama 173. Drank 194, 204, 205. Draper 106. Draper shop 98. Draft 243. Drafts 98. Draw N 50, 160. V 194, 204. Draw bead/VP/49. Drawbridge 50, 160. Drawed 194, 204. Drawers 110. Drawing pin 101. Drawing room 99, 103. Dreadful 31. Dreadnought 243. Dreadnought 243. Dream v 194. Dreamt 194, 201. Dreamt 260. Dreen 237. Dress 155. Dress gay 156. Dressen 157. Drew 194, 204. Drury 282. Dryly 243, 260. Drink v 194, 204. Drive N 299. V 194. Drove v 194. Drown 194. Drowned 201N. Drowned 91, 196, 201. Drowns 91. Drugs v 194, 200. Druggist 98. Drugstore 18. Drummer 14, 14N 98. Drunk 85, 195, 204. Dry goods 52, 53. Dry goods store 98. Dryly 243, 261. Dub N 14, 311. Dubois 276. Duck N 85. Du 174. Doug 194. Dugout 80. Duke 174. Dumb 8890, 90N. Dumbhead 90N. Dumbkopf 90N. Dump V 49. Drunkard 113. During 148. During 275. Dern 129. Dustbin 97, 102. Dustman 102. Duchy 279. Dutiable 40, 50, 51. Duty, 174. Duvel, 271. Dwindle, 310. E-Pro, 216N. E-Sound, 60. E/Sound/, 91N, 96. Eagle, 47. Earliern, 231. Earth, 115. Eastbound, 110. East End, 139. East Side, 139. Easy, adv, 227. Easy Mark, 311. Eat, 194, 211. Eat Crow/VP/84. Eclat, 264. Ecology, 243. Ecrevis, 41. Ecumenical, 243. Ada/Suff/200. Edelstein, 277. Edema, 243. Edged, 85. Editorial, N98. E/Sound/, 96. Eelgrass, 45. Either, 96. Edude, 240. Eggplant, 45, 109. Either, 96. Eldorado, 87. Electrocute, 163. Electrolier, 165. Elevator, 14, 50, 98, 133. Elevator boy, 98. Elite, 264. Elk, 288, 294. Elm, 239. El Paso, 292. M, 217. Embalming surgeon, 124N. Emerald, 114. Emperor, 248N. Employee, 124, 153, 252, 265. Employee, 153, 252. Ensant, 127. Enclose, 244, 258. Encyclopedia, 243. Encyclopedia, 243. Endeavor, 243. Endeavor, 243. Endorse, 244, 258. Enseat hog, 163. Engage, 106. Engian, 300. Engine driver, 99. Engineer, N82, V, 2477. English, N, 114. English education, 279N. Engulf, 258. Enquire, 260. Enquiry, 244, 258. Enrati, 282. Enter a claim/VP/78. Enteric, 101. Enthuse, 77, 142. Ian, 243. Eower, 213. Eorum, 213. Epaulet, 243. Epaulet, 243, 245. Episcopal, 113N. Episcopalian, 113N. Suff/253, 260. Erdman, 276. Aaron Gobra, 91. Eruptiveness, 33. Essay, 158. Esophagus, 243, 253, 263. Espera, 158. Esquire, 121. Estate agent, 108. Et v, 190, 194, 199. Eternal, 129. Etude, 240. Euchre v, 134. Evelyn, 286. Eventuate, 49. Evansive, 50. Ex-pref, 118. Exact, 77N. Exchange, N, 124. Excursionist, 8298. Excursion train, 83. Excurt v, 77. Exfluncticate, 82. Expect, 31. Expasse, 153, 265. Express v, 83. Expresscar, 82. Express company, 98. Expressman, 82. Express office, 82. Exterior, 248N. Extraordinary, 169, 170. Eye-opener, 85. Either, 96. Facecloth, 101. Face the Music /VP /49. Factor 98. Fade Away /VP /319. Faggot 243, 245, 260. Faggot 243. Fake 319. Faker 156. Fall N 10, 14, 33, 56, 59, 133. V 194, 204. Fall Down /VP /142. Fallen 194, 204. Fallen Woman 127. Fall For It /VP /311. Family 238. Fan 111. Fanlight 101. Fantan 93. Fahrenholt 282. Fastern 231. Fast Freight 82. Father 59, 95. Favor 243, 251, 253. Favorite 243. Favorite Son 83, 84. Favorite 243, 247. Fear 275. Feather 250, 251. Feature V 14, 142. Fees 77. Fed 194, 199. Feed 194. Feel 194, 202. Field 202. Feel Good 149. Feeble 284. Félicité 300. Fel N 46, V 194, 204. Feller 157, 239. Fellow 115, 155, 157. Fellowship V 27, 30, 57. Felt V 194, 202. Female N 126, 127. Femme de Chamber 154. Fen 46. Fence 254. Fences 83. Fenster 156. Fence 154. Ferry 294. Feather 251. Fervor 243. Fervor 243. Fest /Suff /151. Fetch 195. Fetched 195. Ferret 153, 264. Few 174. Fiancé 240. Fiddled 85. Fiddler 280. Fifth Avenue 139. 50 degrees 40, 285 N. Fight 195. Figure 174. Filibuster 83, 84. Filing Cabinet 98. Fill the Bill /VP /78. Filthy 228. Find V 195. Finley 273. Fine A 116N. Adv 227. V 195 238. Finger N 85. Finish Up /VP /164. Fionlog 273. Fion Uisk 273. Fire V 83. Fire Brigade 98 105. Firebug 81. Fire Department 98 105. Fire Eater 10 81 309. Fire Letty 105. Firewater 41. First Floor 103. First Form 104. First Story 103. First Year Man 104. Fishbach 275. Fishback 275. Fish Dealer 98. Fishmonger 98. Fishplate 82. Fit V 195N. Fitten 195N. 5 o'clock T 88N. Fix V 116 157. Fixin 156. Fizz 85. Fizzle V 49. Fizzle Out /VP /78. Flags V 83. Flagmen 82. Flang 195. Flapjack 56. Flapper 308N. Flare Up /VP /31. Flat N 110. Flatboat 81. Flat car 82. Flat-footed 2479. Flat house 110. Flavor 243. Flavor 243. Fletcherize 163. Flu 195. Flyer 124. Flings V 195. Floater 83. Floor 155, 156, 157. Floor walker 98, 124. Floozy 166. Flop flop V 93. Flow V 195. Flowed 195. Flower moon 42N. Flew 160, 310. Flume 14. Flung 195. Flunk out V 31. Flurry N 81. Fly V 195. Fly off the handle /VP /49. Phonograph 264. Font 243, 258. Fontaine 274. Footway 100. Ford 275. Forgether 243, 260. Forgo 243, 246. Foreman 155. Foreman 275. Forgather 243, 260. Forgo 243, 260. Forgot 195, 206. Forgotten 195. Fork N 33, 46, 294. For keeps 111, 319. Forkover /VP /31. Form 104, 243. Form 243, 245, 256. Former Pref 118. Formulae 265. For rent 137. Forsake 195. Forsaken 195, 199. Forsook 195. Fortnight 114. Forty-rod 85. Forwards 147, 229. Forward looker 302. Phosphate 264. Fotch 195N. Photo 264. Photograph 264. Foucher 300. Fought 195. Fowls V 111. Found 195, 200. Fount 243, 258. Fountain 274. Foul Run 98. Fox 272. Foxfire 56. Framehouse 46. Frankfurter 88. Frat 105, 160. Fraternal Order 98. Fraternity 160. Frost 175. Frazzle 134. Frazzled 85. Freedman 275. Free lunch 18. Freeze 195. Freeze onto /VP /78 311. Freight 98. Freight agent 98. Freight car 14 82 98. Fremont 276. French 279N. French letter 280N. Freshet 52. Freshman 104. Freedman 275. Friendly Society 98. Frigil 87. Frizz V 195 200. Frog 27 82 98. Froggy 278. Frolic 250 254. Frolicsome 254. From here 229. From there 229. From where 229. Frozen 195. Futch 272. Fooer 275. Fueman 275. Fulfill 170. Full House 111. Fun 93. Funds 106. Funeral Director 124. Funeralize 74 76 164. Funny 231. First 275. Firth 275. Fuse 243, 246, 257. Fuse 243, 257. G Sound 61, 274. Gabfest 151. Gauge 253. Gagrule 83, 107. Gaiety 260. Galoot 80. Gambler 155. Gamester 90N. Gangster 156. Ganoff 151, 240. Gantlet 243. Gans 113. Gansgut 89. Jail 244, 246, 250, 257, 260. Jailer 257. Gap 46. Garden 97, 110. Garden Party 153. Garnet 273. Gartersnake 45. Garters 98. Gas 160. Gasoline 98, 160, 165. Gate Money 111. Gauge 253. Gauntlet 243. Gave 203, 205. God 175. Gone 175. Gay Quaker 33. Gazabo 87. GB 161. Gbuy 239. Jetamatched 155. Gwiz 129. Jeffadelt 151N. General 118. Generally 228. Gentleman 121. Gentleman Author 121. Gentleman Clerk 121. Gentleman Cow 126. Gentleman Writer 121. Gentman 238. Gerrymander 83, 107. Gervais 274. Geschumt v 155. Gesundheit 89. Get v 60, 115, 193N, 195. Get ahead of /VP, /78. Get a move on /VP, /25. Get away N14. Get away with /VP, /309. Get by /VP, /311. Get it in the neck /VP, /319. Get out N14. Get solid with /VP, /78, 142. Get sore /VP, /319. Get the bulge on /VP, /78. Get the dead wood on /VP, /78. Get the drop on /VP, /78. Get the hang of /VP, /31. Getting on /VP, /114. Get wise /VP, /319. Gift shop 137. Guillotine 251, 252. Ginfix 85. Ginfizz 84. Ginger Ale 85. Ginger Pop 85. Ginseng 93. Gypsy 258, 260. Girl for General Housework 102. Gert 201. Get 60. Giv 251. Give 164, 195, 203, 205, 251. Give out /VP, /164. Glad-eye 133. Glamour 243. Glamour 243. Glass 95, 173. Glassarm 111. Glebe 112. Glyke 155. Glyke 155. Glide 195. Glode 195, 199. Gmilath Hesed 157. Go 195, 317. Go Ahitativeness 27. Goatee 81. Go back on /VP, /78, 164. Go big /VP, /146. God 266. God damned 129. Go finish /VP, /318. Godfrey 277. Go for /VP, 79. Going on /VP /115. Going some 26 149. Going strong 319. Go into service /VP /78. Go it blind /VP /78. Go it one better /VP /111. Gold 280. Gall darned 129. Goldschmidt 277 280. Goldsmith 277. Goncoon 33. Goner 48. Gonorrhea 128 253. Gonorrhea 253. Gonzalez 271. Goober 44. Good 148 149. Good afternoon 115. Goodbye 243. Goodbye 115 243. Good day 115. Good form 137. Goodman 277. Good night 311. Goods 98 133. Goods manager 98. Goodswagon 83 98. Good ways 147. Go on the warpath /VP /49. Goose 279. GOP 161. Gopher 43. Gosset 274. Got 115 143 195 206. Gotham's 33. Gother 198. Go the whole hog /VP /79. Go through /VP /79. Go to hell /VP /161. Go to meeting A79. Gotten 33 115 143 190 195 206. Go up Salt River /VP /84. Government 107. Governor 101. Government 239. Grabs V 84. Grab bag 81. Grades 98 104. Gradient 98. Gradual 96. Graft N 14 135 310. V 135. Grain 98 156. Grain broker 99. Grain market 139. Gram 243 257 263. Gram 243 257 261. Grand 31. Grandificent 166. Grant 95. Grapefruit 109. Grape juice diplomacy 163. Graves 281. Gray 243 246 247 260. Greased lightning 309. Greaser 3380 279. Great 91N. Greatcoat 99. Great God 129. Great Primer 114. Great Shakes 92. Great Scott 129. Great White Father 86. Green 31. Green 275. Greenhorn 56. Greens 101. Gregory 281. Gruesome 258. Georgierovich 281. Grip 99 106. Gripsack 81. Gristmill 238. GRM/sound/ 171. Groceries 99 102. Grocery 155 157. Grog 88N. Group 251. Grotesque 252. Grotesque 252. Ground floor 103. Groundhog 3345. Group 250 251. Grove 294. Grow 195. Growed 195 198 199. Growler 105. Grubstake 81. Grun 275. Guard N 83 98 137. Guarding 237. Guardian 237. Garanot, 273. Gubernatorial, 28, 28N, 40, 50, 136. Gurient, 274. Guess v. 31, 33, 56, 57. Guillotine, 251, 252. Guillotine, 252. Guinea, 279. Gizzot, 274. Gulch, 80. Gully, 80. Gumbo, 44, 109. Gumshoe A, 25, N, 80. Gun, 165. Gunman, 165. Gunplay, 165. Gutman, 276, 277. Guy, N, 129, 156. V, 129. Gaiuscudes, 81. Gym, 160. Gymnasium, 160. Gypsy, 258. H-sound, 61. Haberdasher, 105. Haberdashery shop, 137. Habitué, 240. Habité, 240. Habling v. 158. Hacienda, 30. Hack N, 109. Had, 195. Haddon, 195, 205. Hadden oughta, 210. Had went, 189. Hemiplegia, 252. Hemorrhage, 252. Hairlem, 274. Hairlin, 274. Hafta, 239. Hema, 252. Heinous, 250, 252. Haircut, 155. Halb, 113. Half-breed, 46. Hall, 155. Halou v. 77N. Halton, 89. Hamburger, 88. Handcar, 82. Hand him a lemon /VP /309 311. Hand it to him /VP /309. Handle without gloves /VP /78. Handsome, 173. Handy, 50. Hang, 195. Hangbirds, 33. Hanged, 195N, 200. Hangout, 164. Handkerchief, 238. Hanson, 271. Happy, adv, 227. Happify, 2749. Happy Hunting Grounds, 86. Harbor, 171, 243, 259. Harbor, 243, 259. Hard A, 228, 231. Adv, 226. Hard Cider, 85. Hardly, 228. Hardshell, A, 79. Hardware Dealer, 99. Hare, 54, 109. Harikari, 85. Harky, 219. Harlan, 274. Harp, 279. Harper, 280. Has-been, 23, 163. Hash Foundry, 163. Hassan, 41. Hat, 155. Hath, 59. Hat K, 156. Hall V, 52, 54. Hausfrau, 88. Have Auxiliary, 192, 195, 206, 238. Have an axe to grind /VP /79. Have the brokers in the house /VP /107. Have the goods /VP /311. Havre de Grace, 291. Hawthorne, 282. Haycock, 47, 99. Haybarrack, 43. Haystack, 47, 99. Hayes v. 142. He, 212, 220. Head, 105, 251. Head clerk, 98. Headliner, 99, 106. Headmaster, 104, 105. Headmistress, 104. Healthful, 146. Healthy, 146. Here, 195, 204. Here, 115. Herd, 60, 195. Hearth, 174. Heat v. 195. Heath 46. Heaves v. 195. Heavenwards 147. Hebrew 113. Hedi 251. Healer 83. Heard 195, 199, 200. Hearn 195, 204. Heft v. 52, 54. Hefty 54. Hyde 275. Height 91. Heighth 91, 238. Heimer/Suf/ 151. Heinous 250, 252. Heinz 275. Held 195, 206. Hell 128n. Hellbox 80. Hellfired 129. Hellgate 290. Hellion 76. Hello 77n. Hellroaring 76. Help n 30, 33, 102, 135. Helt 195, 201. Hem 216, 252. Hemidemi semiquaver 113. Hemorrhage 260. Hence 228. Hio 213n. Hiam 213n. Hiora 213. Her pro 212, 214, 219, 220. Herosmithism 89. Herb 61. Here 145, 213, 214, 228. Hearn pro 213. Hern pro 212, 213, 214. Hers 213, 214. Heron 213. Het v. 195, 199. Head up/VP /85 195n. Hayward 282. Hickory 40. Hidden 195. Hyde 195. His 213. High 116. Highball 85. Highbrow 163. Highfalutin 79. High Street 300. Hike v. 142. Hillside 31. Him 212, 219, 220, 224. Himself 224, 225. Hins 275. Hired girl 47, 103. Hired man 47. Hire purchase plan 99, 103. His 212, 214, 225. His Excellency 119, 120. His Highness 119. His Honor 120. Hisson 190, 212, 214. His or her 225. His self 190, 224, 225. Hist v. 91, 195, 236. Histed 195. Historical 62. History 238. Hits v. 195. Hitched 319. Height 275. Hither 145, 228. Hoarding n 2797, 102. Hobo 14, 14n, 133, 161. Hobson Jobson 41. Hawk 89. Hawk 275. Hawk 100, 104. Hod Carrier 99. Hodge 115. Hocake 45, 46. Hofbrow 240, 265. Hoffman 271. Hogs v. 24, 25. Hoggish adv. 227. Hogpen 99. Hogwallow 45. Hoist v. 91. Hoke 275. Hokum 165. Ola 158. Halls v. 195, 206. Holdall 99. Holden 206. Hold on/VP /8180. Holdout/VP /111. Hold up/VP /306. Hold up N14 14N. Holler v. 77 77N 195 239. Hollard, 195. Hollow V, 77N. Halloa V, 77N. Hollow V, 77N. Halsum, 264. Holt, 238. Holy Orders, 112. Holy Roller, 113. Homely, 57, 110. Homespun, 56. Hominy, 33, 40, 41. Homologize, 49. Hun, Agent, 121. Honor, 243, 248, 250, 251, 253, 263, 318. Honorable, 118-21. Honorable and learned gentleman, 107. Honorable friend, 107. Honorable gentleman, 107, 119. Honorarium, 247. Honorary, 247, 257. Honorific, 247. Honor, 243, 250, 259. Honorable, 247, 257. Hoodlum, 14, 14N, 133. Hoodoo, 44, 105. Huiberg, 43. Hook N, 43, 45, 290. Hooligan, 133. Hoosier, 33. Hoover, 275. Hooverize, 142, 163. Hop N, 93, 94. Horror, 248N. Hornswoggle V, 78. Horse of another color, 33. Horse sense, 80. Horseshoer, 203. Horse's neck, 85. Hoseen, 41. Hospital, 61, 99. Hospital nurse, 101, 104. Hostel, 174, 176. Hostler, 244, 246. Hotbox, 82. Hotel, 61, 124. Hot Moon, 42N. Hottern, 231. House of ill or questionable repute, 127. Hove, 195, 199. Howells, 283. Hrubka, 281. Hubs, 31. Hubbub, 307, 310. Huber, 275. Huckleberry, 45. Huckster, 99. Huddle, 307. Humbug, 31. Humor, 244. Humorist, 247. Humor, 244. Hundred, 238. Hung, 195, 200. Hunker, 31. Hunky, 279. Hunkatory, A, 81. Hunting, N, 99, 115. Hunting Moon, 42N. Honeyaddy, 278. Hurrah, 173. Hooray, 173. Hurricane, 109. Hurry up /VP, /164. Hertz V, 195. Hurtleberry, 45. Hustle V, 57. Hyperformaceous, 82N. Hyde, 275. Hydroplane, 263N. Hypo, 160. Hyposulfite of soda, 160. iPro, 212, 219, 220. iPro, 216N. iSound, 60, 96. iEd Pro, 216N. I Bet You, 157. Icebox, 156. Ice Cream, 56. Ices, 110. Iced Water, 109. Ice Water, 109. IC Pro, 179. IC Bin Ease, 145N. Ikesilf, 224. iDealer, 230. iFi/Suf/77. Ige/Suf/156. Illand, 251. Isle, 236. Il-10, 56, 100. Illinois, 291. Illy, 228. Imagine, 173, 251. Immigrate, 49. Inc., 106. Incidents, 229. Incident, 229. Enclose, 244, 246, 258. Incohoney, 42N. Indian, 99. Indian corn, 52.98. Indian file, 47. Indian summer, 46.99. Indifferent, adv, 226. Endorse, 244, 246, 258. Induced, 174. Inflection, 244, 246. Inflection, 244, 258, 260. Influent, A50. Influential, 50, 51, 133. Influenza, 160. Infole, 125. Infract, 49. Ingel, 156. Ingenu, 308N. Initial sac, 311. Initiative and referendum, 107. N53. Eno/suf/166. Inquiry, 170, 244, 258. Insect, 125. Inski/suf/151. Install, 260. Installment business, 99. Installment plan, 99. Instead, 251. Instead, 251. Instruct, 108. Insurge, v, 142, 164, 202. Introduce, 239. Interesting condition, 127. Interior, 248N. Intern, 243. Internee, 253. Interval land, 31. Interview, v, 57. In the course of, 148. Invalided, 125. Inverted commas, 100. In writing, 115. Iowa, 298. Irene, 286. Iron Horse, 82. Ironmonger, 1999. Ironmonger, 282. Iroquois, 291N. Irving, 283. Is, 209. I say, 115. Ishka Bibble, 151N. I should worry, 151. Island, 250, 251. Is not, 210. Isn't, 146, 210. Isquinker Squash, 41. Isquinner Squash, 41. Italian Warehouse, 98. Itemize, 2477. Either, 96. It, 212. Itis/suf/154. It is me, 145. It's 212. Itzik, 284. Ivanov, 272. Eyes/suf/77 164. J-Sound, 96. Ya, 152. Jack, 281. Jackass, 129. Jackson, 278, 280, 281. Jackup/VP/142. Jacob, 281. Jakobovich, 280. Jakubowski, 280. Jacobson, 280. Jag, 85. Jagged, 85. Jail, 244, 246, 250, 252, 256, 257, 261. Jailer, 256. Jake, 281. Jamestownweed, 45. Janders, 239. Janitor, 99, 110. Jansiewski, 272. Japalac, 165. Japany, 229. Jarvis, 274. Jeans, 56. Jimmy, 244. Jeopardize, 51. Jerked beef, 43. Jerkwater, 82. Jerome, 286. Jersey, 101. Jesus, 129. Jew v. 52, 54, 113N. Jew, 113. Jew down/VP/54. Jeweler, 245, 250. Jewelry, 244, 259, 260. Jewelry, 244, 259. Jury, 113. Jiggard, 85. Jigs up, 33. Jimmy, 244, 246. Jimson Weed, 45. Jine, 91, 236. Jitney, A, 24, 142, 164. Jockey, 88N. Johansen, 275. John Collins, 85. John J. O'Brien, 272N. Johnny Cake, 46. Johnny Jump Up, 45. Johnson, 272, 275. Join, 91. Joiner, 19N. Joint, 100, 163. Jokesmith, 308, 310. Jolly, 116. Jonas, 275, 278. Jones, 271, 275, 278. Joss, A, 93. Journal, 158. Journalist, 99, 108. Joyride, N, 10, 110, 163, 165, 310. V, 202. Joyridden, 202. Joyrided, 202. Joyroad, 202. Juba, 44. Judgment, 256, 260. Judgmatical, 50. Judgment, 256, 257. Jug, 100. Jugged, 85. Juice, 162. Julep, 56. Jump Acclaim /VP /78. Jumper, 81, 156. Jumping Off Place, 81. Jump Off, 164. Jump On With Both Feet /VP /79. Jump the Rails /VP /83N. Junebug, 45. Young, 275. Junior, 104. Junk, 133. Junket, 107. Just, 117. Collar, 276. Con, 280. Kife, 240. Candy, 264. Can, 280. Korzeniowski, 278. Katzenjammer, 88. KO, 158. KC, 108. Key /Suff /156. Keely, 275. Keep, 195. Keep a Stiff Upper Lip /VP /78. Keep Company /VP /115. Keep Tab /VP /78. Kier, 237. Keg, 250, 252. Kelly, 271, 281. Kemp, 275. Kempf, 275. Kennesaw, 285. Kennebec, 30. Kep, 195, 238. Kerr, Pref, 82. Curb, 243, 246, 258, 260. Kerbangflop Flummox Splunk Slim Splash Thump, 82. Curbstone, 246. Kester, 275. Catch, 91, 237. Key, 43, 46, 155. Keyless Watch, 27, 100. Kick N, 77, V, 77. Kicker, 77. Kick In, 164. Kick the Bucket /VP /78. Kid V, 14. Kiddo, 92. Kike, 115, 156. Kill N, 290. Kilogram, 257. Kimono, 152N. Kinda, 234. Kindergarten, 238. Kindergarten, 88, 153. Kindness, 170. King, 277, 280. King's Council, 108. Kinky, 50. Kitchen, 155. Kitchenette, 165. Kitchen Fender, 139. Kittle, 237. Kitty, 111. Kiver, 237. Clark, 19N. Claxon, 165. Klein, 271. Clork, 19N. Knapp, 276. Neal, 195, 202. Kneeled, 195, 202. Knell, 202. Knelt, 202. Knife v 84. Knob, 46. Notch, 278. Knock into a cocked hat, /VP, /79. Knockout drops, 319. No, 195. Node, 191, 195, 199. Know him like a book, /VP, /78. Know nothing, 134. Know the ropes, /VP, /78. Knox, 278. Cock, 277. Coaster, 275. Kodak N, 165, 166. V, 166N. Codeacre, 166N. Kalinsky, 280. Kamasta, 158. Koenig, 276, 277. Kosher, 151, 240. Kavar, 277. Kauto, 93. Krantz, 276. Kraz, 271. Kriskingel, 89. Kriskringle, 89. Kruller C. Kruller. Kuhel, 275. Kuhn, 276. Kuhns, 275. Comfort, 264. Kummel, 89. Kuntz, 275. Kurtz, 276. Kuster, 274. Kuznetsov, 277. Kyle, 274. L-sound, 60. Labor, 244, 318. Labor Day, 114. Laborer, 244. Laborious, 247. Labor, 244. Laborer, 244, 247. Lacrimal, 253. Lacquey, 260. Lacrimal, 253. Lacy, 281. Lady Singleswear, 121. Lady, 121, 126. Lady Clerk Dr. Golfer Inspector Secretary Typist, 121. Lady Day, 114. Lafayette, 95, 95N, 291. Lagerbier, 88. Lanyap, 86. Labe, 276. Lade, 195, 196. Lane, 195, 196. Lalapalooza, 90. Lame Duck, 23, 83, 107. Landlord, 155, 156. Land Office, 47. Landslide, 4683. Lane, 300. Lane, 273. Lang, 275, 276. Lance, 276. Lariat, 86. Larson, 271. Lasso N, 86, V, 87. Last, A, 58, 94, 173, 174. Late, 226, 228. Lately, 228. Lands, 112. Laughin V, 88. Laugh, 95, 174. Laugh in your sleeve, /VP, /309. Laundry, 95, 165. Lawton, 281. Lautenberger, 281. Lavendera, 158. Law-abiding, 50. Loft, 175. Lawn Fate, 153. Lost, 175. Lawton, 281. Lay V, 195, 202. Lay on the table, /VP, /48. Lay reader, 112. LD /SUF, /201. Lead V, 195. Leader, 98, 108. Leaderette, 108. Leading article, 98, 108. Leads, 101, 103. Lean, 195. Leaned, 202. Leap V, 91, 195. Leapt, 260. Learn, 196, 203. Learnt, 196. Leave V, 203. Leberwurst, 88. Led, 195, 199. Leary, 230. Left v, 203. Left at the post /VP /78. Legal holiday, 99, 114. Legislate, 49, 50, 51. Lane, 273. Lanert, 273. Leeton buzzard, 297N. Lemaine, 273. Lend, 196, 202. Lendler, 156. Langsy, 33, 50, 51, 133. Leniency, 51. Lent, 195, 201, 202. Leonard, 273. Leonhard, 273. Leonhart, 273. Leopard, 250, 251. Lep, 91, 195, 200. Leopard, 251. Less, 238. Lesser, 276. Let, 203. Let it slide /VP /79. Let on /VP /31. Letterbox, 99. Letter carrier, 19N 99. Levy, 30, 86, 264. Lever, 280. Levering, 275. Levy, 280. Levin, 280. Levy, 280. Levine, 280. Levitt, 280. Levy, 271, 280, 282. Lewis, 280N. Louis, 280. Lewitt, 280. Lee/Suff, /226. Liberty Cabbage, 152. Libretti, 265. Libri, 238. Liechtenstein, 280. Lichtman, 280. Lickety Split, 45. Live v, 196, 202. Liebel, 284. Liebering, 275. Lied, 196. Lieutenant, 174, 176. Lift N 98, 137. Liftman 98. Lift up /VP /164, 196. Lighted 200. Lighter 100. Lightning bug 45. Lightning rod 33. Light out /VP /78, 164. Like 190, 191, 224. Likely 31, 33, 57. Limb 126, 127. Limehouse v, 162. Lime tree 45. Limited N 82, 124.